Okay, we have about a minute to start. Minute warning. Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'll look after the SCLG panel this morning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sigurd. Okay, with that, good morning, everyone. We can get started this morning with cross-examination of the SCLG panel for topic 1 that we concluded direct on yesterday. Is there any, before we start, any prelim matters, any housekeeping anyone has for this morning?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, it's Gavin Fitch. One preliminary matter, yesterday afternoon, Alberta Transportation provided the board and my friend, Mr. Secord, with our response to what we believe was the last outstanding undertaking from his cross-examination that related to what consultation occurred on the Opus report in 2017. So that response is in the form of a document that's been sent to the board and sent to my friend. And I would note that this morning, Mr. Secord contacted me and indicated that there's a link in the document to a Rocky View County website that apparently he couldn't open. So we're trying to rectify that. But subject to that, the undertaking response has been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. Ms. Friend, Mr. Kennedy, enter that as exhibit.
I'm not quite sure where we're at in exhibit numbers. It might be exhibit 357.
Sounds about right. Ms.
Sorry,
Friend?
actually, it's 358.
We're close. Okay, thank you, Ms. Friend. Thank you, Mr. Fitch.
Thank you.
So we'll start with cross of any parties that are not adverse, and I believe Mr. Williams has indicated he has no questions. Mr. Williams, are you online? Is that still the case?
Yes, I am online, Peter.
And no questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ray?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Sarah Loudon from Ray & Company. I will be lead counsel today, and no, we do not have any questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Widener? Hearing none. Mr. Widener may not be online. He does at times, I think, join on just on YouTube as an observer. But is Mr. Weeb, do you see Mr. Widener online?
Yeah, he is in the list.
He is. Okay. Mr. Widener? We'll catch him at the end if Ms. Friend, perhaps you could contact Mr. Widener and confirm. Okay, so we'll move on to City of Calgary. Ms. Senek.
No, we do not have any questions. Thank you.
And Calgary River Communities Action Group, Mr. Casano, Mr. Bruno.
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kulak, Mr. Fitch.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's Mr. Fitch. Good morning. Alberta Transportation does have some questions for this witness panel. I think 5 of the 9 or 10 witnesses will have questions for. So I'm going to begin with you, Ms. Erisman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Erisman, I understand that you reside on Springbank Heights Way. Is that correct?
Yes, Springbank is a very large area, and I live in Springbank, and I use all of the infrastructure that is very, very close to this.
Right. And is Springbank Heights Way northeast of the airport? Springbank Airport?
Yes.
Okay.
It
It's
is.
actually fairly close to the Bow River as opposed to the Elbow, isn't it?
Yes, so I know a lot about dams because I've done a lot of research on dams because I'm so close to the Bow River. Yes, and the big issue is that we all share the same Pascapoo aquifer. And so there's just a big concern about water quality over a large area.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Erisman, in your testimony yesterday, you referred to a lake, a dried lake bed in California called Owens Lake. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
I was interested in the similarity to the dried lake bed of SR1, which really hadn't been dealt with. And so I thought this was a comparative of, are we going to have these kind of issues?
Right, that is indeed what I understood. I take it, Ms. Erisman, you have no expertise in the generation or dispersion modeling of fugitive dust emissions?
No, that I'm leaving up to you guys to figure out if we really are at risk.
Okay, and the SCLG does have an air quality expert, Dr. Zelt, and I think you may have referred to him once or twice yesterday as well. Correct?
I'm not sure I referred directly to him, but I'm very appreciative. I think the more eyes we have on this silt dust issue, the better we're going to be. So more the merrier. I think we should have more testing.
Sure. And the reason I asked was I was just wondering if prior to you providing your testimony yesterday and drawing an analogy between Springbank, SR1 and Owens Lake, did you seek any input from Dr. Zelt when you drew that analogy?
I did not speak to him. I didn't feel that was my place. I read his report and I've done research on the fugitive dust, and I just thought that it's very similar and it's something that needs to be looked into.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions for you, Ms. Erisman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I've got just a couple of questions for Ms. Feist, if she's with us this morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. So Ms. Feist, I think you indicated that your family has owned for quite some time the south half of 11-24-4 west of the 5th, correct?
That is correct.
And that's essentially on the northeast, it's kitty corner northeast to the traffic circle or roundabout at Highway 8 and 22, right?
Yes, directly across where you're planning to put the diversion structure.
Right. But just to confirm, you understand that your family's property is not located in what we call the project development area?
I understand that, but I will be indirectly affected should that diversion structure fail, Mr. Fitch.
And no, the reason I was asking is, and I don't think you need to turn it up, but you will probably recall writing in your statement that was included with the evidence of the SCLG that you fear that AT could potentially expropriate at any time. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And I just wonder if you'd be able to confirm that nobody at Alberta Transportation has ever told you that your land might be expropriated?
I met with Mr. Hebert last fall. I believe it was Wednesday, November the 5th. And in our meeting that afternoon, Mr. Hebert did say that not my land in particular, but that it was made very clear that expropriation could happen to potential lands for this project.
Right, but not your land.
Not my land, no.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Ms. Erisman. Just a couple of questions now for Mr. Brian Copperthorne, if he's available.
Good morning, Mr. Fitch.
Good morning, Mr. Copperthorne. I'm wondering whether Zoom hosts, we could call up the Exhibit 249, which is the map that the SCLG included as part of its submissions. Just wait for that to come up, sir. So thank you. So Mr. Copperthorne, we are looking at Exhibit 249, and you can confirm for the board that you reside on the southwest of 25-24-4 west of the 5th, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just so it's clear, your residence is not within the project development area, it's just outside it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned in your written statement, although you didn't refer to it yesterday in your testimony, that in a design flood, so the worst sort of 2013 scenario, about 3/4 of your driveway will be flooded, correct?
That is correct. That's
Okay.
my estimate, sir.
Yeah, and I just wanted you to ask you whether you can confirm that Alberta Transportation has assured you that access to your residence will either be replaced or maintained. In other words, we're not going to strand you or anything, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, I have some questions for Mrs. Robinson.
Give me just 1 second.
I am unmuted. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Good morning, Ms. Robinson. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
It is Miss Robinson.
Ms. or Miss?
Ms.
Ms.
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies. Ms. Robinson, in your written testimony, and I think you sort of touched on it yesterday in your oral testimony, you refer to your ranch being obliterated and the fact that you will lose your home. And I just want to, I guess, see if we can get clear on the record that your home is located on the southwest of 3, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you would agree that no part of the southwest of 3 falls within the project area, and your home is not going to be expropriated, right? It's not required for the project?
Not the actual project, but I will be exceedingly close to the intake, and I am very, very fearful being that close. So I would be very hesitant to live here.
Sure. And similarly, Ms. Robinson, your riding arena, it's also on the southwest of 3, and it's also outside the project area, correct?
Yes, but it's about 100 yards from the river.
Okay.
So it will definitely be affected. And also the heritage house, the house that we were raised in, will be totally obliterated. So that is very relevant.
Ms. Robinson, you have said in your written statement, and you testified again yesterday, that you learned about SR1 one evening on the television news, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Robinson, you can confirm that you attended a meeting with Government of Alberta officials on July 8, 2014 in Cochrane?
That's right.
Okay. And you would agree that at that time, the government of Alberta advised you and the other folks in attendance that SR1, MC1, and Calgary Tunnel were all still under consideration?
Yes, they were under consideration, but as usual, they talked to 90% about SR1.
Okay. And you can confirm that you met with representatives from Alberta Transportation and Alberta Environment and Parks on March 3rd, 2015. Does that sound right?
I've had several meetings with them. Do you mean at my house, or is that what you're considering?
No, not at your house. I'd have to, I think it was in either Springbank or Cochrane. It was the meeting where there was a discussion about the benefit cost analyses for SR1 and MC1. Does that help you recall which meeting we're talking about?
With just me, are you talking about, or just?
No, it was with a number of landowners.
As a group?
Yeah.
It was a group.
It was a group, yeah, a group of landowners.
Yeah, but there was lots of other people there too. It wasn't just the landowner.
Okay. And do you recall that at that time, Alberta Transportation and AEP advised that work on MC1 was continuing?
Continuing, yes, but what we call continuing, whether they did it at exactly the same caliber that they did SR1, is very questionable.
Okay, and Ms. Robinson, do you recall attending an open house about SR1 in May of 2016?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall?
Was that the one at down at the golf course? Was that the 2016 one?
One sec. I'll have to get back to you on that one, Ms. Robinson. I can't remember exactly where it was. Anyways, you probably definitely remember that in October 2016, a fellow named Seamus Skelly from Alberta Transportation met with you on your property and you took him on a walking tour.
Yes, he wanted to see the property and wanted to see some of my infrastructure and see how it would affect me. It was also a meeting that I had requested to find more detail as to exactly how much of my land they would be taking.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Ms. Robinson attending an open house on SR1 in August 2017?
I've gone to just about all of them. I don't think there's any of them that I've missed, so I'm sure I did.
Okay, and there was also what AT called a technical briefing at the McDougall Center in November of 2017. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And in November 2018, you attended a meeting with Assistant Deputy Minister Crystal Damer and other representatives from Alberta Transportation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you attended a meeting on January 7, 2020 with Minister McIver, correct?
That was also the one that with Crystal Damer was simply to inform all of those panel exactly what was happening. Again, at our request, and she did not know hardly anything as far as our concerns. And so there was 3 or 4 of us that spoke at that meeting. There wasn't really any questioning or anything. There was just, we made presentations. They asked a very few questions and that was all.
Okay. And then finally, you can confirm that Mr. Hebert came out to your property and met with you in November of 2021, about 4 or 5 months ago, right?
Yes, that's correct. And that was again for final confirmation of exactly what their updated plans were for my property.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robinson. just a few final questions. I noted in your written testimony that you say there will be a loss of 6,800 acres of farm and ranch land. I take it though, Ms. Robinson, you would be aware that the actual footprint for SR1 is 3,610 acres. Are you generally aware of that?
That's correct, yes.
Oh,
But you
okay.
know, as a rural person, you really don't like to be looking upon a massive structure. I mean, that is not why we live in the country. So anything that, you know, you can visually see it or anything is very a great impact to us as rural people.
Sure. And do you understand that this figure of 6,800 acres that's sort of been mentioned at times was Alberta Transportation saying, if we were to buy the entire parcel, whether it's a quarter section or something smaller, where there's some portion of it that's within the project area. So in other words, we wouldn't leave any remnants. We would buy the entire parcel. If we did that, then we could potentially be buying up to 6,800 acres. Is that your understanding of where that number comes from?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand, or maybe I'm not sure if you do, are you aware that that was something that Alberta Transportation offered as an option that landowners might want? In other words, it was really for landowners' benefit if they were interested. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but nothing's to our benefit when we lose our homes and our heritages. You have to realize it's not money that we're after here. It's actually our homes and our lifestyles and our businesses. So it's rather irrelevant. And as I discussed, whether we will actually get the amount of money that we so deserve according to the way that they're going to be doing land acquisitions is also questionable when they're making an estimate and they don't even know what infrastructure on any of these locations.
Right. And I don't know if it was you or somebody else yesterday talked about being surprised when someone from Alberta Transportation said there would only be desktop appraisals. Was that you?
Yes, that was me.
Okay. So we don't have to refer to it, but the land acquisition program for SR1 is in evidence. It was attached to the rebuttal submissions of Alberta Transportation. Have you had a chance to look at the land acquisition program document?
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Yes,
Okay.
I know they're going to do estimates and you know, well, yeah, on the properties, but at this time and before that, they had already said they're going to spend 80 to 140 million on land acquisition. That's all they budgeted. So I don't know how they can come up with that number when they haven't looked at any of the infrastructure or they haven't really done any concrete land appraisals. So how can they have any sort of idea what the properties are worth?
Right. But with respect to, I mean, as you've indicated, some of your land is in the project area and is required. And you would acknowledge that when it comes time, Alberta Transportation will have full-blown Expropriation Act appraisals done. You'll get market value, any damages you're entitled to under the Expropriation Act, your reasonable legal and appraisal costs will be covered, all of that, correct? You understand that?
I do understand that, but you also have to understand that a legal land appraisal, these lands are agricultural, and that is not at this point of time what we would sell our land for, because I know land can be sold for 10 to 50 times as much if we sell to a developer. So whether you're going to be giving us that opportunity to sell as we would to a developer is another question, or whether we will just be appraised at agricultural. So there's a great deal of difference in variation of what we could get for our properties if we sold them for a development like Harmony or whatever. So whether we, you know, we are reaped of that opportunity financially by just having a land appraisal that's agricultural land. And we have other plans for our land as well. And there's also business loss, and there's all sorts of other things that come into this. Future generations and what they're going to do. So it affects us so much financially, business-wise, and personally.
Sure. But you also understand that as part of the whole land acquisition process, you could hire your own appraiser, and your own appraiser could come up with a value for your land based on what that person considers to be its highest and best use, as we say in the expropriation business. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson. Those are all my questions for you.
Thank you.
So my final set of questions, Mr. Chairman, are for Ms. Hunter.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Hunter, I was looking at Appendix A to the SCLG submissions, which for the record is Exhibit 248. And that's the members list. And I noted, we don't have to turn it up, but I noticed the name Karen Hunter and the address of Morgan's Ridge. Is that you?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And where is Morgan's Ridge?
Straight east of the project. If you look at the air quality maps, okay, that will be my house impacted by one of those. And I have my 4 children, which attend the Springbank schools directly east between my home and the SR1 project.
Okay. Zoom host, could we pull up Alberta Transportation Aid to Cross number 2, please? And maybe we could just zoom in a little bit. So
can I just say in here, Kristen and Bill Wallace, I do believe they are south of.
Sorry, Ms. Hunter, I'm asking the questions. So if you just let me do my job here, that would be appreciated. All I want to know is, so this is a map prepared by Stantec, as you can see from the top right corner. And all I want to know is, have we, roughly speaking, got the location of your residence correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that would be what, about 6.5 kilometers or so from the project development area?
I'm going to assume you're correct on that.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Hunter, you are the president of the Springbank Community Association, correct?
Yes.
And I just want to be clear on what capacity you're appearing here today. So I read in the submissions of the SCLG that the group is comprised of individuals and families. So should I take it from that you're participating here not as president of the SCA, but in your personal capacity?
Yes, that's correct. Although it's hard to segment my brain into those 2 different elements. So I would say, yes, this is my personal capacity. I also happen to be president of the Community Association.
Right. And the Community Association itself is not a member of the SCLG. Do I have that right?
That is correct. Members of the Community Association are members of the SCLG. However,
okay.
Yes.
Ms. Erisman referred earlier to the fact that Springbank is geographically a large community. Can you just help us understand what are the what's the jurisdiction, if I could put it that way, of the Springbank Community Association? In other words, what's the areal extent of Springbank?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, Springbank, I would say, I call it the greater Springbank area, which includes Springbank, Elbow Valley, the airport area. I would consider Harmony part of Springbank. I consider all the way down to Redwood Meadows part of Springbank.
Okay.
And all of the landowners, Tracy Feist, who's on near the diversion channel, is Springbank.
Okay, you say you would you would consider that. I guess I'm wondering, does the Springbank Community Association actually have a map that shows what its boundary, what the boundaries of Springbank are?
I don't understand how that matters, and there is no specific boundary. It's just a broad community. It's like Jumping Pound is a community just to the north of Springbank, and it encompasses acreages and it encompasses houses. I mean, it's a strange question you're asking me. I'm having a hard time understanding the purpose.
Well, I appreciate that things are different in rural Alberta from the city, but I guess what I'm getting at is in the city, you know, my community association has pretty clearly defined boundaries. All I'm wondering is, are there clearly defined boundaries of Springbank?
No, just I can give you general boundaries of Springbank.
Okay, so does the Springbank Community Association speak for the residents of Bragg Creek?
No, the Springbank Community Association has. Are you asking me in my personal capacity or as a president of the community association?
As the president of the community association.
So the president, as in my role as president of the community association, I liaise with Bragg Creek as needed, Redwood Meadows as needed, Elbow Valley Resident Association as needed, Harmony as needed. So, I mean, yeah, and as my personal capacity through this process, I have grown quite a network throughout those communities, just out of necessity and by shared concerns and interests in what's happening with this project.
Okay, let me approach it a slightly different way. Does Bragg Creek have its own residents or community association?
They have the Bragg Creek Community Association, which operates the Bragg Creek facility there.
Okay. Does Redwood Meadows have its own residents or community association?
I do believe they do.
Does Elbow Valley have its own residents or community association?
Yes, but I'm going to just identify you that Elbow Valley, as a contained community, is surrounded by many acreages, homes that are not covered by that community association.
Okay.
Like when you drive into Elbow Valley, they have a homeowners association, a residents association, I believe they call it, for Elbow Valley. But there are people on Range Road 32, 33, 34, all the way through Highway 22 that are not covered by that. So they would be covered by us. And in fact, I do consider members of Elbow Valley whose children go to the Springbank schools members, if they so choose, of the Springbank Community Association. So I think what you need to understand is our community gravitates, our broader community between the rivers, Elbow and Bow, from the Calgary border all the way through Highway 22 and past, gravitates to Range Road 33, which is directly downstream of this project, downwind of this project. And for the 2,000 children that go to school, they come from North Springbank, they come from Harmony, they come from Discovery Ridge, they come from Bragg Creek, they come from Redwood Meadows, and they come to Springbank to school.
Okay.
And they also come, and I just
so-
want to be clear, that they also come to the soccer and sports facilities in Springbank. So when you ask me to define Springbank, I think it's just, you're trying to pigeonhole me into what is Springbank. And what I'm saying is where our schools and our community gathers is a very broad group of people. So do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
I do,
Pitch,
and
Mr. Pitch, if I could just
you're going to need to slow down a little bit.
Yes. Thank you. I was just going to ask that for the court reporter. Your last little bit there, Ms. Hunter, was probably about right for speed, but if it's too quick, it's really difficult for a court reporter to get it down. So thank you very much.
Ms. Hunter, how is the Springbank Community Association financed? Do you get dues from your members? Is that how it works?
This is a great question. And no, I mean, we're not financed. I mean, we really are not. We're really, in my capacity, speaking as right now, not Karen Hunter, SCLG, Karen Hunter, president of the Springbank Community Association. We I consider our membership to be anyone who's interested in participating with us in any way. whether, and we're just working on our bylaws. Our bylaws are 1940, okay? So when I joined the Community Association in 2018, it was a very small organization, and it had been around, as I said, from 1940, so 80 years, or almost. And it was really just operating in a once a year type of annual general meeting type of status. So yeah, so I mean, one of the things we're looking at is what is a member? What does it mean to be a member of a community association? So technically, according to our bylaws, you can pay, I think it's $2.50 to be a member, but we don't require people to do that. We say, if you want to join, you can join.
All right. Mr. Chair, just one moment.
Okay, yes.
Okay, I think I'm done, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to have a quick look at the rest of my notes. Mr. Chairman, those are the questions of Operator Transportation for these witnesses. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitch. So panel members, Mr. Secord, we do have a few questions from board staff and panel members. Mr. Kennedy.
Sort of what I was expecting.
I think someone might, Mr. Fitch, you may need to mute your mic.
In case you're wondering.
Mr. Fitch? There, thank you.
There he goes. Yeah, that's fine, sir. We're ready for panel or NRCB questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, and I think they may be best answered by Ms. Hunter. Welcome answers from others. But the questions relate to the presentation yesterday in your direct and in your written, where you did a comparative benefits of SR1 and MC1. And of course, this panel is here to review SR1 and determine whether it's in the public interest. And your presentation identifies the benefits of each, and I think I think it's fair to say you have a preference if there was a choice for MC1. Is that, do I get that correct?
You know, I think that my view would be with Rocky View County's view that the alternatives were dismissed prematurely. And because MC1 is the only one that sufficient documentation exists on relative to a comparison, that's what I had to work with. I mean, to me, for flood mitigation, it's crucial that you understand SR1 relative to something conventional. So it's unfortunate that there aren't more alternatives, or that wasn't contemplated earlier, to look at the effectiveness of flood mitigation on the rates. And to be honest, I'm so disheartened that analysis wasn't done sooner, because if it was, would we be here today? And I realize you're not here to direct anyone to go build MC1. I understand that. But in my view, I don't think there's enough evidence to show that SR1 is the one you want for flood mitigation. And, you know, I'm not an expert in dams or dam safety, and I've learned so much over these past few years. And I'm astonished it took us this long to present to you today that maybe rates is a problem. And I cannot believe we figured it out this late, and I don't know how it's gone on so long. And so, you know, and it pains me to ask you to reject SR1 because I know those people downtown are begging for flood mitigation. So I take no joy in this process. And, you know, to begin with, I was just curious to see if it impacted our community. And then, you know, you start to ask questions and questions, and you start to understand more and more, and you say, wow, you know, why isn't anyone listening that there are some really big issues here that have come to light between 2014-15 and 2018 when the EIA was filed? Why is nobody taking these comments seriously? And so the last thing I've wanted to spend my last 3 years on is this, but out of necessity, honestly, truly, to try and raise these issues before an independent panel, that is what pushes us forward. We have really felt disadvantaged by the process in this community, and I think the landowners would agree, and that there really wasn't an opportunity for this type of independent review of SR1, in particular relative to an in-stream dam like MC1, early enough to guide an informed, educated decision that was conducted with due diligence and independence without a political lens.
I think you've answered the balance of my questions, Ms. Hunter, and I thank you for that. Mr. Chair, I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Fitch? Oh, sorry, Ms. Fitch. Ms. Vance, how about try that?
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Panel members, Ms. Roberts?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
And Mr. Heaney?
I have no questions.
Mr. Sarosi?
Yes, I have one question. Mr. Secord, I believe it was Mr. Brian Copperthorne who commented during his presentation yesterday on the value of monitoring proposed for the project. And I believe the implication was that monitoring is not the solution for all the issues. And I would like to ask Mr. Copperthorne, what would the SCLG like to see in an effective monitoring program, regardless of the project approved?
Hello, sir. I'm not clear of the question. What comments did I make yesterday in reference to the monitoring? Was it air quality monitoring?
I think that Mr. Sarosi were you referring to Marshall Copperthorne or Brian?
I believe it was Brian, but
okay.
I'm open to being corrected.
Mr. Secord, if it was Marshall, then we could have Marshall Copperthorne brought up. But
sorry, sir. I just didn't catch Mr. Sarosi's. I wasn't sure whether it was directed to Marshall or Brian. So, Brian, I think it's your question to field, and if you'd like it sort of re-explained, then just ask Mr. Sarosi to rephrase it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Sarosi, if you could rephrase the question, I'm not understanding what you're wanting me to comment on.
Sure. The comment I believe was made is that monitoring is going to be monitoring this, monitoring that, where some of the words used, that it may not be the solution, was my implication from that statement. And I was just wondering, in general, what would the SCLG like to consider an effective monitoring program, regardless of the project approved?
So I made comments about the air and the air quality, but
Excuse me, but I think it
don't-
was me that did. I think it was me that actually did talk about monitoring.
And who's speaking, please?
This is Mary Robinson.
Okay. Mr. Copperthorne, did you want to defer that to Ms. Robinson?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
I apologize.
Ms. Robinson?
I think that my comment was that in several places in reports, they have said they're going to monitor wildlife, they're going to monitor birds, they're going to monitor amphibians, all sorts of, they're going to monitor the silt, they're going to monitor noise control, they're going to monitor air quality. And I just don't think that, all of those things, they've most certainly, and a lot of them like the silt, how they're going to deal with it. And they're underestimating it hugely. So monitoring isn't good enough. There has to be really concrete plans. And I do not think that they have any idea what things like silt can do and how they're going to cope with those. And the expense of, trucking away silt and all those things. I mean, just all those things, again, would not be a problem in MC1.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. And thank you, panel. I have no further questions. Mr. Secord, for your panel, I would thank them for the time they've taken, the energy they put into this, and obviously the emotional investment they have as well. Mr. Secord, do you have any redirect on behalf of SCLG?
I don't, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Fitch. I neglected to ask earlier if we could mark the aid to cross number 2, the map that I was looking at with Ms. Hunter, as our next exhibit, please.
Just on that topic, my understanding is that aids to cross are not exhibits and are not referred to by the panel. Am I right about that, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I think it's a mixed bag. If the aid to cross is something that the panel will find important on a go-forward basis, by all means, I think we should enter it as an exhibit. I think this one, when Mr. Fitch referenced it, he called it up from a present exhibit, and I'm going to suggest it was well identified. It will be easy for the panel to locate and for other parties to locate if they so desire. So I don't know that there's a need to separately mark the document.
I would agree.
Mr. Fitch?
If I'm mistaken, I apologize, but I thought aid to cross number 2 was not currently in evidence. But if it is, then obviously we don't need to remark it.
Oh, now, are you talking about SCLG's aid to cross too,
no,
or you're talking about the resident map?
The map that I had the Zoom host call up, and I briefly discussed with Ms. Hunter about the location of her residence. It's got Stantec in the right-hand corner. I don't think that's in evidence.
In that case, if you're requesting it be marked as an exhibit, why don't we do so? I mean, in the interest of time.
I agree.
You've
referred to it in your questioning. The board has been, the panel has been closely attentive as you've been referring to it. Why wouldn't it be in evidence now?
Sure. I had just been on the assumption that somehow aids to cross were not something that the panel considered and would have regard to, and I believe that was in some of the correspondence I received from Mr. Kennedy, but I have no objection. Certainly, I know Mr. Fitch and I are used to having aids to cross marked as exhibits. So in light of that, I'm happy to have Mr. Fitch's aid to cross marked as an exhibit. And I would ask, given that it appears that I was proceeding on a misunderstanding, I would also ask that the 2 8s to cross that I referred to yesterday be marked as exhibits as well.
So, Ms. Friend, or sorry, Mr. Pitch, did you have?
Can't really object to that, Mr. Chairman.
So it's called sauce for the goose.
Indeed it is.
Indeed. So, Ms. Friend, did we have SCLGs already marked as with an evidence number? I recall.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll do the one from this morning from AT will be number 359. And Mr. Secord's 2 8s to cross will be 360 and 361.
And just for the record, SCLG 8 to cross number 1 to AT, that will be 360. And SCLG 8 to cross number 2 to AT, that will be exhibit 361.
Correct.
In terms of describing them in the transcript.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I think I've mentioned I have no redirects.
I was just going to ask you, I think that's where we left off.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Okay, so your panel is now complete. We're ready to move on to direct evidence from Cal Alta. So thank you, Mr. Secord, and thanks to your panel once again.
Thank you, sir.
I did get a note that my voice may be a little faint. Is it coming through a little better now? Can people hear me? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Give that another try.
Pardon me?
Yes. Yeah.
Great.
Very good. Thank you. You're ready. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Floor is yours. Thank you.
So I'd first like to thank the board and Mr. Chairman, first of all, for the opportunity to share our concerns, objections to SR1, and for the pretrial hearing of December 3rd and giving our objections standing. So we appreciate the process so far and want to thank you for hearing us in this process. My name is Bob Williams. I'm the general. I'm going to be careful here, Mr. Chairman, because I'm a fast talker, like Ms. Hunter, and so I'm going to try to be very conscious to go slow, so for the court report. My name is Bob Williams. I'm the general manager of Calway Park. Calway Park is Western Canada's largest outdoor family amusement park. We sit on. We own 118 acres of land, in which the park itself operates on about 27 acres. My background, just so you know, is I have a diploma from Southern Alberta Institute of Technology and Business Administration. I have a ICAE, which is the Certified Attractions Executive from the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions. And I have a CTP, which is a Certified Training Professional from the Canadian Institute for Performance and Learning. And I have taught post-secondary for in excess of 30 years in two areas, leadership and in marketing. That would be my background. The presentation today that I will share will be in the order of Calway Park, Calta Waterworks Ltd overview. It will be the then presentation of our three objections, and then in closing will be our conclusion. In saying the reference material that I will use will be identified as the CalAlta PowerPoint, Exhibit 84, which is file number 201-80728, which is an NRCB document. And then our Exhibit 221, which is our letter and resource material that we filed on February 25th. The other material that exists, and if the board requires, we can forward 4 exhibits. would be the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, and it was their environmental assessment report in which we submitted input to them on February 3rd of 21. There's an article from the CBC, April 28th, 2020, Rachel Ward, and it was in regards to Tsuut'ina Nation and the $32 million grant. And then we have reference to 2 websites, and I didn't know how to submit these, and they're there for the board to take a look at because they're live sites. But is the Callaway Park, which is callawaypark.com, and then for Calta Waterworks is the Calta Waterworks .com, which is our website for the waterworks company. So in saying that, that would be, just to share the housekeeping notes that I would have to start. The
So
final housekeeping.
Mr. Williams, the federal report is in evidence and available on our website. The websites you're referring to, I don't believe are. If there's something specific that you need us to go to there, then I guess it might be best for you to refer to that. Otherwise, I don't know if the panel, if entering into evidence website for us to go snooping around on a website is really of much use, because what is it that we're looking at, and how transparent is that? So I think unless there's something specific that you need to refer to, we may not need to enter websites into evidence for now. If there's a piece of information specific that you want us to see, then we can maybe get the exact page link to that document that you may be referring to. So let's let it play out. If there is no need at the end to enter those into the evidence, we won't. If there is, then we'll need a specific reference and link.
Sounds great.
Okay.
No, that's great. Yeah, you bet. And the websites in my dialogue, especially in objection number 3, is to give the magnitude. But again, it's reference only, and I thought that I would bring it to the attention of the board if required. In conversations with Mr. Kennedy, with regards to our presentation today, the last housekeeping note would be that due to our 3 objections and in regards to timing, it was agreed with Mr. Kennedy that we would submit all of our presentation in area number topic 1 only. That we won't be presenting in topics 2, 3, 4, and 5, even though some of our points might be appropriate in those areas. He just felt that based on what we have submitted to date, that would be the best use of time and we felt comfortable with that, just so you know.
Thank you.
In saying that, I will start with giving a Callaway Park overview. If I could have the Calta PowerPoint brought up on site for the board. Excellent, thank you. So in talking to this slide, I would like people to know I'm representing 2 limited companies today. The first is Callaway Park. Callaway Park is Western Canada's largest outdoor amusement park, family amusement park. We have operated on Range Road, Township Road, Range Road 33 and the Trans-Canada Highway for the last 40 years. We employ 650 seasonal team members, and we are one of Alberta's largest youth employers. In that employment, we also have 40 permanent team members that make up of administration, leadership management, and maintenance. And those 40 team members work year-round in our permanent positions. We are a leader in the province of Alberta and is seen as one of Alberta's #1 visited attractions. We operate on a 104-day year, typically from the May long weekend each year to Thanksgiving weekend as a summer facility. We are leadership in safety. We are a leader in safety, and in that leadership role that we take, we adhere to ASTM standards. We are regulated by ADARSA, which is the regulatory body in the province of Alberta. And we have exceeded all expectations, including the most recent protocols in COVID protocols and procedure. We are a work for credit site, and we're identified as one of the first ones in 2004. And so the opportunity for high school students to work for matriculation credit of up to 25 credits towards their grade 12. We have 8 high school teachers on site that do credit assessment for these students. And we were one of the first sites in the province. The Calgary Board, the Calgary Catholic, and the Rocky View County School Division are all participants in this program that we have at the park. We have won municipal, provincial, national, and international awards in every category over the last 40 years. And we are very, very passionate about what we do. And as I've shared with you, I have been with the park for over 30 years this year. And most of our team members we've all grown up there. We have been a significant participant in the community of Rocky View, in the county of Rocky View, and the community of Springbank. And we are an official partner of the 3 schools, the Springbank Middle, Elementary, and High School. And so that would give you the overview of, in the shortened version, overview of Callaway Park. Calta Waterworks Ltd. Is the utility that Callaway Park initiated in 1981. One of our conditions for our development permit was to build a 10-inch water line from the Elbow River that extends, would go northbound along Range Road 33 to the park in about a 4-kilometer distance from the river. Calta Waterworks is one of the things that we wanted to build originally a 6-inch water line, but it was mandated a 10-inch because of all of the businesses and development that would happen for the water that the county had committed that we would be the beneficiary of if we did so. And in doing that, we were mandated to tie on the schools, the park for all seasons. There's a seniors community association building and water tie on. And over time, we were told that this would come, but we were to borne the costs of putting this utility in place as part of our development permit, which we agreed to. And so in saying that, I'll talk more about Calta Waterworks when we get into the franchise area. So I'll end with the introduction of the waterworks from that perspective. The only comment I would make about SR1, and I'll talk again in the conclusion with regards to SR1 and I guess the lost opportunity, and for the province of Alberta to have the opportunity to diversify, as we've been talking about for the last 40 to 50 years. The opportunity in tourism is significant in the province. The province is rich with not only attractions, but with geography, with culture, with spectacular views. So from my perspective, when I look at the SR1, I guess the only comment I would make is, or the disappointment would be, is the lost opportunity of efficiency of using something like a dam for both, not only for, for flood, yet due to climate change and identified in the first Calgary First Water, First Calgary Water that I read last night is the concern of drought in the next 10 to 20 years. And so I guess the concern, I've shared this with Matt Wood and with Matthew Herbert, you know, that it's unfortunate that the dam itself isn't being having a dual purpose of not just flood, but also for drought. And from my personal bias, is the lost opportunity for recreation and tourism, where a lot of dams around the world, you have campgrounds associated with them. There's water activity, recreation activity, and I just think it would be wonderful. But that is just an opinion. If I could have you go to slide number 2. This slide indicates to you, and I'd like to share with you, that this is the communication that we have had with Alberta Transportation since the hearing that happened on the pre-hearing that happened on December 3rd. And at this point, I would like to, you know, I think it's important for the board to understand that that Matthew Herber from Alberta Transportation has been very responsive, has reached out, and in my mind has done an exemplary job in communication with us as a you know, a concerned stakeholder in this region. So I do want to I want to give credit where credit is due, and Matthew, you've done a great job in my mind in keeping us in the loop. And we might not agree on everything, and that's okay. But I do want the board to hear that Alberta Transportation with Matthew has done a great job in working with us. In saying that, those have been the communication that has happened, but we first came, I guess our first objection happened when we sent an email to Matthew on July 9th of 2019, in which we then had a follow-up meeting with Matt Wood from Stantec and Matthew Hebert on August 8th of 2019. And this was in reference to exhibit number 84. And this was an NRCB document that identified that the potential of sediment into the return water source going from the dam into the Elbow River, that the sediment might and possibly can cause harm to 2 downstream utilities. And the 2 utilities in this document that were identified was Calta Waterworks Ltd. And another utility that is further downstream called Westridge. So in that document, that is where the flag came up for us, and our first objection came to bear at that time. On the August 8th, we had the conversation with both Matt Wood and Matthew Hebert with regards to with these concerns, in which then a follow-up, we received an email communication of Matthew Hebert on October 15th of 2019, just sharing with us that he will keep us in the loop as we proceed and as the process continues to work. So those would be, you know, on this page to give you some sense of the communication and discussions that we've had with with Alberta Transportation. If we can go to our next PowerPoint slide. So how we've laid this out for the board is we have 3 objections. We've identified background, objection, the solution being discussed, and then our request from the NRCB as far as a condition for approval. This was the most logical way for us to lay this out. One of the things that I would say in our 3 objections, one of the things as a company that we do on an annual basis and work continuously over the years with a sergeant named Catherine Severson, who is an expert and works for the Calgary City Police, and she is their emergency response, one of the emergency response managers. One of the things that we've learned on emergency response and assessing risk is, you know, the one that for us is, the first one is weather. A lot of people in the amusement park industry think it's rides, but as you work through it and the safety in the ride industry, it isn't. And the second biggest risk that we face is what they call an unintentional incident. And so when we look at, and I bring it in context to the dam, our objections are based on, we don't know. We're trying to assess the risk of this dam. And as much as the evidence shows and all the work that's been done, from our belief, there's not many of these dry dams existing in the world and in the environment that we work in. And so our concern in raising our objections is potentially that we look at the unintentional incident, the oversight of, oh, we didn't think about that or that. So we come to you today with these objections with that in mind. Objection number one is air quality and ambient air. And so from that perspective, we want you to know, and I'll share a small story here. Growing up in my youth in Saskatchewan, I spent many a summer in my teen years out on a family farm. And so when I look back at my experience, I have been a witness, and I've also been a witness of a sandstorm in the United Emirates. I've also been in Saskatchewan and watched a dust storm on several of occasions. And so I have experienced what dust can do and how far it can travel. And so with this, our understanding of SR1 is it will take 3 seasons to construct. Now, just from a map perspective, and I don't need you to bring up the map, but we are just slightly east of the map that was shown earlier today from Ms. Hunter. We're right on Range Road 33. And the 3 schools, the elementary, middle, and high school, are direct proximity adjacent to us. The 2, high school a little further down the road. And then on the other side of the Trans-Canada Highway is a school called Edge School. So when I talk about this concern of air quality and ambient air, I am talking, you know, immediately primary about Callaway Park and our summer operation. But I also want to bring in context that 18 businesses, which is called Commercial Court, which is just east of Callaway Park off of Range Road 33. These schools and residences, farmers and residences live in this area. So there is a bit of, now just north of us is the Springbank Airport. And then just west of the Springbank Airport is the Harmony development, which has several, you know, hundreds of houses. So when you look at context of this area, and with westerly winds and the dust, this would probably be the first and immediate area that would be the farmers, absolutely, between SR1 and our park. But then the next swath of people that would have consequences to this dust would be in this area. And so when we look at from the perspective and this area, the evidence that I use is the evidence of everyone that has spoke just prior to us. And then the evidence of the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada identifying that this potentially, for them to address it and also to identify mitigation in it, indicates that they also recognize it as a potential impact. Alberta Transportation has identified it as an impact, and they have in their cases have come up with mitigation. So it is a concern. It does exist, as there's evidential resources that share that it is a concern and that it potentially could have an impact. To give everybody, you know, a context also, there's approximately 2,100 school children that from the September 1 to the June 30th time period attend the four schools that I had mentioned. So there, we looked in the total number, and there's about 2,100 school children. The dust also is not just all of us as residences, and I'm sure I can't find any evidence of this, but growing up in Saskatchewan and driving in a dust storm, the SR1 is adjacent to the Trans-Canada Highway. And so the dust that could swoop up from, we get some significant winds in this area, could impact safety on the Trans-Canada Highway. And I'm sure it's addressed somewhere in the documentation, but I haven't seen it to this date, but I would want that to bring up that. And then the last thing from a safety concern is the Springbank Municipal Airport, which is the fourth most touchdown airport in Canada. The dust that it might have impact on flight and equipment that operates in this area. So I bring those up just as an opinion. I don't have any evidence from these other partners, but I do want to say the impact for dust on Cal Alta or Callaway Park is our guest experience. We don't want a dust bowl that is, 6 kilometers west of us bringing dust in so people get it in their teeth and that we work in it. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I think is important for the board to understand is all of our rides have redundancy on them for safety. And one of the tools that we use on all of our, well, not all of them, but most of the rides, especially the larger rides, are what we call PLCs. And PLCs are programmable logic computers. And these computers, what they assess is they're automation controllers, but they are real-time. They give us real-time deterministic information. So if we have what we call in our business a code 2, a strange sound on the ride or anything like that, that ride will be closed. It will be called the code 2. Then the millwright from our maintenance department will attend the ride. One of the first things they do is go to the PLC to see what evidence the ride or the activity of the ride. Our concern from a dust perspective is whenever we have lightning or we have big windstorms, there can be adverse impacts on these PLCs. So then there is a inspection on them to ensure that there was no change or anything like that. They don't necessarily run the safety of the ride, but they do give us information that we use for the safety of opening and closing rides for whatever reason. And this is a significant concern for us with the dust. So that's to give you the overview. The objection is that, the 3 summers of the construction period and then going forward on the construction. One of the things that with Matthew Hubert from Alberta Transportation, it sounds like we're in agreement to a dust monitoring station within the property. And it would make sense for that monitoring station to be at Callaway because of our proximity to the mass that I talked to you about before, all of the impacts of the school children, etc. We also would recognize that the farmers and ranchers that are west of us could access, we could have on our website information if required, if people wanted to know what the monitoring is. So we are in agreement to working with Alberta Transportation. Now, the parts of this, the finalized parts of this have not been figured out, the mitigation plan finalized prior to construction, because we would also want in that mitigation, if there was damages to our equipment, or if we could prove damage to guest experience because of dust, that there would be mitigations in place either for damage or for ensuring that they're taking protocols and procedures to ensure that we don't experience that. What we're asking on objection number 1 is for the NRCB to put it as a condition of approval. And how that condition would be written, we're not sure. Yet we would ask that that be considered in the board's final deliberation and report that they provide. Moving on to, if I could go to slide number 2, or sorry, objection number 2, page 4, the next slide. Thank you. This one is surface water and sediment in the elbow. And so one of the things I want you to understand is that we, in 1992, we did have a flood on the Elbow River. It was a flash flood. And that flood at that time had wiped out our intake system off the Elbow for the utility. So what Calta, we borne the cost to do this, but we went in, and I can't be exact, and I could provide at a later date, but I believe it's approximately, to the best of my knowledge, approximately 500 meters we came inland, and we have put 5 subsurface wells that exist. Now, we built these wells, and we built 5 because for the next 100 years, because we were incurring the costs at that time, we thought we might as well build for the future. Currently, we operate on about 2.25 of the wells for the intake at this time. So we do have capacity, and we've done drawdown tests on the wells in 2014 and 2019. And so we have a pretty good assessed position of the condition of the wells and also their performance of how they take. Now, one of the beauties of this well system is we have a natural gravel filtration before the water reaches the wells. And so our water is pretty clean when it comes in. We look at the flood of 2013, and we can tell you at this time that turbidity levels and the intake of our system was not compromised. And I believe it's because we did this work in 1992. So there have been other floods, flash floods and stuff like that, and we haven't had any thing compromise the well or the intake system. Yet we've never, the most, and I'm not good at this on sediment and the engineering specifications of the sediment, but the understanding we have is that the water coming in, or the flood, could be at 160 meters cubed, and there could be debris when the water is taken from the dam in an August time period and put back into the river. So we're just sensitive to sediment and debris coming into the infrastructure at that time. And so that, the background, I do want you to know that we service all of the community for this utility. And I want to stress that we are a utility. We are governed by the Alberta Utility Commission for rate and for complaint in any matter. And we were deemed a public-private utility in 2004 by the Alberta Utility Commission. So we have two areas that oversight us is Alberta Utility Commission, but more of the oversight is Alberta Environment, who oversees the actual utility itself. So the concern that we have is the significant sediment dump. Now, into the intake system first. In 2006, in Wakerton, I might be pronouncing incorrectly, there was a horrendous water failure with the utility in which some, I believe it was 3 individuals had passed due to some poor water quality and water poisoning to some degree. At that time, Alberta Environment then recognizing that there was a number of not just utilities in the province, but water co-ops, especially in the southern Alberta region, They also recognized that in the Springbank community that, that there needed to be upgrades to utilities. So at that time, they put forward an ordinance to us that we had till 2012 to do an upgrade to our water treatment plant. In saying so, the upgrade, we started to incur that. Along came a developer called Bingham. And then Edge School, which is on the north side of the Trans-Canada Highway, also was trucking water at the time. So both groups approached us, and with the work that they required, we built an 8-inch line from Calta Waterworks, the water treatment plant, and put it under the Trans-Canada Highway to these, one to the future tie-on for Bingham, but two to Edge School, which currently is on the system. In saying that, a venture that started as a $3.2 million capital project ended up being a $6 million plus capital project to what we believe, and I'm not sure anybody could dispute this, and that's why I make reference to Calta Waterworks. I'm not sure we have to put it in as an exhibit, but if any board member wanted to look at the inside of the plant, it is on that. It is on that website. You can see the control system and the ultramembrane filtration system. So what we put in was what they call a super ultra membrane treatment system and filtration system, sorry. And in putting this in, it's state of the art. It's computerized. We can see, we can't tell you it's an actual flush toilet, but we can pretty much give you evidence that at Edge School at this minute, a toilet or a water fountain or something was done, because that's how good this system is. It's fully computerized. It has a backup system for redundancy, and there's a CAT generator on site that if there's ever power outages. So the system was built for the next 100 years. It currently operates on 8 filters. We go side to side because we currently there's only a 33% demand on the system as it is right now. But on the one train, as we call it, we could add 6 more filters, and then we built the building so that we could add a complete full train. We currently, with the current system, could process about 440 acre feet of potable water. With the added filtration and the other train, we could easily exceed over 1,000 acre feet without expanding the building any further. So the building was built in mind for the future, and I'll talk more to this when we get into the franchise agreement. So the system itself services, and we have been recognized in the recent there's 2 ASPs that have area structure plans for Springbank, the north and the south, that have had second reading at council and are now in front of the Calgary Municipal Regional Board on review of their input into that. But we're recognized as the regional, within our franchise, the regional water utility for this Springbank area. And so our concern on sediment and the surface water is the impact. So our objection is the sediment dump and the damage it could cause to both the intake and the new plant. And the solution that we're discussing, and we're not, we've had good communication, and our hope is we can bring to resolution with Alberta Transportation, is that a neutral third party would be identified to assess any damage caused by when water or sediment gets put back into the river from the flood, that we would have a third party determine what the damage was and impact on the system, and that any compensation for damages or impact to the overall utility itself. Some of the detail of that has not been worked out yet with Alberta Transportation, but in this objection, we're asking that the NRCB make it a condition of approval, that this objection that we cite in standing, that it gets recognized. So that would be our objection number 2. Objection number 3, and if I could ask you to go to the next slide. Objection number 3 talks about a franchise agreement with the County of Rocky View. Now, to give you some background of the franchise agreement exists. The county will not just give anybody a franchise agreement. It exists, and we believe, as time went on, when we proved our responsibility and accountability to the utility with the new water treatment plant, and all the work that we have done on the intake system, the drawdown tests, the work that we do with the water treatment utility, the county had recognized this and wanted us to pursue a franchise agreement. This franchise agreement started with the county manager at the county. His name was Stuart Jewison. Stuart is currently retired from the county. He just retired about a year ago, but Stuart approached us in 2009. So the deliberation of this franchise agreement, which we didn't want to participate in because we already had an agreement with the county on having the exclusive area of the Range Road 33, because this was given to us in an agreement for us borning all the costs to put the utility into place. And so one of the things is this pursued for an 11-year period. Eventually, as we got closer to 2015, the deliberation really heated up. So Calta Waterworks Ltd. Had significant legal costs for this franchise to come into place. Now, this franchise, the county's need for the franchise agreement gives them more oversight. It's approved by the Alberta Utility Commission, Alberta Environment, and the County of Rocky View. The sensitivity in this is obviously the schools and the school children and safe drinking water. Like, that's what this was all about for the county in their minds, and to ensure that there was potable water for future development in the area. The benefit to Calta was that we looked at this and said, well, there's really no true benefit for it. Why would we want to do this? And what it does give us is it does give us bylaw enforcement on an exclusive area. And what it does was it gave us an area of geography in which we could have future potential development tie on to offset the costs of the utility. Now, for those that know utilities, and I'm sure many on this board do, utilities are not for profit if they're owned by a municipality. If they're public-private, according to the Alberta Municipal Act, in which the county manager that exists now has made to my attention, that the utility being a private public and within the franchise agreement, the maximum profit that we can make from this utility is 8.4%. Now, I would share that with you that we have not ever made 8.4% on this utility, and that our belief in the investment in the utility is not just for, the sustainability for the Callaway Park and for the existing businesses, but for future growth. So our intention of going forward with this franchise agreement was the win for both. And so we went through a public process, and public postings were throughout the process over the last 3 years, through the county hearings, the first read hearing, and then second and third reading. The AUC publicly posted, and so there was lots of opportunity for input into in this, in which some did, and I do believe some comments did come from the City of Calgary, but I'd have to look back at the historical information to share this. In saying that, the franchise area, it came to our attention that the SR1 takes up about approximately 2,240 acres of our actual exclusive franchise area. This area represents, if you look at, they are in the process of buying 6,800 acres of land. It would recognize approximately 32% of the 6,800 acres of land that they're buying, or if it's the dam size itself being 3,600 acres, our sterilization is 62% of the dam area. And that's the map that you can see. That is our franchise area. Now, in saying that, our potential, one of the largest potentials was the access off of Highway 8, which connects to the Trans-Canada Highway, as you can see in this map. And the businesses along there, which would know we wouldn't have that opportunity any further. And then any other businesses that would come along the area that they might object to if we were ever to put in, the opportunity requests for the area. We look at this and want this to be recognized by the board. And the word that came out of the AT presentation was that this was a commercial venture and that it would be best that it be a one-on-one conversation, and that AT is prepared to have a conversation with Calta. So I want to rebut that in my presentation to say that the County of Rocky-View, for the 6,800 acres of loss, and again, please hear, I don't have the details because we cannot get the details of some of the negotiations, was paid $10 million for the lost tax revenue that they had that they will no longer have once the dam is created. In an article that was on the CBC, April 28th of 2020, Rachel Ward, who is the writer at the time, indicated that Tsuut'ina Nation was given a $32 million grant in exchange for removing its opposition to the controversial SR1 project. It's also our understanding that a compensation has been made to the TransAlta utilities, and compensation, we can't find evidence of this, so I will just state this as observation, but there is press information that the Merskin Cree Nation and the Blood Tribe Kainai have both withdrawn their objection, and yet I cannot confirm whether what or if compensation was paid, yet I found that to be interesting. In saying that I want to argue the fact that this isn't, as much as Calta is the investment over the 40 years into the utility and its operation, and the recent franchise agreement, is the sustainability of the utility. I appreciated last night, or yesterday afternoon in the city's presentation, the document, and I read it last night. And it was the document that they identified that is in, I'm not sure what number it is, but it was the document of One Calgary, One Water. And the city has done an excellent job at, and I'm saying mirroring what we're exactly going through. And the number one thing that they talk about in their document is water security. And water security comes in many forms of securing safe drinking potable water, but also in sustainability. And in this document, they talk about water licenses and managing these licenses, and future growth. And so sustainability comes in for a utility, the opportunity to tie on development, whether it be, it could be farmers that are concerned about water going into their surface water going into their well systems that would eventually want to tie on from a safety perspective, or it could be future development that could tie on, that could offset costs that the Calta Waterworks Ltd has borne. So in saying that, you know, I challenge the word commercial in nature. Yes, it is a public-private, but the role and responsibility of the utility and our responsibility in our franchise agreement to the county and to the residents, businesses, and schools that are currently tied on in the system is to be a sustainable operation. We want you to know that the magnitude of the water treatment plant and to the scale that was built, we have to use a third-party operator that has to be in the plant a minimum of 4 hours a day. The plant is also technically tied to other devices that give us alarms, etc., 24 hours a day and 365 days a year. We also have on site, adjacent to the utility, a security individual and dogs that live there 365 days a year and 24 hours a day. And so we take our responsibility and our accountability to all of these costs using the third-party operator, the security and other costs that we bear to ensure that the utility, and the utility has a security system, cameras, etc. The list goes on and on and on, what we have done to ensure our responsibility. In saying that, our objection to this, our objection 3, is as they have shared, as Alberta Transportation has set a precedent in paying other stakeholders damages. They talk to stakeholders in their, Mr. Gavin Finch today talked in crossing a witness, commercial discussion. The cost of expropriation of land and potentially businesses and damages to businesses. So that's no more different commercial in my mind than what we are providing. And so from our perspective, you know, the objection is that we don't feel that we've come to a valuable conversation of the intention. We understand that Matthew Hebert is prepared to have a conversation. We would like the board to recognize this objection for the long-term sustainability of the, as one of the things that, and a stakeholder that has a damage, that they recognize this, and for not for the commercial operation, because we understand that the board does not compensate. We fully understand that. We're not asking the board to compensate or that, but we asking that a condition of approval is that the Alberta Transportation comes to or engages with Calta Waterworks to reasonable damage awardment for the damages caused to the utility. And we fully understand that that the Alberta Transportation, they have reviewed the franchise agreement as they were crossed by myself in number 1. So they're fully clear on what the exclusive area is. They understand the 2,240 acres, which is 14 1/4 quarter sections. And so the evidence is there that this exists. The maps cross over, as you can see, the map that I've provided. And from that perspective, that's what our request of the board is, that they make this a third on our behalf condition of approval. In saying that, what I would like to do is close with a conclusion. And in saying in my conclusion, one of the things that I want to start out by saying that this flooding, and I can talk to flooding. We had a flash flood. Again, it was a rainfall flood, and I don't know what a flash rainfall flood would do to the dam. But we have had a flash flood happen at the park where the water was raging over Range Road 33 and filled up our administration basement at one point. I had a maintenance worker. It was 2 a.m. and he was on the radio. He said, Bobby, you better get down here. We got a tsunami. And so, you know, we have experienced flooding. It was to the point where I walked outside at about 3 a.m. because we got pump trucks and everything else going. And I looked at our bumper boat pond, and I saw the boats that are tethered to the dock above the whole dock itself. So we have seen and witnessed flooding in the area. We have been fortunate that the flooding that we've experienced did not come from the Elbow River that happened in 2013. But we worked closely with the 2013, you know, we understand and get it. And I, with my whole heart, the Calgary Zoo and their season pass members, we worked with helping them out when they were closed due to the 2013 flood. We had many residents stay at our RV park and campground, and we had special considerations for them to come there. High River, which was another community south of Calgary, was devastated, and we had High River days for families to get away from the stress, and we gave them free admission. So, you know, we fully understand the need for this flood mitigation, and I would want the city of Calgary and the residents of the city to hear and understand that. We do need to solve this. There is no doubt in my mind that mitigation needs to happen. We just say that in saying that, we want to be part of the solution, not part of a problem. We want to the board to understand and recognize the objections we have. Yet they extend beyond Calta Waterworks Ltd. And Callaway Park as a business. They extend into the community, to the schools, to the school children, to all the businesses that work in this area, because we are the utility that provides this service, and we have made the investment in doing so. So in closing, I would like to say, you know, we understand we are asking the board to recognize our 3 objections. We are asking the board to make them conditions for the project to proceed in recognizing not only the investment, but our life's work. You know, as I said, I've been with the park for 30 years. Our human resources and revenue manager's been there 39 of the 40 years. Our rides manager, 20, our food and beverage manager, 25 years. You know, we've worked hard to build this business, and you know, and we take what we do very seriously, and we are very passionate about what we do. We don't want something to come out of left field as an unintentional incident to damage all the work that we've done. And so for our 3 objections, we hope the board takes them seriously. And as I've requested already, we ask the board consider them to be conditions of development. So in that, I would close.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. For cross-examination, wondering parties not an adverse. Ms. Loudon, did you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chair, we do not.
And Mr. Secord? Or is Ms. Okoye?
I'm just getting unmuted, sir.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem with getting the cursor moving. No, we're not adverse in interest, so I think we would not be entitled to ask questions of Calta. I would like to ask a few questions, but I will pass. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Widener?
Likewise, I'd love to ask some questions. There was some important stuff there, but I have no questions at this time.
Ms. Senek?
No questions from the City of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Casano?
No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Krulak or Mr. Fitch? Mr. Krulak, your voice, you're not muted, but I'm not hearing you. I'm not sure why.
Okay, let's try that again. Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Indeed.
Thank you very much. I was mentioning I have a few questions for Mr. Williams. Morning, Mr. Williams. Nice to meet you.
Good morning.
I'm happy to hear that your well intakes survived the 2013 floods. You were able to continue operation during that period?
That's correct.
And you have a remaining concern about releases of water from the Springbank diversion project reservoir after a flood. Is that the nature of your concern with respect to your water intake?
That's correct.
And I take it, sir, you don't have any sort of technical information that would indicate you should expect to have any concerns from the discharge of water out of the reservoir with your, I think you described it as some 50 meter or 500 meter setback for your wells?
The only evidence that we have that potentially could be a concern is the NRC document that was written. It's exhibit number 84. And in that evidence, it indicates, the NRCB indicates the potential for cause of damage. And that's where this objection comes from. It originated from that exhibit and that evidence.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but having regard to the location of your wells, they're set back from the river, and as you described it, the natural gravel filtration, which is able to handle the 2013 flood, you have no technical information that would suggest that the release of water from the reservoir would likely cause any impacts. This is just a potential concern that you have, I take it.
Well, turbidity levels are so there's two causes of concern for the intake system. So the turbidity of when the water is put back into, we have to manage turbidity levels because the water operation requires us to do so to ensure that once we treat the water that we meet the standard required or approved. So our sensitivity is debris or diversion of water that the water might cause when put back in, and then the turbidity levels of the water, what sediment is in it, how much to the degree. But in answering your question, no, I do not have any evidence, a technical evidence that would suggest that we have a concern. So, but from looking at historically and evidence of the river itself, the turbidity level and then debris causing any blockages that the water put back into the river might cause. That is our concern.
Well, it sounds from what you've described, Mr. Williams, that Calta Waterworks has created a robust enough water intake system to cope with the heavy loads of turbidity in the Elbow River naturally if it survived the 2013 flood.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Williams, I just had a couple of questions on the franchise area. I think as you've acknowledged, Alberta Transportation is prepared to have further discussions with you on it. But I don't know, as a Zoom manager, if you have received or could pull up my aids to cross that were sent over on Monday. In particular, if you could pull up number 3, which is the Alberta Utilities Commission decision. Thanks. Firstly, could you perhaps turn to PDF 15? And Mr. Williams, we've been talking a lot about it, so I thought I'd actually pull up the agreement. This is the franchise agreement that you've been referring to and describing?
That's correct, yeah.
And Calta Waterworks Ltd. entered into this agreement with Rocky View County on February 25th, 2020?
The deliberation was 11 years, but the first reading was the 25th of February, 2020, correct?
Yep. And this was sometime after you have actually heard and had discussions with Alberta Transportation on the Springbank project?
That's correct.
And could I also take you to PDF of 74? I think there's a map that's appended to this.
That's correct, yeah.
I don't know if everybody can see it well enough, but there we go. That helps. Thank you, Zoom Manager. So, Mr. Williams, you were describing the water line, and is that what I see in purple if I look towards the eastern side of the franchise area, running north to south?
There's several lines that aren't identified on this map, but correct. The red line would be the primary line that you could see. There's spring offs of this line, and there's also the line crosses the Trans-Canada Highway over to the purple area, which is Edge School, which is, you can see, yeah, so you can see the area of the development there. Oh, sorry, the purple part is the Springbank Airport. The quarter section, the land that is just south is Edge School. You can barely see the school there, but anyway, okay.
And if I just sort of generally describe it, is it fair to say over the period of time that Calta Waterworks has been operating, you've effectively serviced this some areas within the eastern third of your franchise area? Would that be fair?
Yeah, that would be correct.
And you don't provide any services to the remaining 2/3 that would be to the west part of your franchise area?
Not at the current time.
But
if I could make a notation that the exclusive area identified was the future potential for development. And that is why we were awarded this area. And that was the benefit to Calta Waterworks for entering into this agreement.
Appreciate that. And you pointed out on the map in your PowerPoint that a portion of the Springbank project intersects into the franchise area from the western boundary. So it'd be in the sort of the southwestern corner of your franchise area.
That's correct. And the area is 2,240 acres.
Okay. Now, I also wanted to just take a chance here to have you help me clarify the water license situation. Your franchise agreement also identifies water licenses that the Calta Waterworks currently holds.
That's correct.
And
since the agreement, there's been 2 amendments to the water license area I should bring to your attention. So Calta Waterworks Ltd was able to ascertain and would be identified in the document as the B. Stewart license for 34 acre feet. And since the document through Alberta Environment, Calta Waterworks has also taken over the 27 acre feet license in what they call commercial court. So that now is property of Calta Waterworks Ltd. And we're in current negotiation with, and I can't disclose the confidentiality on this, but we're in negotiation on 2 other water licenses. And I'd also make the board and yourself aware that none of our water licenses are return to source. They're all consumable potable water licenses.
And I take it, Mr. Williams, is you have to actually try to acquire existing licenses because it's not possible at this time to obtain new operating licenses or new diversion licenses under the Water Act.
Yes, except for the provincial government has recently made amendments or potentially going to bring this fall some changes to the Southern Alberta water basin due to the fact that they would like to open up a market availability for water licenses because the need of water for some mines that they, coal mines that they would like to develop. And so the Southern Basin, there looks like there is some opportunity for some additional, which is very exciting. And then the other thing is that within the water license arrangement, there's some activity going on with Alberta Environment, the county, and other counties in regards to purpose of license and movement of license. So these are other activities that are currently taking place.
But at this time, you currently have to either use your existing licenses or any particular licenses you're able to acquire.
Yeah, that's correct. We need to, and we have been pursuing additional licenses for the utility, correct?
Right. That's right. Because do you know offhand the rough percentage right now, Mr. Williams, which Calta Waterworks, the amount of water it consumes out of the total amount that it is able to divert?
Yeah, so currently licenses to the system, they're in the document because again, there was another amendment of a third party. Bingham was able to get another 90 acre feet. So we in the document talk about 233 acre feet. Since then, there's been another 90 acre feet added to that license availability. We currently operate the system on the 233 on an annual basis. We currently use approximately about 90 acre feet of the 233 that exists. In addition, since then, there's been another 90 acre feet added to the system. And we don't need to own all the license. That's the other thing I think as the utility and franchise the board needs to know. We just become the point of diversion. There is a group that is west of us. And it's very well documented in all of the county information. It's called Bow Water and Land, and they currently have 1,100 acre feet of agriculture license that's returned to source. That consumable looks like could be another 300 acre feet. We've had several discussions with them over the years of the opportunity, whether we own their license or whether they just become part of our point of diversion and we treat their license. According to the Calgary Management Resort Regional Board, one of the key points in the board that makes is the efficiency of existing infrastructure. And so the efficiency of existing infrastructure in the City of Calgary's Regional Board document, it talks about using existing resources and ensuring that that is the first step. And so in our discussions with Bow Water and Land, it's been a discussion that not another treatment plant get built and now cannot because we have the exclusive franchise area, but that other additional water licenses could be tied into the plant for treating potable water.
Appreciate all that, Mr. Williams. I was just basically just trying to address the fact that expansion requires both customers and available water capacity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have lots of capacity at this time, trust me.
And I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned discussions as to new allocation, which may be available by allocation order in southern Alberta, but that's dealing with the Old Man Basin, isn't it?
It is, but there's a discussion that it could open up some further because there's been a need for development. Right now, as everyone is aware, maybe not the NRCB board members, but the city of Calgary is fully aware of this, that they control and manage most of the water licensing and diversion in this area. And it's been a contentious issue for over the years. And so our hope is that that they recognize us as a utility and that they, that there's possibilities in the future. Things are opening up as there's a recognition that there needs to be, future development for the area.
One last point I just wanted to clarify with you, Mr. Williams. You spoke of various agreements and that I think you suggested perhaps there was an agreement between Alberta Transportation and TransAlta Utilities. And I'm just wondering if you may be relating the discussion that Mr. Ray was advancing the other day with respect to arrangements on the Bow River involving
Possibly,
TransAlta.
yeah. But I understand there was some compensation for a stakeholder that might have some damage. That's the only reason why I bring it up.
So you're not aware of any arrangements between Alberta Transportation and TransAlta on the Springbank project?
We can't get any detail.
Okay.
I can't. We've tried, but as in some of the other Indigenous groups too, we just, the access to the information is not available to us.
Right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Excellent. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Sorry. Laura Lee just advised me that the witness was not sworn. So if we could swear him now, if that would be possible.
Indeed.
We have an oath to give in this case.
So would that be me or Mr. Kulak?
No, that'll be you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, I got a Bible here, so I can. Do I need a witness for the Bible?
And perhaps you can.
Yeah, let me find a witness.
Be swearing on the evidence that has just been given as opposed to about to be given, and I think that'll work. Okay.
Okay, so just let me grab someone to assist me. Yeah.
Mr. Williams, we got plenty of witnesses.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that what he's looking for? I thought he was looking for the Bible.
Okay, so here's the Bible.
All right.
I'll just put that down. Okay, my hand is on the Bible. And I swear that the information I've provided is.
Okay. Do you swear that the information you are about to give and you have given in the past is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Paulo. Yeah, perfect.
Mr. Chairman, I just offer up, and perhaps Mr. Kennedy can consider it. We've made reference to this Alberta Utilities Commission decision that appends the franchise agreement, and maybe for just ease of reference, we can make that an exhibit.
Thank you.
362.
Oh. 362.
Yeah, that's correct. And which aid to cross is that?
That would be aid number 3.
Number 3. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, Ms. Vance, did you? What was the length of the question that you might have? And you are done. Is that right, Mr. Kulak? Sorry, you were complete. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Chair, I have no questions.
Okay.
For this
I think we can finish up now. Then, Ms. Vance.
I just had one clarifying question. At the very beginning, Mr. Williams, you were talking about documents that you might refer to. And I think I sorted out Exhibit 84 and Exhibit 221. And then you made reference to an EIA input from February 3rd. Was that input from CalAlta?
It was from Calta to the Impact Assessment Agency as their request. Now, we haven't filed that as an exhibit, but we can.
Well, I didn't actually hear you refer to it, but I just wanted to check. I just wanted to tie that loop off to see if you.
Sure.
And my understanding, Mr. Williams, is that you were also referring to the actual report released by IAC, and that we do have on evidence. So
Yeah.
That is correct. On both natures, yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to clarify because I had thought it was maybe your input from February 3rd, which maybe somebody can help me. I'm not sure if we have that anywhere. And whether you wanted to use it, I don't know.
Yeah, we can submit it. It's similar to the documentation that we've submitted to the NRCB. So it's our letter with our objections, but we can have that submitted today.
That's not my call, but we do have
okay.
letters I know on record from January and February of 2021.
Okay.
But not that particular one, perhaps.
Okay.
I didn't hear you refer to it, but I wanted to just clarify that point.
We Mr. Peter is correct in the sense that I used as a reference our objections that there's evidence in the Impact Assessment Agency that the air quality, ambient air is a concern, and I made reference to that document for both that and for surface and sediment water. So I used it twofold. One, I said we submitted a letter to the agency, but then I used excerpts from the agency work as evidence of why these are objections for us.
Right.
Okay, so if we have the agency draft report, we have that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Does that suffice, or did you want anything else?
No, that suffices, correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that was the only question I had.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Vance. And panel members, Mr. Sarosi?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Heaney?
Just a couple of quick questions, Mr. Williams.
Yes.
In contemplation of the potential for more dust in the air in the future, have you looked into what you could do to further dust proof your operation? And do you have some idea of the costs involved?
No, we haven't looked into that. As I say, we're on 118 acres. The actual operation is about 27 acres in size. We, on an annual basis, and I can't not disclose the number of guests on an annual basis because we have a policy on disclosure, but we do over 500,000 guests on an annual basis on the 104-day operating season. So, but we have not looked into, on the PLC's example for putting guards on them and that kind of thing. No, we have not looked into that this time.
And then the other question I had was just, point of clarification that you said that the Springbank Airport was the fourth most touchdown airport in Canada. Was that correct?
That's what we've been told.
Well, I was after what the source of that information might be.
You know what? We will look for that and we can submit it to the board.
That's the truth.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Mr. Heaney. Ms. Roberts?
I got a bit lost in all of the numbers for water license, but I'll be happy to review the transcripts, and I'm sure that will clarify it for me. So I won't ask any questions of Mr. Williams.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts. And I have no questions, Mr. Williams. Thank you very much. And did you have anything in redirect based on the questions that you were asked, or are you good to go?
None at this time, other than thank you. And thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the participants in the process.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking for to take a break, but first, I understand, Mr. Wagner, if you're online, that you are not intending on providing direct evidence on topic area 1. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairperson. I believe that everything has been covered off to this point, and I have no new information to bring forward.
Okay, thank you.
But I will be available for cross if it so pleases the panel.
Well, you were going to provide direct in another topic area, is that right?
That is correct. I know that a lot of the landowners have presented their majority, if not all of their case in this section. I had actually chose some personal issues in Crown engagement, and that's where I will be bringing up most of the issues that I have.
Okay. All right, so we'll hear from you on next topic. So Mr. Krulak and Mr. Fitch, you'd be up after break then with rebuttal. If you have, do you have a rebuttal evidence for topic area 1?
No, sir, we're not advancing any rebuttal.
If I might, sorry, it's Bill Kennedy. I had a conversation with Mr. Krulak yesterday as the panel had had at least some questions that it wanted to follow up with your witness, Mr. Saul. I think the suggestion was that Mr. Saul be impaneled as part of a rebuttal panel. And if we're not going to see a rebuttal panel, we need to explore some alternatives.
Or perhaps Mr. Krulak had another, I mean, this is topic area 1, yes, but could that be done on another day?
Just a suggestion, sir, perhaps Mr. Saul could join topic panel number 2. Because we should complete that panel today comfortably.
I'm Mr. Chairman, we're in your hands, which you'd prefer. We could ask Mr. Saul to join the second panel for topic 2, or alternatively, if it's an isolated question, we'd be happy to take that away as an undertaking and provide the board with a response.
Well, I'd prefer, I think our preference would be to ask Mr. Saul so we can have maybe follow-up questions rather than sort of going back and forth with undertakings. So if panel number 2 works, I mean, maybe a bit out of step of process, but, I think overall it still works, doesn't it?
We could certainly accommodate that, sir.
And it gives Mr. Saul time, and then also the panel can make sure we've got all our questions rounded up. So.
And to be clear, Mr. Chairman, we had none of my discussion with Mr. Krulak dealt with the specifics of the question, simply the need for the witness.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So we can begin after break on topic area 2. Mr. Krulak, you will be ready to head off topic number 2 after break?
That's correct. We'll have the panel available.
Okay, great. So let's get back at 11 o'clock. If we could reconvene at 11 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Good, thanks.
Hey, Karen, how's it going?
We have some live mics.
I just took care of it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, I'm muted.
Mary's microphone is on.
Mary's?
Yes.
What is she saying?
I don't know.
That was my microphone on. Oh, no.
Oh. Oops. There, mute. Stop video. Okay. It says mute now. Okay. Then how did it go on the phone? Oh well. Okay, well, we'll talk later.
Just 30 seconds and we'll start.
Mr. Chairperson?
Yes.
This is Scott Wagner. It's come to my attention that even though the microphones are turned off, in my case, I was phoned by somebody and they were listening to my wife and I talk about feeding our fish in the kitchen here. But my mic is clearly off, and there was another person that also stated that their microphone was off and we could hear their voice. So I think there's a technology issue here that, you know, probably not a big issue at this point, but it's probably not appropriate.
Well, of course not. Yeah, that could be awkward for sure. You know, I guess a quick way to test it, if you could just put yourself on mic rate or on mute right now for about 10 seconds and just speak fairly loudly, and let's see if we can hear you now. Just test it. So if you go on mute for about 10 seconds, please.
About to go on mute.
And just keep talking. Yeah. I hear nothing. Anybody else?
No, but I was going to reiterate your point there that it can auto unmute if they begin talking.
There was in this particular instance, Mr. Chair, there was a screen that came up. That's the first time I've seen that screen that said that it was on mute. Prior to that, I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Okay. Well, watch for it. And, you know, I guess, obviously panel members, councils and others, if you hear somebody that is clearly not, you know, on deck for speaking, please do interrupt so we can avoid any issues with auto unmute or whatever might be happening.
I have been muting all participants when we start breaks.
Okay.
And then they do tend to come back on. And I think that's the problem, is that they're speaking and you can hear the microwaves. And so at that point, I'm just muting them all. And yeah.
And
Mr. Chair, if I could raise a much bigger issue, I'm sure council needs to be informed of that when we get back together, because I suspect lawyers are even deeper concerned about that than any other.
And I think they've heard the concern. So thank you, Mr. Wagner. And I was going to start by reminding, we did have a couple of folks that were unmuted. I mean, on the screen, you could see their mute was not, the little red line through the microphone was not there. So just as a reminder to folks to keep an eye on your mute button and keep muted at all times if you're not speaking. Okay, so, sorry, go ahead.
And we'll swear Mr. Wagner when it comes time to, just so we don't forget.
Yes, well, we can do that. Well, I don't think we need to do it now. We can do it during his direct, and he's up later on.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, is that fair? Okay. Okay, Mr. Krulak, Mr. Fitch, you're up on direct, and my notes are correct. I think you've asked for around 30 minutes. Is that about what you still expect you to take on direct?
I expect that is accurate, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and take it away.
Okay. I'll just briefly be looking to introduce our witness panel, and I guess what the people I'd be calling, if you look to Alberta Transportation's topic 2, is I've referred to 5 common members of our witness panel, Mr. Hebert, Mr. Svensson, Mr. Speller, Mr. Brescia, and Mr. Wood. We've also, at the board's request, will add Mr. Saul to that, who was on topic 1, just to respond only to the questions of the board. And we have 3, I've failed to mention Ms. Perrette, who was also on topic 1. So we only have 2 new members of the topic 2 witness panel that we'll be calling upon to be sworn. That's Jennifer Hulson and Dr. Colin Buchanan. And Mr. Chairman, I'm in your hands how you'd wish to confirm with the witnesses who have already been sworn on topic 1 to have them reconfirm that they understand they're still under oath.
If that's necessary, I mean, I that might be the simplest way to do it, and even just an affirmation that they feel. I mean, we don't need to re-swear every time, in my view. So, Mr. Kennedy, Ms. Vance, do you have any alternate views there?
No, I think he can just recognize that he's still sworn in.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'd ask if, Madam Reporter, if you could have Ms. Halson and Dr. Buchanan sworn.
Okay. Ms. Halson?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't see you yet.
Can you see me now?
No,
Come on.
not yet. Ah, thank you. And would you prefer to swear on the Bible or affirm?
Affirm.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Thank you. And Dr. Buchanan? Not seeing him yet either.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Dr. Buchanan is having a Zoom issue. We'll try to rectify it momentarily.
Sorry, who was that speaking?
Sorry, Madam Court Reporter, it's Matthew Hebert, the chair of the Transportation Witness Panel. We're just in a separate room from Mr. Krulak and want to confirm we're having momentary technical issues on the part of Dr. Buchanan.
Okay, thank you. And is he in the room with you then, Mr. Hebert?
Yes, he is, sir.
Okay.
What I can do, Mr. Chairman, is I will ask Ms. Halson to confirm her background, and then we can move to Dr. Buchanan. Ms. Halson, can you confirm that your CV that we've filed in Exhibit 336 and yours is located at page 42 is accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And I understand you work with DEMA, it's all capitals, DEMA, Land Services as a team lead, Indigenous Consultation and Engagement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And could I ask you to describe to the board your education and an experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts degree with honors in anthropology and a Master of Arts degree in anthropology, both from the University of Alberta. I have been with DEMA Land Services about 3.5 years and have been involved on the SR1 project during that entire time. At DEMA, I'm responsible for facilitating consultation and engagement for the Crown and proponents, which meet the guidelines established by the Aboriginal Consultation Office. I have worked with Alberta Transportation on several projects, helping them to receive consultation adequacy from the ACO.
Did you get the hand signal to perhaps slow it down a little bit?
Yes, I will.
Again, could I ask you just to review your role on this application and your involvement?
Yes, my role has been to help facilitate the Indigenous consultation and to maintain the records of consultation and engagement, create the record of consultation logs, as well as track concerns and responses in the specific concerns and response tables. I've also been involved in reviewing and preparing material related to the Indigenous engagement program for regulatory filings.
Thank you, Ms. Halson. Do we have Dr. Buchanan now available to be up? I see you, Mr. Hebert. Is Dr. Buchanan now online?
I'm just confirming.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. I'd ask Madam Reporter if you could now swear Dr. Buchanan.
Dr. Buchanan, would you prefer to swear on the Bible or affirm?
Swear, please.
Okay, and you have a Bible there? Okay, if you could place your right hand on the Bible, please. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And Dr. Buchanan, could I ask you to confirm that your CV that's been included in Exhibit 336, and yours in particular at page 2, is accurate?
Yes, it is.
And you work with Stantec as a principal, and you're the technical lead for Indigenous services. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could I ask for you to describe your experience and education to the board?
I have a PhD in anthropology from the University of Calgary, an MA in anthropology from Carleton University, and a BA from University of Winnipeg with a double major in English and anthropology. I have over 25 years of professional and academic experience, the last 13 years at Stantec. I've served as a discipline lead and a senior advisor on traditional knowledge and traditional land use programs for several major regulatory applications. I was responsible for the scoping, planning, and execution of traditional land use studies and reporting of traditional knowledge in environmental assessments. As subject matter expert for traditional knowledge and traditional land use within Stantec, I provide guidance and technical direction nationwide on TK study methodology and data gathering, and consideration of traditional knowledge in environmental assessments and regulatory reporting. I've appeared as an expert witness before the hearing panels of the National Energy Board, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, and the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board.
And could I ask you to describe, Dr. Buchanan, your role and involvement on this application?
Yes, I was responsible for the traditional land and resource use assessment, providing overall guidance and direction and quality review for the assessment. I provided strategic advice for the Indigenous engagement program for the project and participated in many consultation meetings with Indigenous groups. I was responsible for the preparation and technical review of responses for information requests from regulatory agencies and Indigenous traditional use studies by Indigenous groups.
Thank you, Dr. Buchanan. Mr. Hebert, I'd now like to turn to you and invite you to provide your opening comments and review your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Krulak. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Once again, members of the board, board staff, members of interested parties, and members of the public watching today on YouTube. Since it is my first opportunity to do so, I would like to acknowledge the presentations from the directly affected and adjacent landowners delivered in topic 1. As noted in my opening statement, Alberta Transportation takes seriously our responsibility to understand the concerns with the project and to mitigate those concerns. For the directly impacted landowners, our interest is to continue voluntary land acquisition negotiations to assemble project area, in addition to discussing any other concerns you may have with the project. For those who are adjacent to the project, Transportation will continue to engage with you to ensure its proposed mitigations respond to your concerns. As I begin my remarks on topic 2, I want to acknowledge the presence of the elders from the Stoney Nakoda Nation that will be testifying in this topic session. Transportation welcomes their perspectives on the project, and as referred to in our hearing submission, would welcome future opportunities to engage with the Stoney elders in the completion of their traditional land use assessment. Alberta Transportation's Indigenous engagement program for the SO1 project reflects its efforts to conduct a meaningful and responsive engagement program based on respect and transparency. The Indigenous engagement program designed by Alberta Transportation followed federal and provincial guidelines, took direction from the Government of Alberta's Aboriginal Consultation Office and the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, or IAC, and strove to respect each Indigenous group's specific consultation protocols. For the record, Transportation was directed to consult with the following Treaty 7 nations by the Aboriginal Consultation Office. They are the Tsuut'ina Nation, the Stoney Nakoda Nations, the Piikani Nation, Blood Tribe Kainai First Nation, and the Siksika Nation. In addition, IAC directed transportation to also engage with the following 8 groups: Erminskin Cree Nation, Samson Cree Nation, Montana First Nation, Louisville Tribe, the Foothills Ojibwe Society, the Tohono Nation Council, Métis Nation Region 3, and Métis Nation British Columbia. I have personally been involved in over 32 meetings of some 99 meetings that members of the project team have had with Indigenous groups. As the board may be aware, we have filed extensive records of consultation with the board. Further, we are pleased that many of the concerns raised by Indigenous groups have been addressed through the engagement process and follow-up, as the Stoney Nakoda Nations remain the only group intervening at this time. One of the plans that has been tabled with many of the First Nations are the proposed land use principles driven by comments from the consultation process and information requests from the federal regulator. We have shared this plan with the First Nations and Indigenous groups who I identified earlier, the regulators and stakeholders. This project creates a novel situation where the project acquires private land and converts it to Crown land. Due to the unique nature of the project's operation, there is an opportunity to support uses outside of flood mitigation. This includes the practice of treaty rights among a limited number of secondary uses. The plan filed calls for additional consultation to ensure that all interested parties will have an opportunity to express any concerns or interests they may have in its finalization, which would occur after all project approvals are obtained. Transportation is also committed to Indigenous participation in the SR1 project, including through training, employment, and contracting opportunities. To support this commitment, Transportation developed a draft Indigenous participation plan and shared it with Indigenous groups in November 2019. Since it was first developed, Transportation has advanced the draft Indigenous participation plan by meeting with Indigenous groups, hosting a business readiness workshop, and obtaining information on businesses and contractors that can participate in the construction opportunities. Alberta Transportation has determined what construction work packages could be awarded to Indigenous businesses and contractors if the project is approved. The work will be ongoing until the prime contractor tendering process. Alberta Transportation intends to continue to inform Indigenous groups about the potential opportunities for the SR1 project and to engage further in one-on-one discussions regarding their participation on the project. The Stoney Nakoda Nations have raised concerns about the adequacy of consultation. While Alberta Transportation believes it has made every possible effort to share information, seek input, and maintain communications, whether in person, virtually, by phone, or email, it seeks to address those concerns. Transportation has expressed to the Stoney Nakoda Nations that it is very interested in continuing to meet with them and ensure that they have an understanding of the commitments that Transportation has described and undertaken, as we believe it addresses many of the concerns. We have also indicated that we are very interested in working with them to address the issues they identified in their interim traditional land use assessment. In particular, Alberta Transportation would propose to undertake the following. It would facilitate additional site visits to the Stoney Nakoda Nations before construction to review habitations in the camping areas in ceremonial and sacred areas identified in the Stoney Nakoda Nation's interim traditional land use assessment report, with representatives from Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism, and Status of Women to confirm whether the areas identified by the Stoney Nakoda Nations are reportable under the Historical Resources Act, and to review potential mitigation measures. Alberta Transportation would endeavor to assist the Stoney Nakoda Nations in completing and finalizing the Stoney Nakoda Nations traditional land use assessment, and AT invites them to submit their final traditional land use assessment report. Alberta Transportation will provide a written response to the final report and would be pleased to meet with the Stoney Nakoda Nations to review its response and discuss the proposed mitigation measures. It would assist and encourage the Stoney Nakoda Nations to participate in the project's First Nations Land Use Advisory Committee. Alberta Transportation would welcome engaging the Stoney Nakoda Nations with respect to undertaking cultural monitoring during construction and participation in the development of a mitigation plan. Transportation would seek to provide the Stoney Nakoda Nations with updates with respect to the implementation of the Wildlife Mitigation and Monitoring Plan to ensure that they have information available to them to assess the issue. I have invited my colleague, Dr. Colin Buchanan, who, as you have heard, holds a PhD in anthropology and over 25 years experience in ethnographic and historical research pertaining to Aboriginal people, their culture and history, to share his observations on Alberta Transportation's efforts and consultation on this project and how we might address concerns raised by the Stoney Nakoda Nations. Dr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Baer. Alberta Transportation started early engagement with Treaty 7 First Nations in 2014 as directed by the Aboriginal Consultation Office, and when the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada directed that additional Indigenous groups be engaged on this project in 2016, Alberta Transportation acted quickly to expand the Indigenous engagement project.
Dr. Buchanan, I'm just going to interrupt. I believe the court reporter may be having some difficulty with the speed of your speaking. Could you kindly just slow down a little for her?
Thank you. Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vance.
The record demonstrates that Alberta Transportation has conducted robust and meaningful consultation for the SR1 project. The consultation logs contain thousands of entries and reflect meetings, workshops, site visits, correspondence, funding for traditional use studies, and ongoing project updates. Alberta Transportation shared project information in a timely manner and met individually with Indigenous groups to review project information and obtain their perspectives on potential project effects, specific concerns, and recommendations for mitigation. Upon receiving traditional use studies from each Indigenous group, Alberta Transportation prepared a written response addressing the comments and concerns and identifying proposed mitigation to avoid or reduce project effects. Alberta Transportation then offered to meet with those Indigenous groups to review the written record and obtain their feedback. Alberta Transportation has attempted to respond meaningfully to concerns and issues raised by Indigenous groups, and in response to their feedback has made noteworthy changes to the project, including fish passage measures, improved wildlife passage, and the addition of the debris deflector. Of course, the most significant change to the project in response to Indigenous concerns has been the development of the Principles for Future Land Use and the proposed First Nation Land Use Advisory Committee to support First Nations practice of treaty rights and traditional uses. Alberta Transportation has provided numerous opportunities for Indigenous groups to share their views on potential effects and comment on the environmental impact assessment. In addition to funding traditional use studies and facilitating site visits, Alberta Transportation has provided draft effects assessments to Indigenous groups prior to filing the EIA, and then offered to hold workshops with Indigenous groups to obtain their input on proposed mitigation measures and discuss how project-specific concerns have been addressed in the EIA. In my experience, these initiatives are rarely, if ever, undertaken and provided Indigenous groups with a unique opportunity to have their input meaningfully considered in this project. On February 26, Stoney Nakoda Nations submitted a large volume of material to the NRCB and then filed their interim traditional land use assessment report on March 4th. Based on review of this material, it appears the information provided by Stoney Nakoda Nations confirms the assumptions made in the EIA about the nature and extent of Stoney Nakoda Nations traditional use in the PDA, while the interim traditional land use assessment report provided additional site-specific traditional use information in relation to the project. No new pathways or potential effects to Stoney Nakoda Nations treaty rights or traditional uses have been identified that have not already been considered in the EIA. I'll now turn it back to Mr. Hebert for final comments.
Thank you, Dr. Buchanan. Mr. Chairman, I would close my remarks by confirming that Alberta Transportation is fully committed to continuing its engagement with the Stoney Nakoda Nations, and we'd be pleased to meet with the Stoney Nakoda Nations to review any remaining issues it may have with the SR1 project and to discuss the proposed mitigation measures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. Does that conclude your direct?
Mr. Chairman, I just had a further follow-up question for Mr. Hebert. As a result of some comments made by the Springbank Concerned Landowners Group with respect to local benefit and parkland, and I'm wondering, Mr. Hebert, whether you'd have any comment on those observations that were shared in the testimony of the SCLG yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Krulak. Mr. Chairman, as I indicated in my remarks, the intent of the land use principles, assuming the project is approved, is to advance those principles into a land use plan or a land use instrument that would have the necessary details and background to administer the land use within the PDA. That plan is subject to community engagement, so I would like to refer to the panel that the development of the ultimate land use plan is subject to community engagement. One of the components of that plan relates to non-motorized recreational use, which we would understand would be of benefit or interest to the community. I would also note that Alberta Transportation took interest into the remarks made by Ms. Hunter yesterday regarding the development of park opportunities. She referenced some potential community infrastructure that is of interest to our organization. While I'm not in a position to respond directly to the specific request she made related to a land set aside, I would like to confirm that Alberta Transportation has an interest in discussing the potential opportunities for community use of the PDA that's proposed for the Springbank Austin Reservoir project that would be defined within the secondary uses within the proposed land use principles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hebert. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the direct evidence of Alberta Transportation on topic number 2.
Okay, thank you. Calgary River Communities Action Group. Any questions, Mr. Cassano?
No, sir. Thank you.
And City of Calgary, Ms. Senek?
No questions. Thank you.
And is it Ms. Loudon or Mr. Ray with Stoney Nakoda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Ms. Loudon.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Yes, we do have questions of this panel. Before I begin, I'll just clarify for the panel that when I say SNN or Stoney Nakoda, I mean the individual nations of Bearspaw First Nation, Chiniki First Nation, and Wesley First Nation, who are collectively known as the Stoney Nakoda Nations. I may also refer to Alberta Transportation as AT. And I propose, unless there's any objections, to direct my questions to the panel generally, and you all may determine who is best suited to respond. So the Stoney Nakoda participated in field visits with Alberta Transportation in October and November of 2016. How did Alberta Transportation determine which sites it would take the Stoney Nakoda participants to during the field visits?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the members of the Stoney Nakoda Nation confirmed the locations that would be pursued on the site visit.
And can you provide an explanation as to how that happened, how they confirmed those sites?
Ms. Halson will provide a response.
Hi, this is Jennifer Halson. There is a map with property numbers that was sent to Stoney in September 30th, 2016, and then Stoney could then indicate which properties they wanted to visit.
So there was only specific properties that the Stoney Nakoda were able to visit, is that correct?
I understand it that it was the properties that had access agreements with Alberta Transportation at the time.
During the field visits, the Stoney Nakoda participants were taken to the Our Lady of Peace mission site. Why were they taken to this site?
Mr. Chairman, we don't know. We assume it might have been at the request of a member of the group, but we don't know specifically.
I believe the panel of the Stoney Nakoda Nations later in their direct evidence may address that, but it is our understanding that it was not at their request. Is it true that the Our Lady Peace mission site is outside of the project area?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And were the Stoney Nakoda participants provided the opportunity to visit other sites outside of the outside of the project area?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so.
Is there an explanation for, again, why they were taken to the Our Lady Peace mission site, but not provided the opportunity to go to other sites outside of the project area?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Svensson will provide a response.
Sorry, found the mute button. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. This is Mark Swenson. I believe I can respond to part of that anyway. The Our Lady of Peace Mission Cairn site was one of the only historical resource sites to be identified through Alberta culture at the time, and it is a historical and key area or key resource within the area is also right adjacent to the project development area, and specifically mentions the Blackfoot people in on one of the plaques in or associated with the mission cairn. There's also an area where you can look and see where portions of the project would be from. You can view them from that spot.
So without being provided the opportunity to go to other areas just directly adjacent to the project area, would Stony Nakoda, were they given the opportunity to identify sites that might have been of significance to them that in the same way were adjacent to the project area and which they thought could perhaps be affected by the project?
The site visits were, as Ms. Halson had mentioned, we provided the Stony Nakoda Nation with a map of the project area, identifying what parcels of land we had access to, and asked them to identify where they wanted to go. So that is how we went about providing access and working on those site visits with the Stony Nakoda Nation. At no time did we receive any information from the Stony Nakoda Nation identifying areas outside of the project area for which we did have access to. Public areas were not that they would like to have visited.
What is Alberta Transportation's understanding of the difference between Aboriginal and treaty rights, also referred to as Section 35 rights, and traditional land and resource use?
I assume you're not asking for a legal opinion. It's Ron Krulak.
Nope, simply, as we'll get into, but in the assessment of traditional land and resource use and in the apparent assessment of effects to Aboriginal and treaty rights, just what the understanding was of the Alberta Transportation team of what those two various things are.
Mr. Chairman, I'd refer to the benefit of the panel that we described Alberta Transportation's position relative to treaty rights, starting in section 226 of Alberta Transportation's hearing submission, which is exhibit 325. I'd ask Dr. Buchanan to supplement my response.
Certainly. The definition for traditional use or current use, we used current use to align with the SIA at the time, SIA 2012 definitions, include activities such as hunting, trapping, fishing, use of habitation areas, trails, and travelways. We considered effects on treaty rights and traditional uses in alignment with the Government of Alberta consultation guidelines and policy on consultation with First Nations. And in the EIA, we state that effects on the resources used for traditional or for exploited for treaty rights, an effect on the resources would be considered reasonably considered an effect on the treaty right.
So in the environmental impact assessment, were there any valued components or indicators specifically developed for potential effects on Aboriginal and treaty rights? To clarify, I'm asking if there were indicators beyond those used for traditional land and resource use that were used to assess effects to Aboriginal and treaty rights.
The VC that we assessed was traditional land and resource use. This is in alignment with regulatory guidance. And within that, we considered the effects as directed by the project terms of reference and the guidelines for the project issued by the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada.
So is it Alberta Transportation's position that there was an assessment of potential effects to Aboriginal and treaty rights?
As I've said, the assessment was conducted in alignment with the guidance provided by the regulatory agencies, being Alberta Energy and Parks and the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. And if you look at the terms of reference issued by Alberta Energy and Parks, it asks for assessment of change in availability of traditional resources, change in access, and effects on cultural and medicinal plants. And that's what we've provided.
I understand that. Just to clarify, my question was, is it Alberta Transportation's position that an assessment of potential impacts to Aboriginal and treaty rights was conducted?
I've heard the question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's Ron Krulak. I've heard the question now asked a couple of times, and I think the witnesses responded. And I think that's probably to the extent of the response from Alberta Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Krulak. Ms. Loudon?
Is it Alberta Transportation's understanding that for a full assessment of impacts to Stoney Nakota's Aboriginal and treaty rights, there must be a consideration of the exercise of the right, in addition to a consideration of impacts to cultural, social, and ceremonial components of that right?
I think, as I said, we conducted the assessment in accordance with guidelines, both federal and provincial. And if you'd like, we can bring up the terms of reference issued by Alberta Energy and Parks. And we've conducted the assessment and provided the information that was asked for.
Is it Alberta Transportation's position that mitigation measures should be directly responsive and proportional to specific impacts that are identified?
Mr. Chairman, in general, sorry, yes.
Can I ask that Exhibit 18 at PDF page 134 be pulled up, please? Thank you. So near the bottom of the page there, sorry, under mitigation measures, it states that mitigation measures provided for hydrology, surface water quality, aquatic ecology, vegetation and wetlands, wildlife and biodiversity are applicable for mitigating effects on traditional land and resource use. Is it fair to say that these are mitigations of biophysical components?
Thank you. It's Mr. Brescia here. One moment. Apologies for that.
Mr. Brescia, maybe, I'm not sure if your microphone is situated in front of your mouth or not, but give that a try.
Is that better?
Yeah, and maybe speak just a little bit louder, please. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you. Yes, it would be fair to say that that the majority of those mitigation measures would be mitigating the biophysical components of the valued components.
And in this same exhibit, if I can ask that we scroll to PDF pages 135 and 136. Perfect. And just if we could scroll down a little bit further to the bottom of the page. So at the bottom there, it says current use sites or areas located within the area of permanent structures and the primary reservoir basin will be permanently removed. It's anticipated that following construction, current use sites or areas would remain largely unchanged outside of the PDA. And then if you could just scroll down to the next page, the residual environmental effects from the project on TLRU are determined to be not significant because they do not result in the long-term loss of availability of traditional use resources or access to lands. And it goes on. Can you explain the conclusion that effects from the project on traditional land and resource use were determined not to be significant?
Yes, I can. So what has been determined in the EIA is that there will be some effects to traditionally harvested resources. Some vegetation will be removed, but that it won't affect the abundance and viability of the species harvested by Indigenous groups within the PDA.
Since receiving the Stoney Nakota's interim traditional land use assessment, has this conclusion changed?
No, it has not.
Thank you. If you could just give me one moment. Is Alberta Transportation able to provide any examples of mitigation measures that were developed to mitigate impacts to cultural, social, or ceremonial components of rights?
So Alberta Transportation has received information from several Indigenous groups about cultural or spiritual sites that are important to them. Alberta Transportation has worked with these groups to understand the nature of these sites, the importance to the Indigenous groups. They've done things like facilitate site visits with representatives from Alberta culture, multiculturalism, and status of women to examine these sites and determine if they are considered sites under the Historical Resources Act and what kind of mitigation might be required. And if they're not sites under the Historical Resources Act, how they can be respectfully recorded, mitigated, or commemorated with, from the perspective of the Indigenous group.
So have those consultations with the Stoney Nakoda occurred regarding the sites that they identified in their interim traditional land use assessment?
Mr. Chairman, those discussions have not occurred as of yet. We received that study on subject to check, I believe, March 4th, 2021. As we indicated in our reply submission and in the statement I made this morning, Alberta Transportation has an interest in discussing those sites with the Stoney Nakota Nation with a view to developing a greater understanding of them and to discuss mitigations where appropriate.
Mr. Pallo, you caught who, that was Mr. Hubert speaking?
Oh, my apologies.
Mr. Hubert, thank you.
What sorts of mitigation measures, I understand we're speaking generally, as you just noted that those specific conversations haven't happened with the Stoney Nakota, but generally what sort of mitigation measures might be available for these sorts of sites? you can perhaps provide examples of measures that were implemented for other nations' sites that may have been found in the area.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, one moment.
So, as I've said, Alberta Transportation has offered opportunities to work with Indigenous groups to identify the nature and importance of the sites. And I think that would be a first step to undertake with Stony to identify appropriate ways to mitigate these sites.
If sites are located within the project area that are deemed to not, you can't mitigate those sites, for example, if they're located right within where the project structures are proposed, will Alberta Transportation be accommodating the Stoney Nakoda for the loss of these sites?
I think first it would need to be determined whether these sites are historical resources under the Historical Resources Act, and if so, Alberta Transportation would follow the requirements of this Historical Resources Act and provincial legislation in dealing with these sites. If they are not sites under the Historical Resources Act, Alberta Transportation will work with Stoney Nakoda nations to identify ways to, as I've said, record, mitigate, or commemorate these sites.
So in that last list there, I believe you said record or commemorate. You didn't list accommodation. So is it fair to say that accommodation is not an option for if those sites cannot be avoided?
Mr. Chairman, it's Matt Hebert once again. I would say that we would welcome the engagement with Stony regarding sites that they want to identify and discuss with us further. To date, we've not discussed accommodation with other groups relating to historical sites, but we would welcome the opportunity to discuss with Stony further to understand their concerns in this regard.
Did Alberta Transportation conduct a calculation of the land within Alberta and within Stoney Nakoda traditional territory that is currently available to the Stoney Nakoda for the exercise of Aboriginal and treaty rights?
No, Alberta Transportation did not.
Has Alberta Transportation done a calculation of the amount of land within the project area that would become inaccessible to the Stoney Nakoda, specifically which would not intersect with the proposed land use area?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, is it possible for Council to clarify her question?
So has there been a calculation of the amount of land within the project area that would be inaccessible to the Stoney Nakoda, for example, as a result of dispositions, safety-related concerns, etc.? So the amount of land within the project area that would not be available to the Stoney Nakoda. I referenced the land use plan, understanding that the suggestion there is that those lands will be available.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's Ron Krulak. I'd just like to briefly first clarify that I take it you're asking the question after the project is would be approved and developed, because trust we're all aware at this time the land is largely all private land.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Kulak. Yes, you are correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'm able to provide a response. As I noted in my opening remarks this morning, and it is
Mr. Hebert speaking.
Oh, sorry. I'll get better as we go. As I referred to in my opening remarks this morning, and as we've referred to in our filings related to the land use, proposed land use plan for the SR1 project, this does represent a novel opportunity whereby what is currently private lands will become Crown land upon assuming the approval and the assembly of the project development area, and again, subject to all applicable legislation and guidelines. As we've clarified in the proposed land use plan and principles document, a certain amount of the land is the project's infrastructure and would not be accessible by any users outside of the operator, Alberta Environment and Parks. We have specified some areas that could be accessible to Indigenous groups upon arrangement with the operator. Those are the areas that directly intersect with the infrastructure. And then the reservoir area, which is the principal land use area that would be available to First Nations for the practice of treaty rights.
Is it Alberta Transportation's understanding that the ability of Stoney Nakoda members to exercise their Aboriginal and treaty rights includes factors such as preference of Stoney Nakoda land users and how this might result in, for example, avoidance behaviors?
Mr. Chairman, is it possible for Council to clarify what's meant by avoidance behaviors?
So for example, preference of Stoney Nakoda users regarding, for example, the fact that they may not want to exercise their rights or visit sites if there is dust or noise or the presence of construction workers, and how those factors could therefore lead to nation members avoiding the sites or not exercising their rights in that area. So that's sort of what I mean by avoidance behaviors. And I can repeat my question that is it Alberta Transportation's understanding that the ability of Stoney Nakoda members to exercise their Aboriginal and treaty rights includes factors such as the preference of the Stoney Nakoda land users?
Thank you, Dr. Buchanan will provide a response.
So Alberta Transportation understands that Stoney Nakoda Nations has described in submissions for other projects preferences for land use, but the treaty rights as understood by Alberta Transportation and in alignment with the policy of the government of Alberta are as outlined, as we said previously, in the reply submission and in the response to SIA information request 2-1. I'll also note that the interim traditional land use assessment submitted by Stoney Nakoda Nations does not mention preference of or avoidance.
But you did note as that those behaviors are noted in the other evidence filed by the Stoney Nakoda. Is that correct?
Yes, we'd acknowledge that.
So just to clarify, I note that Alberta Transportation has stated that it will maintain access to identified current use sites located outside of designated construction and project development areas during construction and operations. So in identifying that availability, did Alberta Transportation consider what we just went over in terms of preference-based avoidance behaviors, and that might lead to a Stoney Nakoda member not accessing those sites?
I think that commitment reflects Alberta Transportation's willingness to work with Indigenous groups to understand, first of all, the location and nature of specific sites that can be avoided, and then work with them to develop conditions for access.
Can I ask that Exhibit 325 be pulled up, and specifically PDF page 71? And at paragraph 256. So it states that the Alberta Transportation received the interim traditional land use assessment, and the types of activities used and defined appear to align with the traditional activities, practices, sites, areas, and resources that were already assessed. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And can I ask that Exhibit 324 be pulled up, and specifically PDF 39? So in the last paragraph there, in the column on the furthest to the right, it states that Alberta Transportation has received the report, and the last sentence there, that it's currently reviewing this report. So I just wonder, with that statement and with the statement that we just read, Alberta Transportation seems to be, on one hand, stating that it's still reviewing the interim traditional land use assessment, still needs to meet with the Stoney Nakoda, but then at the same time concludes that nothing new is presented in that report. And I just wonder if you could reconcile those two statements.
Mr. Chairman, I think the appropriate way to reconcile the two statements is that in an effort to ensure that we could provide an initial assessment for the benefit of the completion of the hearing submission, we undertook a review of the document, made certain observations of that document. As I stated in my remarks today and in the hearing submission, generally, our strong desire is to meet with the Stoney Nakoda Nation to discuss the report in detail, as we've offered to other First Nations. And again, in an effort to understand the concerns in greater detail, and as suggested, where appropriate, consider and propose mitigations that would be reflective of the concerns raised.
Can I ask that Exhibit 310 be pulled up, and specifically PDF page 17? Oh, perfect, thank you.
Ms. Loudon, just before you get to your next question, I was going to ask about your timing. I think it was Mr. Ray that had indicated to Mr. Kennedy, and the panel had approved the 60 minutes. Not sure maybe, if you're going to be able to make that time, or if that we're still on track. If so, we can continue right through to 12:30 and then break for lunch. What's your thinking in terms of timing so far?
I will do my best to be done in 30 minutes. I think it's possible.
If you think it's close, then we might as well continue, and if that's acceptable, we'll break at 12:30. I think we should break regardless of 12:30, but if you could finish, and then there wouldn't be a break in the Q&A for your section at least. So please continue. We'll break at 12:30.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So with these, so this is the Stoney Nakoda interim traditional land use report. Was Alberta Transportation previously aware of these sites?
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is the first time Alberta Transportation has seen these particular sites.
So the Stoney Nakoda's interim report does identify new information then, is that correct?
So as was said, the Stoney Nakoda traditional land use assessment provides more site-specific information. The EIA and Alberta Transportation's further consideration of traditional use information provided by Indigenous groups throughout the assessment process, including many of the IRs, considered.
Muted, I think.
Sorry.
Ms. Robinson, you may not be muted on my screen at least. I think we're getting some outside. Ms. Robinson? There we go, muted now. And everyone else just have a quick check and then please proceed, Mr. Buchanan.
So yes, this identifies new site-specific information, but the fact is that in the EIA and in other submissions made by Alberta Transportation, cultural and traditional sites were identified as potentially being affected. Alberta Transportation adopted a conservative approach in undertaking this assessment and assumed that traditional use could occur in the area, even if specific information was not provided. We understood that Stoney Nakoda Nations had agreements with landowners and was accessing private land to undertake treaty rights and traditional uses. And so this just confirmed that there are specific sites within the PDA that are important to Stoney Nakoda Nations.
And you've stated that meetings still need to occur with the Stoney Nakoda to discuss these sites and this information and to discuss potential mitigation options. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we've proposed.
So I'm just curious if those meetings have yet to occur, how could Alberta Transportation come to the conclusion that these sites have been sufficiently mitigated?
Well, I think Alberta Transportation does need to meet with Stoney Nakoda Nation to identify or to understand the nature and importance of these sites. I'll note that the interim traditional land use assessment provides just a description of the site, saying camping site or ceremonial site or sacred site. So I think it's important to understand further the nature of them, understand whether these are sites recordable under the Historical Resources Act, and work with Stoney to identify just to identify the nature and extent of these sites.
Thank you. And just to be clear for myself, so these sites have not been assessed for particular mitigation measures as of yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I'll just note that the historical resource impact assessment is ongoing. There are sites that Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism Status of Women has directed that either be revisited or still need to be visited. So, as this project moves through the regulatory approval process, if it is approved, additional site-specific investigations will need to be undertaken for the historical resources impact assessment and yeah, thank you.
Has the historical resources impact assessment been provided to the Stoney Nakoda?
So the historical resources impact assessment has been submitted to Alberta Culture, and Alberta Transportation is not able to provide that to other parties, including Stoney Nakoda Nations. Stoney Nakoda Nations may request it from Alberta Culture.
Once it is completed, is Alberta Transportation able to provide that directly to the Stoney Nakoda?
Mr. Chairman, as described by Dr. Buchanan, the document is under the responsibility of the Ministry of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. We'd certainly be willing to share or facilitate the contact between the Stoney Nakoda Nation and the appropriate people in the Ministry of Culture so that the sharing of the report at the appropriate time can occur.
As you've just,
Mr. Powell, that was Mr. Hebert. You got that? Okay, great, thanks. Sorry for the interruption.
Dr. Buchanan, I believe you just stated that there are still, or perhaps it was Mr. Hebert, I can't quite recall, I'm sorry, but that there are still components of the historic resources assessment that need to be completed. Is that correct?
Yes.
So can you explain how the significance determination regarding historic resources was able to be arrived at if the assessment has not been completed?
As is typical for projects, the Historical Resources Assessment is guided by the Historical Resources Act and is the responsibility of the Ministry of Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. The approvals required will be obtained from the appropriate minister prior to the project moving forward.
I understand that just to specify, in the environmental impact assessment, there is a significance determination about the impact to historical resources. And I'm just trying to understand how that conclusion was able to be reached at if there has not yet, if there's still things that need to be done within the historic resources assessment.
It's Mr. Brescia. So in the historical resources assessment that was included in the EIA, as Dr. Buchanan mentioned,
Excuse me, extremely difficult to hear.
Is that better?
Yeah, and just pick up your voice a bit would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do that. So in the historical resources impact assessment, there is a significance definition. And as Dr. Buchanan mentioned, the assessment focuses on historical resources that are identified under the Historical Resources Act. And as such, the definition of significance is one that alters or that results in an unauthorized project-related disturbance that is part of a historical resource considered by Alberta culture to be of heritage value and that is not mitigated or compensated as required by the regulators. And as part of our submission of the historical resources impact assessment, Alberta culture, multiculturalism, and the status of women has already identified certain mitigations that they require. And so we understand that with any of the historical resources that were identified, appropriate mitigations will be identified by the ministry, and those will be undertaken by Alberta Transportation.
Has Alberta Transportation reviewed Stoney Nakota's evidence that its ceremonial, cultural, and sacred sites are immovable?
I believe it says that in the interim to traditional land and land use assessment report.
And sort of in a, I guess, in a similar way, has Alberta Transportation reviewed Stoney Nakota's evidence that once its ceremonial, sacred, or cultural sites are disturbed or destroyed, they are culturally lost to the Stoney Nakota?
Subject to check, I think it says that in the report.
So then is it Alberta Transportation's understanding that certain mitigation measures, for example, site removal, that are often proposed under the Historic Resource Act and under assessments for cultural heritage sites, that those may actually result in additional impacts to the Stoney Nakota?
Mr. Chairman, it's the position of Alberta Transportation that we engage with Indigenous groups. In this case, we'll be speaking specifically about Stoney, to understand the location of those sites. We do acknowledge that some of those sites may be lost in the eventual construction of the project should it be approved. We have made certain commitments to Indigenous groups related to opportunities to perform ceremonies ahead of construction. The commitment to the elders visit that we made relates specifically to the completion of the traditional land use study. Alberta Transportation would certainly invite the Stoney Nakota elders or other members of the nation to take the opportunity that may be available for site visits ahead of the construction of the
project. Can Alberta Transportation explain how it determines the level of heritage value that a site has? So in other words, how it distinguishes between moderate, high, or very high heritage value?
Mr. Chairman, it's Dave Brescia here. I can't explain the specifics, but those values are defined under the Historical Resources Act and its associated processes.
Are you able to specify whether Aboriginal knowledge is included as a factor in that determination?
One moment. Mr. Chairman, it's Alberta culture that makes that determination.
So I'd like to turn now to the proposed future land use plan and associated First Nations Land Use Advisory Committee. How will representation on the First Nations Land Use Advisory Committee be selected?
Mr. Chairman, there are additional details regarding the land use, proposed land use principles in general in Exhibit 216, which was a response from Alberta Transportation to the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada information request, package 4, technical review, round 2, March 23, 2020. It describes the process through which the government of Alberta has proposed to launch the work of the First Nations Advisory Committee. I assume that Council is inquiring on how Alberta Transportation at this phase of the project and should it be approved through construction and then operations over to AP. But we would contemplate that we would be approaching the First Nations that would make part of the advisory committee to identify individuals to represent their nations on the advisory committee.
So at this time, there's no clarity on which First Nations would be included in that committee. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe in our, I'm not sure if it's evidence, but in our response to the IAC, to the federal agency, in response to their draft environmental assessment report, Alberta Transportation advised that agency that it would be the First Nations that Alberta Transportation has either consulted with in the case of Treaty 7 First Nations, or in the case of the Treaty 6 First Nations, those that we engaged with on the advancement of the application of the project.
Would the Stoney Nakoda be appointed as the chair of that committee?
Mr. Chairman, we've not reached a point in the development of the committee to determine the chair position. I would suggest that would be an element that would be open to engagement at the point in time at which the committee is assembled.
What level of authority will the advisory committee have? I understand in the draft principles that you referred to, there's a mention of the committee providing recommendations. Will the committee be restricted to simply making recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, as described in greater detail in Exhibit 216 that I just mentioned, the intent of the First Nations Advisory Committee is to ensure that the First Nations I referenced are in a position to use the land use area in an effective manner. Certainly, at a principal stage, there's a significant amount of detail relative to implementation that will have to be informed. So our expectation is to engage with those First Nations, to understand their perspectives, to get insights on how the government of Alberta can effectively advance the commitments it has made in these draft principles. We contemplate receiving recommendations, but we expect that between the First Nations involved, Alberta Transportation, Alberta Environment, as a department responsible for land management, Alberta, to engage in a respectful and collaborative manner in an effort to advance this particular or proposed aspect of the project.
So who would have the final say on whether or not recommendations are implemented?
Mr. Chairman, ultimately Alberta Environment Parks, as the department within the government of Alberta responsible for land management and land use, would be the department with the authority under applicable legislation and under the Government Organization Act.
Is the proposed future land use plan intended to serve as a mitigation measure or a part mitigation measure for, among other things, impacts to the Stoney Nakoda?
So, Mr. Chairman, in our filings, we've not referred to it specifically as a mitigation. As I explained earlier, and as is referenced in our materials, this does present a unique opportunity in the sense that it is the creation of Crown land. The government of Alberta recognizes that it has certain obligations relative to the treaty uses that accompany Crown land, and view this as an opportunity for the Stoney Nakoda Nations and the other First Nations that I've referenced to practice treaty rights and traditional uses.
Under the proposed plan, would First Nations, including the Stoney Nakoda, be restricted in terms of which rights and traditional uses they could practice and at what times they could practice those rights and uses?
Mr. Chairman, as outlined in the draft principles, there are certain conditions in which the site can be used. Foremost is safety. And safety in this context is the ability to safely use the reservoir if needed during a flood season. If it were to be used in a flood season, the ability for the operator to conduct reclamation activities and any sort of repairs that would need to be done to the site or infrastructure. But I would also reference that any particular, the exercise of particular treaty rights on the site would be subject to any of the applicable laws in Alberta that govern hunting, for example.
And under the draft guiding principles that you've mentioned, and I think you just mentioned again, the primary use is for flood mitigation, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And a secondary use is the exercise of practice of Aboriginal and treaty rights. What are some of the other secondary uses contemplated under the plan?
Mr. Chairman, again, I'd refer the panel to Exhibit 216. Just make sure I reference the page correctly for.
And you want that brought up, Mr. Hebert?
I don't have to bring it up, Mr. Chair. I just want to ensure that you and your panel members are aware of what I'm referring to when I point to what I'm about to point to. I just want the PDF page number. So again, Exhibit 216, PDF page 24 being the last page. It lists specifically the other activities that are contemplated on the site. I already referenced the need that was related to managing the site following a flood event. Beyond that, there's a limited number of uses that are contemplated. One of them it relates to the ability to have non-motorized recreational access. The other relates to the need to have grazing within the project development area, as others, particularly the landowners, have referred to. A significant amount of the area is pasture or grassland. The operator needs to be in a position where it can effectively manage the growth and accumulation of grass so as to reduce the risk of fire. And beyond that, and just for the clarity of the panel, the government of Alberta foresees no other dispositions that would be granted on that site on account of the primary and secondary uses contemplated.
And you can confirm that some of those uses are likely competing uses to the exercise of rights and traditional land and resource use?
Mr. Chairman, Alberta Transportation and Environment and Parks as the department that will be responsible for finalizing a land use approach should the project be approved, recognize that some of these uses may be in conflict. The commitment we've made as a part of these principles, it's actually the section following the other activities I described. Alberta Environment and Parks contemplates that there would be engagement with First Nations, the public, Indigenous groups on the means and mechanisms to attempt to reconcile the conflicting uses where they may arise.
Mr. Chair, I note that it is 12:30. I am certainly near the end, but you noted perhaps a break at 12:30 is a good time, so I'll pause and turn it to you.
Alberta Transportation, you're good to reconvene after lunch then? We'll take a 1 hour lunch break. And Ms. Loudon, how long do you think you'll require after lunch?
I should be done within 20 minutes, sir.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's reconvene at 1:30. Mr. Paulo, Mr. Wiebe, when Mr. Wiebe has the council and perhaps 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses, so 4 bigger blocks, is it easy for you then under that scenario to, even if they're not identifying who's speaking, it's easy for you just to see who it is and see the name, or do you still require or prefer they say their name under that?
No, you're talking to me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so what's best, as long as the panel's on, that's fine. It's whenever somebody else jumps in that hasn't been on for a while. And then, because I think Justin is pretty good with keeping the panel on the screen. He's been really good thus far. Right. It's just anybody else sometimes.
So Mr. Wiebe?
Yeah.
You know, there's times where you could, like Mr. Brescia is, and Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Hebert, for instance, are probably fielding the majority. You don't necessarily have to pull them off each time if you want. You put the 4 up. If you have to replace one because they do end up bringing someone else in, that's fine. But that would be a little bit easier for you, I think. And then and then if they start speaking, we don't, you know, that little time delay, it doesn't cause Mr. Paulo maybe a bit of a hesitation there on recording. So, okay, awesome. Thanks. Yeah, you're doing great, Mr. Wiebe. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Paulo. And you're going to be, I guess you're heading out for the afternoon now?
Yeah, Laura Lee will be back in. So.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Great job. Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good lunch.
You too.
Hello, could I just hear somebody say something, please?
Good morning, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. It was so quiet. I just wanted to make sure my audio was working.
A 2-minute warning to start, roughly. Okay, I think we can get started. I see Mr. Krulak is in speaker view. Is that because, did you have an interjection or do I have that? Or does Mr. Weeb just have you up there to, people thought they needed a closer look, Mr. Krulak.
I'm sure they don't, sir. I'm simply waiting.
I think he was just a random selection there until we got it going.
He's the door prize winner.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Loudon, you mentioned you would likely need another 20 minutes or so to wrap up on land use. So are you ready to continue on?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I am. And okay. I should be certainly done within 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So I just have a couple more questions about historic and cultural resources, and then we'll kind of move to my final few questions. Based on our exchanges earlier, is it Alberta Transportation's evidence that in its consultation efforts about historic and cultural resources, particularly in regard to site-specific concerns, that Alberta Transportation firstly takes direction from Alberta Culture and only after that may seek input from the Stoney Nakoda?
So Alberta Transportation follows the Historical Resources Act, and sites that are designated as historical resources under the Act, they follow provincial guidelines and legislation. If the sites identified by Stoney Nakoda or any other Indigenous groups are not recognized as resources, historical resources under the Act, then Alberta Transportation will work with these groups to identify, as I said earlier, identify the nature and importance of the sites and work with the groups to develop appropriate recording, mitigation, or commemoration of the sites.
So for the sites that are captured under the Act, Alberta Culture is the body that Alberta Transportation takes direction from in that regard. Is that fair to say?
As required under the Historical Resources Act, yes.
Why then did Alberta Transportation not include any of the evidence from Alberta Culture in its application? And quite frankly, not include a representative of Alberta culture on the panel?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm I guess merely seeking clarification. If Alberta Transportation is taking its direction in terms of assessment and consultation as it comes to historic resources, why wasn't any of that evidence, particularly the evidence submitted to Alberta Culture and from them, included within Alberta Transportation's application?
Well, there's a very regular and regulated process for undertaking historical resource impact assessments in Alberta. A proponent needs approval and a permit from Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women to initiate a historical resources assessment. This assessment is done according to the direction under the Historical Resources Act, and the reporting is provided back to Alberta Culture as required. This is a normal process on every project, and Alberta Transportation on this project has followed this process as required by law.
And I just wanted to clarify something that we had gone through earlier. I had asked if Alberta Transportation would provide the report that it provided to Alberta Culture. And my understanding, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that your position is that that is under the control of Alberta Culture and cannot be provided by you?
Well, that's not Alberta Transportation's position. That's the law of Alberta. And the Historical Resources Act requires that these reports be provided to Alberta Culture, and they're the custodians of the reports. Stoney Nakoda Nations is able to request those reports from Alberta Culture.
And those reports originated from Alberta Transportation, just to confirm, and were submitted to Alberta Culture, correct?
They were produced by licensed archaeologists, licensed to practice in the province of Alberta, that were employed by Alberta Transportation. That's correct.
Alberta Transportation has stated that it will commit to working with the Stoney Nakoda to support Stoney Nakoda completing its traditional land use assessment. What tangible assistance will Alberta Transportation provide to the Stoney Nakoda to complete this assessment?
Mr. Chairman, as I referred to earlier, we'd welcome the opportunity to discuss that matter with the Stoney Nakoda Nation. My understanding is that the Stoney Nakoda Nation has budget remaining within funds that were authorized at an earlier point for the purpose of completing this study. But as I've said, and I'll reiterate again, we'd welcome the opportunity to discuss with Stoney the means through which they would complete this work.
How will Alberta Transportation incorporate any new information from the Stoney Nakoda that might arise out of a completed traditional land use assessment?
So Alberta Transportation, I think, would undertake the same process that they have with other Indigenous groups that have submitted traditional use studies. We would review that study. We would provide a written response that considers the concerns and issues and potential effects identified by Stoney Nakoda Nations. We would discuss where, if these concerns and issues have been discussed or addressed in the EIA or in any of the filed material from Alberta Transportation. We would identify mitigation that appears to Alberta Transportation to avoid or reduce effects, and then meet with Stoney Nakoda Nations to discuss this response, and specifically if the mitigation proposed is adequate or additional refinements are required.
Is it possible that any of Alberta Transportation's conclusions regarding potential effects of the project could change after receiving a completed traditional land use assessment report and further information from the Stoney Nakoda?
It's of course possible. That would depend on the results of the final traditional land use assessment.
But it is possible.
Of course.
Can I ask for Exhibit 324 at PDF page 7, I believe, to be pulled up? Yeah, that's perfect. So at paragraph 9, there's an excerpt from a meeting that occurred between a Stoney Nakoda consultation representative, William Snow, and Alberta Transportation. And in it, Mr. Snow raises concerns about how previous information of the Stoney Nakoda was ignored for other projects, and a concern that this evidence isn't included. I wonder, after receiving that comment from Mr. Snow and hearing those concerns, whether Alberta Transportation worked with the Stoney Nakoda or proposed any alternate strategies to resolve or address Stoney Nakoda's concerns.
Mr. Chairman, I understand at that time there were additional efforts made to attempt to obtain or to encourage the completion of a TUS, notwithstanding the position stated by Mr. Snow at the meeting in February of 2019. I believe those follow-up letters are referred to in the next paragraph, and I would reiterate for the board our willingness to discuss with the Stoney Nakoda the completion of the final TUS and to equally reiterate our interest in having a discussion about the results.
I thank you. I understand that, and I note that, again, Mr. Snow's concerns were particularly about the incorporation of the Stoney Nakoda's evidence. And so besides just reiterating and encouraging the Stoney Nakoda to complete their report, if there was any conversation about confirming with Mr. Snow that the evidence would be considered and discussing possible alternatives to address that concern raised by Mr. Snow.
Mr. Chairman, I'd reiterate that we continue to be open to talk about this matter with Stoney Nakoda. I'm not aware of any alternatives that were proposed at the time, but as I said, I would submit to the board that the best method of discussing the completion of the report and the application of any mitigation would be best addressed through the means that Alberta Transportation has proposed to this proceeding.
And the last sentence of paragraph 9 there says, Mr. Svensson, sorry if I stated that incorrectly, stated that Alberta Transportation was expecting the Stoney TUS 2 or 3 years ago, and the EIA was submitted a year ago. There is little that they can change now. So is it fair to say that Alberta Transportation has no intention of adjusting project plans in response to new information that might be received by the Stoney Nakoda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we would be interested in understanding the Stoney's concerns. As we've committed, would propose and discuss appropriate mitigation and where appropriate, make adjustments to the project.
What firm commitments has Alberta Transportation made to some of the other nations, in particular Tsuut'ina, Ermineskin, and the Blood Kainai, regarding this project?
Mr. Chairman, I can advise the board that in the case of the nations mentioned, Alberta Transportation has concluded agreements with those nations. They are confidential in nature, and I'm not in a position to disclose their contents.
Will the commitments made to those nations within those agreements impact what might be available within the Indigenous participation program to other nations?
Mr. Chairman, as I stated, I'm not in a position to disclose the contents of those agreements. However, the opportunities available to the Indigenous groups that we've engaged on the program under the Indigenous participation program, which are principally construction-related opportunities, are available to all of the nations that are engaged in the project. It would have no impact on what's available to the Stoney Nation.
Is Alberta Transportation committed to reconciliation?
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be a fair statement to say that Alberta Transportation is committed to reconciliation. I think in fairness, reconciliation is an ongoing process. It involves Alberta Transport, in this specific case, Alberta Transportation and the Indigenous groups involved to have dialogue. Alberta Transportation has expressed its willingness a number of times to meet with Indigenous groups to understand their concerns further, and where possible, propose appropriate mitigation.
Is Alberta Transportation committed to the principles under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples?
Ms. Loudon, I might just intervene. It's Ron Krulak to say that if the province of Alberta has a stated position on that, I'm sure it would also apply to Alberta Transportation.
So can you provide an example of how those principles may have been incorporated in project planning?
Mr. Chairman, we'd be pleased to take that as an undertaking subject to the advice of council.
We'll undertake to consider that and provide a response.
Loudon?
Thank you. That would be appreciated. Mr. Chair, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Loudon. Mr. Secord, SCLG, are you or Mr. Koyi?
Yeah, I will
ask
be.
Questions.
I will be conducting all of the cross on topic blocks 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And then Ms. Okoye and I have divided up topic block 5.
Okay. And you're ready?
I'm ready. And how's my voice sounding, Mr. Chair? Is it clear?
Yeah, it is clear. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, as you recall, at page 265 of the transcript, I had indicated that I had a few cost questions left over and suggested I put them to AT in topic block 2, and I think that met with your approval. So I just have a couple quick cost questions for AT. And I'm not sure you need to turn this up, but I think the reference is Exhibit 254, PDF page 30. it indicates that when Rocky View County states that if SR1 proceeds, that county receives $10 million as a result of lost tax revenue for the land that is going to be converted from private land to public land. So do I understand then that, is it on approval of this application that AT writes a check to Rocky View County for 10 million for lost tax revenue? Or has that money already been paid?
Mr. Chairman, the agreement between Alberta Transportation and Rocky View County is subject to a confidentiality clause. I'm not in a position to discuss the details of the agreement.
So maybe we should turn up Exhibit 254, page 30. And this is from Ms. Hunter's presentation. It indicates the date of Friday, May 29th, 2020. It indicates Rocky View County has signed an agreement with the Alberta government. It says that if SR1 proceeds, Rocky View County will receive 10 million from the province. Are you saying, Mr. Hebert, that this information is not in the public domain?
No, Mr. Chairman, that is information in the public domain. But as I referred to earlier, I'm not in a position to provide details on the specifics of the agreement subject to a confidentiality clause.
And in relation to the $10 million to be paid for future loss of municipal property taxes, is that something that has been included in the cost benefit analysis done for SR1?
Mr. Chairman, the agreement in question came after the completion of the benefit cost agreement that was conducted for SR1.
Mr. Secord, your voice is clear. We don't have the static that we had yesterday, but if you could just speak up just a little bit, I think that'd be appreciated by the rest of us and court reporter as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, I understand that AT has also made a payment to the Erisman First Nation for the withdrawal of its opposition to SR1. Can you tell me how much was paid to the Erisman First Nation?
Mr. Chairman, as I referred to a moment ago with Council at Stoney Nakoda Nation, Alberta Transportation has reached an agreement with the Erisman First Nation. However, I'm not in a position to disclose the contents of that agreement on account of the agreement having a confidentiality clause.
And has the amount of the amount of money that AT paid to Erisman, has that been factored into the cost benefit analysis for SR1?
As I referred to, Mr. Chairman, I'm not in a position to disclose the terms of the agreement. However, I would note that the agreement comes after the point which the last BCA was completed.
And I understand that AT has also made a payment to the Kainai for the withdrawal of its opposition. Can you advise how much was paid to the Kainai, and was this payment factored into the cost benefit analysis done for SR1?
Mr. Chairman, I can confirm to the board that the Alberta Transportation has entered into an agreement with the Kainai Blood Tribe. As I've indicated in the testimony to Stoney Nakoda Nations, the agreement is subject to a confidentiality clause, and I'm not in a position to disclose the contents of the agreement.
Are there any other facilitation payments that AT have made or that have been required for the withdrawal of opposition to SR1 from any of the other stakeholders?
Mr. Chairman, there are no additional agreements I can refer to at this time.
Has AT offered any money to the Stoney Nakoda for the withdrawal of their opposition to SR1?
Mr. Chairman, we continue to engage with the Stoney Nakoda Nation, and it would be inappropriate for me to provide comment on the nature of those discussions.
What is the expected financial damages that AT expects to pay to Cal Alta as a result of SR1?
Mr. Chairman, as we referred to in our hearing submission and my opening statement and the testimony this morning, Alberta Transportation is open to discussing the impacts of the project on Cal Alta's franchise area. Alberta Transportation continues to obtain information from Cal Alta on the nature of that impact. And I would submit to the board it would be inappropriate for me to speculate on a number at this time.
All right, on land cost estimates, AT states that the total cost for land is now 140 million. Originally, as mentioned, I think in Exhibit 100, page 6, the costs were estimated at 40 million. Does including the full 140 million mean that you are buying more than 6,900 acres? Or is that $140 million the price for 3,600 acres?
Mr. Secord, you're referring to PDF page 6?
Right.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, as we confirmed at that time, the 140 million is the estimated amount of money to assemble the project area based on the best information we have available to the department at this time.
Document manager, there's no need to pull something up unless I ask you to do so, okay? So I'm going to refer to documents, and unless, Mr. Hebert, you think you need to look at it, I'm just going to give a transcript reference. I'm assuming you're familiar with these numbers, so, but if you need to look at something, by all means. So the 140 million, is that the cost to purchase 6,900 acres of land? Can you walk us through the latest numbers and how much land are we talking about for this estimate?
So, Mr. Chairman, the $140 million is our best estimate of the funds required to assemble the project development area, which is the approximate 3,600 acres required for the project.
So you're just planning to acquire the entire footprint of the project area, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the 140 million represents an estimate of the costs required to assemble the project development area. As referenced in our land acquisition program, landowners do have the option of entering into discussions at their request about purchasing additional adjacent lands. Should we pursue those discussions with those landowners, Alberta Transportation intends to resell that land after the project is complete.
So the 140 million then is the price for 3,600 acres?
Mr. Chairman, that represents our best estimate to assemble the lands necessary in the project development area.
And are you able to tell us how much land you've acquired already and at what cost? And what the price per acre would be?
Just bear with me one moment. I'm just grabbing our hearing submission. I'll give you the precise numbers.
You might want to look at your exhibit 325, paragraph 50.
Thank you, Mr. Secord. That's what I was searching for. the land acre numbers aren't there.
Mr. Chairman, it's Gavin Fitch. If it's of any assistance, I believe we have a number of acres in our reply submissions. I remember the number of acres. I just don't remember what the paragraph number is.
Sorry, Mr. Secord, I'm a bit slow this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, it is in paragraph 18 of Exhibit 325. So far, we've acquired some 1,024 acres, of which that represents approximately 25% of the project's total land requirements.
And what was the price paid for the 1,024 acres?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not able to provide the specific details of the purchase prices, or I mean of the settlements entailed in purchasing those acres. Those agreements are with third parties and are subject to confidentiality agreements. But our current estimated amount to purchase those properties is approximately $41 million.
So 41 million has been paid?
To date, sir, yes.
And so then would it be fair to say that you expect to pay $100 million for the remaining, if I do the math, 3,600 minus 1024, so we're talking about 100 million for the remaining 1,600 acres? Sorry, for the remaining, let me do that math again. So you're going to acquire 3,600 acres. You've bought a little over 1,000. You've got approximately 2,600 left. You're expecting to pay about $100 million for the remaining 1,600 acres.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, that's within our best estimate of the amount of funds required to complete the land acquisition program. Again, as I would remind the panel, there are a number of individual landowners or associated companies owned by individual landowners. We continue to attempt to negotiate with those landowners on a voluntary basis. And the principles through which we buy those lands are outlined in the land acquisition program, which is among which was included within our hearing submission.
And I think my last question on cost was to do with Camp Kiwanis. That's K-A-M-P, Kiwanis, K-I-W-A-N-I-S. Does the remaining budget for acquisition of land, does that include the replacement of any of the capital infrastructure at Camp Kiwanis? Or is it just land costs?
So, Mr. Chairman, the estimate we've made for land values reflects our best estimates of the lands and properties that would be replaced at that site. I won't speculate on the details. Our intent is to continue discussions with Kiwanis directly.
And yeah, sorry, Mr. Hebert.
No, I was just going to add, Mr. Secord and Mr. Chairman, that we intend to continue discussions with the Camp Kiwanis, the operator of that site, regarding the impacts of the project on the program and infrastructure.
And what in particular is the full cost of the Camp Kiwanis impacts?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to speculate on the particular costs. We have an estimate that we've developed based on the best information we have. And as I said, our preference is to continue discussions with Camp Kiwanis, the third party, to deal with the impacts of the project on their lands and infrastructure.
And is that estimate something that has been disclosed to the Natural Resources Conservation Board?
Mr. Chairman, we've disclosed the estimate of the land value for the project based on the best information we have available to us at this time. We have not disclosed the individual breakdowns out of respect for the process of negotiations that we intend to pursue with impacted landowners.
So are you saying, Mr. Hebert, that that replacement of capital infrastructure at Camp Kiwanis, buildings, water and wastewater servicing, that is included in the $140 million?
Based on the best information we have available to us at this time, we have assumed the costs related to that site. But again, out of respect to the discussions we'd like to have with that particular group, we would like to continue those discussions in an effort to resolve the impacts of the project on their site.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hebert. I'm now moving to topic block 2, and I don't think you need to turn it up, but by all means, if you need to, Mr. Hebert, let me know. My reference is to Exhibit 325, PDF 24, the second bullet point.
Mr. Secord?
Yes.
It's Chair here. Just let me check in with Ms. Vespa. And welcome, Ms. Vespa, for the afternoon. Can you hear Mr. Secord? Are you okay?
I can hear him. I find the same as you. His volume is a little low. The sound is crystal clear, but the volume might be a little low for parties.
Right. The sound is nice and clear this time, Mr. Secord. I wonder if you wouldn't mind if you could just real quickly because you're going to be on for a few minutes here. I'm not sure if you know where to check this, but where you're under the mute or unmute button, there's a little arrow.
I'm there right now.
Okay, and then audio settings, and then microphone level. You might want to turn your microphone level up a bit. Is it low there? Do you notice?
I'm just trying to, I've got my microphone array, but
it's actually
microphone level. I don't see anything on that where it talks about levels.
And you went to audio settings?
I went to audio set.
It's on
audio,
the bottom.
Here, yeah, there we go.
Right.
Audio settings, yeah.
And then there'll be speaker and microphone.
It says my mic is at max.
Okay. Well, that's about as good as we can do then. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
And
I'll just speak up.
Right. If you could, that'd be great. Thank you.
Speak up.
Sorry for the interruption.
No. So, Mr. Hebert, we were referring to the response evidence, which states, AT states, and I quote, "The land use plan for the project area has not been finalized and will be the subject of further and ongoing consultation consistent with the draft land use principles for the project." And then in Exhibit 99, Alberta Transportation sets out the draft land use plan and the guiding principles for future use of the project area. And I don't think you need to turn it up, but Exhibit 99 mentions that the draft land use plan was prepared following consultation with Indigenous groups and stakeholders. First of all, who drafted Exhibit 99? And maybe Document Manager, you could pull it up. So who drafted the document, Mr. Hebert?
Mr. Chairman, that was a document prepared by Alberta Transportation.
But it's under cover of Stantec.
That's correct. Stantec was the consultant working for Transportation under our direction to prepare the application. But however, this document specifically was prepared by Alberta Transportation.
And who at AT prepared this document?
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated the other day, in terms of the preparation of documents in government, they're prepared by department officials and they're issued to the departments.
And is there anybody here who had a hand in the preparation of this document, Mr. Hebert?
Specifically, Mr. Chairman, I had responsibility for overseeing the preparation of the document with department officials.
Okay, so which stakeholders did AT engage in preparing the land use plan as noted in Exhibit 99?
Mr. Chairman, one moment. Sorry, I'm just conferring with individuals who were on the project before the filing of the document, or before the preparation of the plan. Mr. Chairman, stakeholders refers to feedback that was received at open houses that occurred in the period leading up to the finalization of this document.
And who in the local communities did AT engage in developing the draft land use plan and its principles?
As I referenced, Mr. Speaker, there were comments that the department received from individuals at the open houses the department conducted on the project, and I believe that represents the individuals that were engaged about the land use principles or the land use concept that would have been filed as part of the environmental impact assessment.
Which principle or principles in Exhibit 99 did AT include as a result of input from the Springbank community residents and landowners?
Just one moment, Mr.
Maybe document host, you can pull up the page with the principles on it so we can look at them. You went too far. There we go. Just go up a little bit. There we go. So primary use and secondary use. Just go up a little bit. Mr. Hebert?
So, Mr. Chairman, the principal element of feedback that was received from community and stakeholders related to the ability to access the PDA, or for the ability for the public to access the PDA. That reflected feedback on a land use concept that was part of the filings in the initial EIA. I'd also just point out for the benefit of the board that this set of draft principles has been superseded by revisions to the draft, or an evolution of the draft principles that's occurred through our interactions with the federal regulator in the review of the project.
Has AT presented any land use concepts to the Springbank community at an open house or information session?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just confer with the individuals that have the stakeholder records so I can give you a direct response.
Document host, you can take down the exhibit. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe in just a moment, a member of our panel, Michelle Perret, will refer to some of the instances where the initial land use plan was shared with the community at open houses. But for the benefit of the panel, and I'll refer to our hearing submission This would be within the Exhibit 327, the chronology of meetings and interactions with the SCLG, or the Springbank Community Association. We had shared a version of the guiding principles with the SCA in December of 2019, and an invitation to meet to discuss those principles in further detail.
And did that include presenting land use concepts to the community?
So, Mr. Chairman, just to provide a specific answer, I'm told that the initial land use concept was presented at open houses in August of 2017.
Did AT ever discuss specific public benefit or public amenities with the Springbank community?
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe in those early open houses, there was an opportunity for individuals in the Springbank community to make representations or to provide feedback on specific community amenities. As I referred to in my remarks this morning, River Transportation is available and open to discussing community amenities with the Springbank community. Potential options that we can explore that would be of interest or benefit to the community as project development continues.
What specifically did AT share at these open houses about public benefit or public amenities for the Springbank community?
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman. We'll see if I can find a specific reference.
Well, Mr. Hebert is consulting document host. Could you turn up, please, Exhibit 254, PDF page 114 from Ms. Hunter's PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Chairman, we're looking for a reference. It's just taking us a moment. It's in a large document, so we'll be back in a moment.
I'm assuming, Mr. Chair, you're not counting the consultation time against my budget.
Well, if I do, I'll need to count any of your thinking time for questions as well.
That's already occurred, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is Mark Swenson. I can respond to that question. During the open houses in 2017, we had open house boards, boards number 20 and 21, that specifically reference the future land use of the area. It talked about the primary purpose of the Springbank project to mitigate flooding along the Elbow River. And then also proposed secondary land uses that may be incorporated into that.
Mr. Svensson, maybe you can provide an exhibit number for that evidentiary reference you just gave.
Who is speaking, please?
That's Mr.
Sorry,
Fitch.
Madam Court Reporter, it was Gavin Fitch.
Yes, I can provide the exhibit number. So it's exhibit number 64 and pages PDF pages 378 and 379.
All right, so if we could look at PDF page 114 of exhibit 254, and I guess document host, I want you to go slowly down. Does that work? So yes, keep going. That's great. And is it possible to get, is it possible to enlarge that, or is that as good as we can do with the, yeah, I'm talking about the actual size of the document on the screen, but I guess that's fine. I guess maybe go down a little bit so that we've got the bottom as well. There we go. So if we could get, if you get the total page as best you can in the frame, please. And I just want one slide at a time. There we go. So that's slide 11. That's probably as good as we're going to do, I think. So here, Mr. Hebert, we have the northeast corner of the project area. And can you tell me, in relation to the yellow line, what does the yellow line depict?
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe the yellow line is the project. There's a representation of the project development area. It looks quite familiar to what the boundary of the project development area looks like.
And what is the purple line?
The purple line, subject to check, represents the roadworks that are proposed as a result of the SR1 project.
And what roadworks are proposed in the northeast corner of the project area?
That would be the I believe that's the northwest corner of the project area. That would be the elevation of Highway 22 and I believe any sort of associated work to reconnect the elevated highway with Springbank Road.
And when you say the yellow line represents the project area, that would show what would be where the water would be expected to go to in the event of a design flood?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wood could provide an answer to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The yellow line that you see there, as Mr. Hebert mentioned, is the project development area. In this case, it has been straightened for land purchase reasons. But what that line represents, and the reason why it looks like fingers extending up the draws there, is that is the top of the dam, the elevation of the top of the dam. And as Mr. Menninger had explained the other day, the water will not reach that level because of the emergency spillway. And so what's not shown here is a second line set, inset much further within that yellow area. That is the potential level of the reservoir if it were ever full.
And so from a land acquisition point of view, does AT acquire everything that is shown in the yellow line?
Mr. Chairman, out of respect for the landowners involved, we would wish to pursue, or be quite open to pursuing discussions with the landowners in question. And certainly wish to pursue those discussions in a way that addresses any concerns or issues they may have with the impact of the PDA on their property. We're sensitive to the fact that their residences exist within and in between those fingers. I'm just looking at the blow up. I don't quite think the yellow line cuts through their, the PDA doesn't cut through their properties. Their two residences are outside, but near the PDA. But I would just reiterate for the panel, our strong interest is to pursue conversations about the impact of the project with these particular landowners.
But just to be clear, the area within the PDA, that will either be shown by the yellow line, that will be either acquired voluntarily or expropriated?
Well, Mr. Chairman, generally, the land acquisition program outlines the approach that Alberta Transportation would take to assemble the project development area. But I would reiterate that our strong interest is to work with the landowners involved in question on this particular property to resolve the land acquisition needs for the project.
So in relation to the parcel that we see here on slide number 10, obviously the PDA covers a large portion of what appears to be a quarter section. Does either a quarter section, is it a quarter section that is shown in that area, Mr. Hebert or Mr. Wood?
Mr. Seeker, just for clarity, you're referring to the parcels on which the two properties sit?
I'm just referring to the slide that we see, the first slide showing the area which appears to go through what appears to be a quarter section. Mr. Hebert, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's two quarter sections. Again, I'm without the grid, I'm having a hard time making it out. But based on my knowledge of the property, the area in question is over two quarter sections, I believe.
Okay, and so from a property acquisition point of view, does AT acquire both quarter sections, or are they only acquiring what is in the yellow finger area?
Mr. Chairman, it's Gavin Fitch speaking. I think the witness has tried to be clear with my friend that the negotiations with specific landowners are confidential. The land acquisition program does acknowledge that the government will, at a landowner's request, consider purchasing land outside the PDA if that is their desire. But we're not going to get into specific negotiation, disclosing to my friend whatever negotiations are going on with respect to that parcel of land.
I guess the question I had, Mr. Fitch, was can you actually acquire just the area shown by the yellow line and leave the remaining lands available to the landowner? Is that part of so would there be some type of subdivision of this strange looking yellow area out of the two quarter sections? I'm just wondering, or would it simply be a matter of acquiring both quarter sections? I guess that's what I was trying to get at. Maybe the land use policy deals with that, Mr. Hebert?
Well, in this particular instance, this would be a reference to the approach towards land acquisition. As I As I've said, our strong preference is to have a land acquisition discussion with the landowners involved. We've outlined a set of principles that address how we would pursue negotiations. It is one of our attachments in our exhibit, and I think out of respect for the particular landowners involved, that's best a conversation between the landowners in question and Alberta Transportation.
All right, so as I understand it, what is inside the yellow line would be the 3,600 acres that you have budgeted $140 million to acquire. Once you've acquired the 3,600 acres, would you then be selling the land that is outside of this strange configuration that we see in the northwest corner of the project area? Would that then be offered for sale? The lands outside of the yellow?
So, Mr. Chairman, in general, land outside of the yellow, or what would be the project development boundaries, would be, if Alberta Transportation received a request and subject to negotiation, purchased, would then resell. However, I think out of respect to the landowners in question, recognizing the unique contours of that particular property, it would be Transportation's strong preference to conduct specific discussions about this particular property with the landowners in question.
Could you, document host, move very slowly down? Keep going. All right, so this again is on slide 11. And you have, it would appear, homes that have access routes cut off by the project area.
Mr. Chairman, one moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the benefit of the court reporter, Matt Hebert. Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the exhibit on, and this is PDF page 116 on my screen. This does not match the maps that we have. In the case of both of these particular properties, they fall, and by properties in this specific instance, I'm referring to the residences, sit outside of the PDA. That said, and as we indicated or confirmed in the case of Mr. Copperthorne earlier today, Alberta Transportation is committed to working with landowners whose access points are impacted by the project to either find alternative routes or to otherwise mitigate the impact of the project's impact on individual landowners' access.
And what is the what cost has been budgeted for finding new or alternative access for the landowners who are impacted?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of the individual discussions with particular landowners, we would we are and have intended to pursue those discussions with landowners access is impacted, the costs of modifications or changes would be addressed within the project's construction budget.
And is that part of the G2 exhibit that we looked at in Exhibit 159, Appendix G2?
Mr. Chairman, it would be addressed within the construction cost estimate.
And could you give me the line number or numbers where that would be found? By maybe just to speed things up, could you undertake to give that to me at the break?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And document host, could we go back up to the top again of the, thank you. So the question that my clients have had is public use versus private use, and has Alberta Transportation thought this through from a land use perspective? So when you have this irregular shape, as I understand it, you're proposing public use inside the PDA. Can you tell me, how will private homes and lands be protected from the public lands?
So
and just to give you a context, the project runs across lands, yards, driveways. And we understand there's been approximately 10 property accesses identified close to the PDA that may require replacement or modification as a result of land procurement. So I'm just wondering, how do you protect the private lands from the public use lands?
So, Mr. Chairman, as I referenced, in the case where the impact of access points are disrupted by the project, Alberta Transportation is committed to discussing with the landowners in question the either replacement access points or modified access points. In terms of the buffer between the boundary of the project area and private lands, we also have indicated our commitment to discussing the interaction of the project, excuse me, with the landowners in question, and certainly would be open to the views of those landowners to ensure that there's appropriate interactions between the project and their private property.
Now, I had thought that this yellow shape that we see on the, and we understand, I believe these are your maps that were used by Ms. Hunter. We had understood that this would be, that this is the PDA, and this is where the water would likely reach in the event of a design flood. If the SR1 water does not behave as it is expected to, could the shape of the water inundation at the edges, I mean, it's already very strange. What are the consequences of being wrong here?
Mr. Chairman, it's just a moment. It's Gavin Fitch. There's an assumption in the question, which is that the yellow line is where the water will get to. Mr. Hebert has already explained that's not correct. So perhaps my friend would like to rephrase the question.
So where will the water get to, Mr. Hebert, in this project development area that we see in this diagram?
Mr. Wood can provide a response on the water aspects of the question.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the question. I did explain that earlier, that the water would not be reaching the extent of this yellow line. While not shown on this map, the water inundation area, when or if SR1 is full, is located in the southeast or to the southeast of that line. The difference between that line and this line is the difference between the elevation of the full supply level or the emergency spillway and the top of the dam. I would also like to point out that as Mr. Hebert noted, we are not entirely familiar with this line, as we don't believe it is one of Alberta Transportation's maps.
So do you have a drawing which shows where the water will reach in the project development area? I guess the other question is why do you need, well, let me just ask that question. Do you have a map which actually will show where the water will reach to in the event of a design flood in the PDA?
Mr. Chairman, we have several of those maps. If you allow us to, we can find one that may be suitable.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we can find my friend one of those maps. I'll look while he's questioning, but if not, we can get back to him after the break.
I was going to suggest, Mr. Secord, if you've got other questions you can kind of continue on with, let them look for that perhaps in the background, and then we can save a little time that way. Does that work?
That works well, sir.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
All right, let's move to land use future states. The proponent does not, would you agree the proponent does not provide much detail regarding the future state of the SR1 PDA lands over time? What will the PDA lands look like in 50 years? And maybe by way of background, I can give you a little bit of a preface. We understand that sediment will continue to accumulate each flood, and therefore will become deeper and more broadly dispersed over time. We understand from that it may need to be managed post-flood for dust and drainage. So can you tell me, do you know what the SR1 PDA lands will look like, say in 50 years time after, let's say after construction?
Well, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brescia will provide a response.
Thank you, it's Mr. Brescia. So I think we've pointed out in the filed materials that over the last 100 years of record, the project would have only operated 10 times, and almost every single one of those floods would have been in the small size of flood, in the sort of 1 in 10 year size of flood. That kind of flood floods a very small area, would certainly not reach this area of the reservoir that we've been looking at, or even close to it. The amount of sediment that would be deposited would be a very thin amount, likely not even reaching above the vegetation. So in about 50 years, this would look similar to what it looks like now. If in areas where there had been sediment deposition that was deeper, those would have been revegetated either with some form of agronomic species mix of vegetation or a native species mix, depending on the area that had been filled with sediment.
Well, as I understand it, 7.7 million tons of sediment is projected in Exhibit 159, or there's that margin of, I guess, capacity that is bookmarked for sediment. We know that there were big floods in 1995, 2005, 2013. Do you know how much sediment would have accumulated in those three floods had SR1 been in operation? And would that be a fair comparison?
Mr. Chairman, so some of those floods were smaller. The 2013 flood obviously is the large one. That would have contributed an amount of sediment which has been displayed in the IAC round 2 SIRs, and I don't believe they have an exhibit number, IR 4-01. And I can provide a PDF number if anybody wants to reference it later, but PDF page 85. And it would cover a large portion of the agricultural lands that are south of Springbank Road and a small portion of the agricultural lands that are north of Springbank Road. And again, with the proposed sediment management and revegetation that's planned by Alberta Transportation, we would expect to see grass reestablishing there within a matter of years.
Now, will the sedimentation accumulation result in a simplification of the ecosystems in SR1?
Overall, there would be somewhat of a simplification, but we still expect to see a representation of a variety of different vegetation communities. And part of that will be based on the fact that the sediment will not be deposited uniformly. So there will be opportunities to have a mix of vegetation communities coming back based on different moisture conditions and topographic positions.
And Mr. Brescia, you're saying that over the next 100 years, you expect most of the floods to be small. Did I hear you say that correctly?
Statistically speaking, yes, we expect the large flood events to have a substantially lower probability of occurring.
And you're saying that over the next 100 years, we might expect what, 10 floods in the range of what, 1 in 10, or?
No,
Mr. That correctly?
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe what I said is over the past 100 years, the project would have operated 10 times.
And the size of the floods would have been, you said, relatively small?
Relative,
right?
Yes, relatively small.
Meaning what, or what are we talking about? 1 in 10?
One moment, please. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wood will address that.
So I think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's best addressed using Exhibit 173 on page 28. That is the 2020 PDR Appendix B.
Okay, so once again, for document manager, please.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. It's Exhibit 173, page 28.
So Ms. Gagnon, yeah, that may be, yes. I don't think it was requested previously, right? So this will be new.
It was not. It's a new thing
Right.
being brought up.
Just answer the question. So, right, we'll get it. Thanks. Just takes a couple more minutes. And page number?
Page 28.
Oh, perfect.
That is correct. Yes, thank you. So what we're looking at here is a graph of the historic events of record on the Elbow River. And I believe Mr. Secord's question was in relation to the size of those events. On the far right of that graph, you can see the 2013 event, which occurred in this period, obviously. That was just over a 200-year event. Of note is the event in the 1930s. I don't have the return period of that off the top of my head, but I know that event peaked at approximately 660, I believe, which is about a 50-year flood. And in relation to those two, you can see that the size of the others, we have some floods just under 400. So that would put them in a return period of about a 20-year flood, somewhere between a 20-year and a 50-year. And you can see the frequency of them there. As Mr. Brescia had mentioned, we have estimated that in this record, SR1, if it were on the landscape, would have operated 10 times.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hebert, sorry to go back to you for a cost question, but can you tell me, will Alberta Transportation be filing a report as required under the Canada Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Act, which lists its payments to the Tsuut'ina, Ermineskin, and Kainai First Nations? And maybe you want to take that question to your council and maybe get back to me after the break. Is that agreeable?
It's Ron Krulak, Mr. Chairman. We'll undertake to make an inquiry and respond. I'm not sure after the break, but we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krulak.
So,
all right. Sorry.
Sorry. So I mean, after the break, if we get that, then we'll put it on record. Otherwise, if we need to list this undertaking just to follow it, we'll need to get that act again, because I did not get that written down. I'm not sure if Ms. Vance or Mr. Kennedy did, but you can even just forward that by email or something. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll send Ms. Vance an email with the description of the undertaking.
Thank you.
Could you please copy Mr. Krulak as well?
I always do.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Secord, I apologize to interrupt. It's Wayne Speller. We do have that figure you asked for, if you wanted to cover that now.
That would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Wood's going to direct us to it and talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Speller, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, if possible, if we could bring up Exhibit 20, and it is PDF page 75. Perfect. Thank you very much. That is the one. So this this map was included in the environmental assessment, and what it shows is the reservoirs filling levels or filling extents under 3 different flood scenarios. The first is a 1 in 10-year flood. That is the very light blue that is in the furthest southeast pocket up against the dam there. You can see it's such a small volume event that it fills the lowest parts of the reservoir, and its spatial extent of flooding is not really all that large.
So just Mr. Wood, that would be like those 2 light blue squiggly lines right near the outlet.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And that you said that's a 1 in
1 in 10.
1 in 10.
Yes, and the reason why they're squiggly is because it's filling in some of the lower areas in there in the unnamed creek channel. The next one is a 100-year flood. That's sort of that medium blue shade that spans a good part of the reservoir area and a little bit of area north of Springbank Road, shown in yellow there. That is a 100-year event. I might want to add that, aside from the 2013 flood, which exceeded the 100-year, the 200-year event. The elbow in that record I brought up earlier has not experienced a flood of this size in the known record. And then the other one is the design flood. That's a 2013 event, and SR1 would have filled to this amount if it were on the landscape during that event. And that's that dark blue. And please, if I may circle back to one of your original questions about that yellow line.
That's good, Mr. Wood, because we're going to go there right away. Thank you. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so the yellow representation yellow line that was in the previous exhibit is, I believe, a representation of this black line here. This black line is the PDA, project development area, and up in this part where we were discussing, up in the fingers, as we've been referring to it quite some time as well, that is representative of the top of the dam. And so again, just like you see here, the serviceable level of SR1 doesn't ever reach that black line or flood anyone out. And as explained the other day by Mr. Menninger, the water level, because of the emergency spillway, should never reach the top of the dam. And so flooding should physically cannot reach that line, nor can it extend beyond that line.
But I think if we look at the transcript, we can fight over this later, but I believe your evidence is wrong. I will let the record speak for itself, but my point that I was trying to make as a result of Ms. Hunter's slide was that in a design flood, the water would reach into these strange fingered areas in the northwest corner of the project development area. And this is exactly what Exhibit 20, PDF page 75 shows, correct? It's not the top of the dam.
Correct. In a spatial extent, yes. But what you don't see is, if we were to zoom in on that location in the figures, perhaps the document manager could do so. There's a considerable amount of elevation change there. That is the unnamed creeks, floodplain and valley. And so while the water may reach back up there into the fingers, the black line represents, even though it's not set further away, it represents a point that is much higher up. Again, it's the top of the dam projected back to the contour at this elevation.
Sure. I wasn't really terribly bothered about the black line. I was more interested in the fact that the water was going to reach into these fingers. And this is what this exhibit shows, correct?
That is correct. And I may add, these fingers are depressions created by the existing unnamed creek watercourse.
Okay. And so let's look at land use and this scenario where we have water reaching into the
book.
Somebody's speaking.
I think that may have been Mr. Krulak. Your mic I think it's muted now. Okay. All right, proceed, please.
So let's look at this scenario from a land use proposition. How long will it take for the water in the PDA area to drain out of the reservoir? I guess my clients would like to know, will it drain totally? Will there be, will water remain in the lake?
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, the mud pit, as I think Marshall Copperthorne described it, the mud bowl.
Mr. Chairman, if I could provide that information. So in the EIA, we have assessed two scenarios, an early release scenario and a late release scenario, based on different conditions in the Elbow River. And the time, the full time required to release a design flood from the start of filling would be 39.2 days in an early release scenario, or 61.5 days in a late release scenario. And if I could just clarify a point there, that area of the reservoir north of Springbank Road will not likely be a mud pit. The sediment modeling does not show substantive sediment north of Springbank Road.
And Ms. Vespa, court reporter, that was Mr. Brescia speaking. In this view, with documents up, it's a little bit more critical that you say your name when there's only a few people in speaker view. She can see you pretty easily, but in this view, if you could just let us know who's speaking. Thanks.
My apologies. I'll do that next time.
So from a land use perspective, I would like AT to walk us through the post-flood remediation procedures in each of the key areas.
Mr. Chairman, one moment. Mr. Chairman, we are prepared to speak to that on topic day 5. We'll have witnesses that are in a place to answer those questions.
Okay. Thank you for that. So Alberta Transportation has proposed a draft land use plan, Exhibit 216. Can you advise how certain is this land use plan? And the reason for the question is in Exhibit 325, Alberta Transportation states that the land use plan will be finalized by Alberta Environment and Parks.
So, Mr. Chairman, as outlined essentially on the title of the document itself, these are draft guiding principles and direction for future land use. As Mr. Secord references, Alberta Environment and Parks is ultimately responsible within the government of Alberta of determining land use planning. They have the legislative responsibility for certain land use instruments. And are the department responsible for engagement on land use in Alberta. And as indicated in this and previous filings on this topic, have indicated that this would occur following the approval of the project should the regulators agree.
Sorry, what did you say at the end? Should the...
Oh, sorry, court reporter, should the regulators agree to approve the project?
And this may, in terms of land use, this may be a question for topic block 5, but in terms of the management of the elk herd, who is responsible for managing the herd and ensuring its sustainability?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, AEP is responsible for the management of the elk herd.
And are you aware that the Springbank community is vehemently opposed to firearm hunting in the PDA, and that the community considers the elk herd an important part of the Springbank community?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of the position you've referenced.
And what does AT intend to do about that?
So,
or do you pass that ball off to AEP as well?
So as I referenced, Mr. Chairman, Alberta Environment and Parks is responsible for the management of the elk herd. As I referenced earlier today in testimony to the Stoney Nakoda Nation, the practice of treaty rights includes hunting, but as I equally referenced, that hunting still has to occur under applicable laws governing the use of firearms in Alberta. There's additional guidance that's provided that relates to the practice of hunting by individuals with treaty rights in Alberta. It's a document that's issued by Alberta Environment and Parks.
All right, I have a number of proposed conditions on land use that I'd like to put to you, Mr. Hebert. Would AT be prepared to put earthen berms around the entire footprint of the PDA, treed, landscaped, fenced with attractive wildlife-friendly fencing with an appropriate setback from land uses for safety, and obviously subject to agreement with the landowners?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secord. What I would reference is that the draft principles are also under consideration by the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. There's an active review underway by that regulator that are relating to these conditions. We've provided feedback to that regulator regarding their draft environmental assessment report. So I think for the benefit of the chairman and the panel, there's a parallel process underway relating to the review of this particular land use document. Mr. Chairman, specifically on the condition raised by Mr. Secord, subject to the advice of Council, Alberta Transportation will take it under advisement.
And taking it under advisement, we lawyers do that all the time, Mr. Hebert. Usually what that means is we'll take it under advisement and then we never deal with it or think about it ever again. So I'm just trying to get, perhaps it means something different from Alberta Transportation.
Sorry, I was coached on the words I should use at moments like this. Take it. I might have wanted to use the words undertaking as opposed to advisement.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, what we're undertaking to consider is Mr. Secord's request whether Alberta Transportation would berm and tree and fence the perimeter of the project area. Is that basically it, Mr. Secord?
Yes, with attractive wildlife-friendly fencing.
All right. I think we understand it, and we will treat it as an undertaking.
Thank you.
Not a lawyer's blow off.
Mr. Fitch, thank you for that. Next, Mr. Hebert, would you accept, in the event of a recommendation that SR1 be approved by the NRCB, would you accept as a condition that AT construct a pathway around the entire perimeter of the PDA, subject to appropriate setbacks and agreements with the landowners?
Mr. Chairman, as I referenced this morning, Alberta Transportation does have an interest in speaking to representatives of the Springbank community as it relates to potential community benefits or features that could be contemplated within the development of the PDA. As it pertains specifically to whether that should be a condition of approval, subject to the advice of Council, we will undertake to we'll take that as an undertaking.
Okay, so that would be a second undertaking then, for the record.
Yes, that's fine.
Next, would AT consider moving Springbank Road to allow uninterrupted access for residents in the event of a design flood or flood of record?
Mr. Chairman, similar to the previous two items, subject to the advice of council, Alberta Transportation will take that as an undertaking.
Okay.
Would AT accept as a condition of an approval to move landowners' driveways such that they are unaffected by SR1?
Mr. Chairman, as previously indicated this afternoon, Alberta Transportation does have an interest in talking to the landowners whose access would be impacted by SR1. Our preference would be to come to arrangements with the landowners in question. However, Transportation would be open to providing a formal response subject to an undertaking, subject to the advice of council.
Thank you.
So just for the record, Mr. Brian Copperthorne yesterday, sorry, I discovered my video wasn't on. Mr. Brian Copperthorne confirmed, I guess it was this morning, that Alberta Transportation has already committed to him to ensure that he has continued access to his residence. So I think that's already dealt with on the record, but we will, I guess, take the undertaking for the balance of the driveways. I mean, it's a little, I think we know which driveways we're talking about.
Right.
So we'll undertake to get back to you on that.
Thank you. Would AT accept as a condition for safety rescue protocol that a boat launch for the fire department and the public be installed with public access on the Elbow River in the Springbank community?
Mr. Chairman, is it possible for council to clarify the request? I'm trying to understand it, but is it?
Yeah, so
I'm just making the connection back to the Springbank project.
So for the purpose of a safety rescue protocol, would AT consider installing a boat launch for the fire department and the public on the Elbow River in the Springbank community?
Sorry, Mr. Secord. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to understand the connection to the SR1 project.
It would just be under the heading of community benefit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Secord. I now understand. We will add that to the list of items within the undertaking.
Would AT accept as a condition of an approval that the Land Use Advisory Committee include members of the Springbank community?
Mr. Chairman, the commitment we've made so far specifically addresses First Nations, and we've provided a rationale for that purpose within the most recent land use filing, most recent filing on land use principles, which is at Exhibit 216. But what I will indicate is that Alberta Transportation is quite open to engaging with the Springbank community in the continued discussion about the land use principles, and certainly we would expect that they would would be among the stakeholders that AEP would engage when they finalize the land use plan.
Is there some reason why AT would not want a member or members from Springbank to be on the Land Use Advisory Committee?
Mr. Chairman, the Land Use Advisory Committee, the First Nations Land Use Advisory Committee, to be more precise, deals specifically with the practice of treaty rights. As I've described, the conversion of lands to Crown lands that are contemplated should the project be approved creates some considerations that relate to the practice of treaty rights. That is one of the purposes of the committee. But as I've indicated, and I would reiterate that transportation and AEP would, would welcome engagement with Springbank community representatives regarding the land use principles and then the ultimate land use plan.
Would AT accept as a condition of an approval that the area be, that the PDA be off limits for firearms?
Mr. Chairman, as previously indicated, if the practice of treaty rights will be entertained on Crown land, that includes hunting. First Nations are able to hunt with firearms. As I've indicated to the board, that hunting if they hunt with firearms would occur under applicable provincial legislation. There's also a document entitled Hunting by Treaty, Indians in Alberta, Rights and Responsibilities that's issued by Alberta Environment and Parks that describes the conditions under which individuals with treaty rights hunt on Crown land in Alberta.
So would AT then accept as a condition of an approval that it provide the Springbank community with a map setting out where the proposed firearm areas are within the PDA, which then presumably would include appropriate setbacks from public roads and private property? Is that something that AT would commit to providing to my clients?
Sorry, one moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we'll add it to the undertaking that's currently underway.
Now, does AT understand that Springbank is a popular ecotourism corridor west of Calgary?
Mr. Chairman, I've seen the reference.
Okay. Does the SR1 project footprint provide opportunities for community benefit in terms of parks, river access, winter sports, pathways, connectivity?
So
maybe you could take them one at a time. Does SR1 provide opportunities for community benefit as a park?
Mr. Chairman, it's not conceptualized as a park. If we're referring to the project development area itself, what we have contemplated is non-recreational access to the project development area. But as I said this morning, we would welcome the opportunity to discuss with Springbank community representatives any questions or concepts they may have in reference to using the PDA in that manner.
Does the SR1 project footprint provide any opportunities for river access?
Mr. Chairman, just one moment. I'll make sure we answer or have the right person answer that question. Mr. Chairman, just to clarify for the board, there is a portage of the diversion structure which assists with navigability around the structure, if that's what Mr. Secord is thinking of.
Does SR1 provide, the footprint provide any community opportunities for community benefit in terms of winter sports?
Mr. Chairman, is council able to clarify what's meant by winter sports?
Cross-country skiing, skating, tobogganing,
Mr. Chairman,
snowshoeing.
So, Mr. Chairman, when we conceptualized non-motorized recreational access, we did list, just going to the part of the document where these things are listed. We have listed cross-country skiing. I suppose the other winter sports that Mr. Secord mentioned, subject to the appropriate considerations and safeguards, could include tobogganing, skating. I'm not sure, but that would be subject to discussions with transportation, environment, and parks as the operator and interested parties.
Mr. Secord,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. We're coming up on 3:30, which would be probably not a bad time for a quick break, but also I think you started about 10 to 2, so pretty close to, well, be 90 minutes plus. But I know that you had we were borrowing some other time from section 1, so, you know, and there was a couple gaps, but what are you thinking in terms of time?
I'm thinking, Mr. Chair, that I have a few more conditions to put to Mr. Hebert. Then I would like to take a break, and then I expect to come back and tell you I have no more questions. So I think if we could go, I've just got, I think, 3 or 4 more conditions to discuss. And then if we could take our break, I expect I'll be back. But I would like to just confer with my client.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Break, just in case I've missed something. You know, it's awkward. We're working remotely, and so communication is not like it is if you're in the hearing room. So that would be appreciated. But if the court reporter, I don't want to get into Ms. Vespa's bad books. I already am, I'm sure. Is she okay to go for another?
I'm just looking for Ms. Vespa. Where are you?
She's put her thumb up, so she's okay.
Okay.
So thank you, Ms. Vespa.
Okay, so you have a couple more conditions.
Just a couple, yeah. I like to end the conditions, and then if we could break. Mr. Hebert, can you tell me how much money is AT prepared to put towards public amenities for the SR1 project?
Mr. Chairman, there's no specific allocation at this time. Again, we are learning about some amenities for the first time today in the manner they're being proposed. So I'd hesitate to speculate until I understood more clearly what was possible, and again balancing that with the need to ensure that we were respecting the overall budget framework for the project.
Okay. So, in relation to the plan for grazing, will cattle be moved into these areas once the June flood season is past? And you've heard landowners are concerned about fire risk, and grazing is one way to manage fire. So would AT accept as a condition of an approval that that farmers be allowed to move cattle into the PDA after the flood season is passed?
Mr. Chairman, we'll add that to the undertaking, although I would clarify that we We provide some detail around the notion of grazing permits in Exhibit 216. I believe it's the final page of the exhibit under item B6.
Yeah. And Mr. Hebert, would you accept, subject to check, that the Springbank community is currently under a fire advisory in Rocky View County as we sit here today?
Subject to check, I'll agree. I'm not aware, but I'll check.
Okay. And just going back to the money that AT would be prepared to put towards public amenities for the project, is there anything in the budget in Exhibit 159, Appendix G2?
Mr. Chairman, there is no allocation made for public amenities at this time, as I referenced in my last answer. It's something that we'll have to consider based on, I would suggest, discussion with appropriate community representatives.
Yeah. And is there a rule, a standard or a rule of thumb for Alberta Transportation in terms of community benefit as a percentage of the total project costs?
Mr. Chairman, Alberta Transportation does not have a policy in that regard.
Would AT accept the following condition that with respect to fire suppression and control, and that is that following construction, the PDA will be cleaned, managed according to fire smart principles, and trespassing controlled through surveillance to keep down the risks of brush fires?
Mr. Chairman, we'll add that to the undertaking.
And could you advise, when you are responding to that undertaking, would that involve hiring security to reduce fire risks? And that would be over the life of the project, especially given that the project is close to the city of Springbank, and we expect the project area will be popular for public users.
Mr. Chairman, we'll add that to the undertaking.
And can you tell me, in terms of land use, will people be able to come into the Springbank community and camp in the PDA, set up tent communities, or just camp in general? Will that be something that AT will be permitting, or can you speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, AT is not, or at least in the draft principles that have been prepared, does not contemplate camping within the project development area.
Now, just going back, I'm almost done here on the conditions, but right now the PDA does not show access to the river, whereas the 2016 project summary does. Can you tell me, does the project, does the project allow for river access? You mentioned the portage.
So, Mr. Chairman, just one moment. I want to make sure I get the answer correct. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the map right in front of me, but there is a separation between the boundary of the project development area and the river that exists in the current project plan.
Mr. Chair, we have reached 3:30 and I expect that Ms. Vespa would like a break, I'm sure. So is it okay if we take our break and I come back? And I would like to just have a quick word with my clients. And then I expect I'll be done very shortly after our afternoon break.
Yep, agreed. Let's come back at 3:45.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Just 1 minute and then we can get started. Okay, I think we're all back. Mr. Secord, did you have time to confer? And
I did, sir. Thank you. And I have 4 items left. And so if it's okay with you, I'll proceed.
Mr. Chair, before
Mr.
Secord gets going, we have a response to one undertaking, the one dealing with the Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Act, and whether there'll be a report on payments. If my friend would like, I can provide the response now.
Yes, please.
Okay.
That'll save me sending an email to Ms. Vance.
Okay, fair enough. So the Alberta Transportation notes that the Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Act applies to the commercial development of oil, gas, or minerals. This is, of course, not a project for the commercial development of oil, gas, or minerals, and therefore the position of Alberta Transportation is that the Act does not apply.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fitch. Mr. Hebert, I'm going back to the conditions in the event of an approval. Would AT agree to a condition that it provide public parking lots in addition to First Nations parking lots with washrooms?
Mr. Chairman, we'll add that to the undertaking.
And as part of that, could you provide a map of where these parking lots are going to go?
Which parking lot? Sorry, sir.
My understanding is you have committed to a parking lot for First Nations. So if you do commit to having public parking lots in addition to First Nations parking lots, would you commit to provide a map of where these parking lots would be located so that the community can see where you're proposing to put them?
Mr. Chairman, we'll add that to the undertaking.
Okay. And should this project be approved, would AT accept as a conditional approval that the historical resources in the PDA be protected, salvaged, and moved to a historic park, honoring the history of this area, paid for by the government for both the Indigenous and settlers' history as it is intertwined? Would the proponent commit to performing an historical analysis of the PDA lands so that the history of the lands can be preserved once it is taken? And as part of that, would AT work with the Springbank Historical Society to document the history of the lands in the PDA area?
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. We'll add that response to the undertaking.
Okay. And then the penultimate condition deals with Camp Kiwanis. This camp is very important to the Springbank community. My understanding is that because it's located so close to the basically the working part of the SR1, my understanding is there's going to be a cement plant there. And so the concern that the community has is that the Camp Kiwanis may not be able to operate while the cement plant is operating adjacent to the Kiwanis, Camp Kiwanis. So would AT accept as a conditional of an approval that it it will do everything it can to help Camp Kiwanis stay in the Springbank community.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the concern of the community. As I referenced in my testimony today, Alberta Transportation has been in discussions with Camp Kiwanis. Out of respect of the representatives of Camp Kiwanis, it would be inappropriate to divulge the discussions that we've had with the camp. Certainly our strong preference is to work to find a solution with Camp Kiwanis relative to their continued ability to provide their programming. I'm not sure if that necessarily is required to be a condition of approval, but I want to submit to the chairman and to the panel that we are paying very close attention to the needs of Camp Kiwanis and are committed to working with them to assure that any impacts of the project on their operations are addressed.
And so the last condition that I would like to put to you, Mr. Hebert, is as follows. I heard you say earlier that AT has had 99 meetings with First Nations. And my understanding is I think you said you attended at least 33 of them. My understanding, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you'll hear from my clients tomorrow, but my understanding is that AT has had no meetings with the Springbank community concerning land use. I know you've mentioned an open house or something, but you'll hear, I think, from Ms. Hunter about that tomorrow. But my understanding is there have been no meetings with the Springbank community to discuss land use and public amenities. So with that background, would AT accept as a condition of an approval that AT will set up and pay for a series of facilitated workshops with the Springbank community to review land use opportunities and public amenities, and that those workshops would be set up and conducted within 12 months of receiving an approval for the project. Is that clear, Mr. Hebert? So basically, the idea would be that you would have meetings with the greater Springbank community. It wouldn't just be you sending emails to the president of the Springbank Community Association. This would be going into the community, having a broad base of the community coming in and having these workshops with AT to discuss potential, to discuss land use issues and to discuss public amenities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get to the condition in a moment. I'll just back up on a couple of items just for the benefit of the board. The reference to the 99 meetings with Indigenous groups is the total number of meetings that relates either to the consultation that was directed by the Aboriginal Consultation Office or the engagement that was required by the federal regulator on a broad scope of topics that relate to the project. Just for the benefit of the board, the numbers reflect the overall number of meetings, not just exclusively for land use. As noted in our chronology, we, being more specific, I provided an invitation to Ms. Hunter to talk about land use in December 2019. We've shared the previous land use filings in an effort to have that discussion. And as I referenced this morning, Alberta Transportation does have an interest in discussing these potential opportunities with Springbank community representatives, and I think we have to define what, what Springbank community representatives would mean in the context of this discussion. The land use document we've been referring to today contemplates engagement with community stakeholders as part of the finalization of the land use plan or land use instruments for the area. And finally, with reference to the specific condition that's been proposed by council, transportation will add that to the undertaking.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. Mr. Chair, those are all of my questions. Thank you. And I hope I didn't go too far over my time allocation.
No, it's not bad, Mr. Secord. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, I don't believe is here this afternoon, indicated he has no cross on this area for Alberta Transportation. Mr. Wagner, did you have any cross-examining questions?
I do, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, and how long did you need?
I asked for 15 minutes. I think I should be well within that.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
I thought I'd start off, because I didn't do this the other day. If you could bring up document 329, page 8. I just wanted to give the panel an idea of who I am and where I'm located. I think that should be a map of all the landowners.
Was it 249 did that? Is it
329, document 329.
Okay.
Page 8. Hopefully I got this right today.
One of us must have it wrong, either a document manager or perhaps your reference. I seem to recall 247, 249 had that map with most landowners on it. Is that not right?
That could be.
Does someone else, Mr. Kennedy, or does someone else recall? Or anyone actually, just to help us expedite getting this exhibit up.
This is Fiona Vance. 249 sounds familiar.
Yeah, let's try that one.
I have it open here. It's 249.
Thank you.
Okay, well, this will do. Yeah, it's not the one that I was looking for, but this will be just fine. Any of these maps. So we're kind of the fingers. So that's been a big topic of conversation with Mr. Secord. So if you look at that, that's actually, just to clarify, that area west of Highway 22 with all of the fingers, that's a section of land, not a half section or a quarter, as was stated in the communication. We moved out here in 92 and built a house in 2001. If we could bring up document 329, again, I hope I got this right, page 310. .329 is over on the right hand, I think, second one in. Obviously, that's not 329 that I was looking at.
What was the exhibit, Mr. Wagner? What did it contain, at least? Maybe we can get a clue there.
Yes, I'll bring it up. I have it up on my screen as 329.
Does it have a title? We might be able to do it by title.
I apologize. I believe it's 327.
Is this correct?
Yes. If it's possible, can we expand that to show the fingers over on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side? Just expand it a bit. to show that full section.
I believe this is a formal query. I think he may be referring to PDF 8 of the document. Yeah. No, PDF 8.
Thank you. If we just expand that and show the full section on the left-hand side, up at the top.
Ms. Gagnon, I think we might have, I think you've got the right one if we just expand that page. Is
Yeah,
that
just
right?
make it bigger. So we don't need to see the whole map, just the section there. There we go. That's probably big enough.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to ask a question. This morning with the Stony Nakota, or actually early afternoon, Stony Nakota showed a map of Indigenous sites. And I've asked this question before, and the location that we've only had one dig on our site, and it is literally 100 meters in front of our, or to the west of our house. And for the first time I saw Indigenous locations on our property. I've never seen those before. And there was 3 locations on the Stony Nakota map. And I was just wondering how the GOA chose the location 100 meters from our house when about 100 meters south of there appears to be a Stony Nakota First Nations Indigenous site.
Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Wagner. I believe the map you're referring to was a map that was produced by the Stony Nakota Nation. The sites that were identified on the map are, or were identified by the nation. So I'm, as we referred to this morning, we received that map, or upon filing, we received, or had the opportunity to review that map. And as referenced, it is subject to a discussion with the Stony Dakota Nation as part of the processes we were referring to earlier. But Mr. Chairman, Alberta Transportation did not identify the sites that the Stony Dakota presented in their map.
We've only had one dig on our site, or on our property, on the whole section, and there's supposed to be more coming. And I'm just wondering how that particular location was chosen.
Mr. Wagner and Mr. Chairman, are you referring to
the already dug situation? It obviously didn't involve the Stony Nakota Nation, because I doubt very much if they would have chosen that particular location when about 100 meters south of that, it appears that they have an Indigenous location already identified.
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brescia will provide a response.
Thanks. One moment. Thank you. So I can provide a little bit of explanation to that. As part of the historical resources testing requirements under our Historical Resources Act application, there are requirements to do what's called deep testing. And one of the locations that they selected, the archaeologists, based on their experience in finding historical sites, was adjacent to a wet area, which would explain the location that was selected for that dig.
Okay. In a statement by the GOA over the last couple of days, they talked about consultations with stakeholders prior to the 2014 decision and the selection of SR1. Every landowner that I know in the area didn't know anything about this. I'm just wondering what engagement that the GOA had with landowners prior to 2014 decision.
Sorry, just one moment, Mr. Wagner. Sorry, Mr. Wagner, I was just looking for a reference in our one of our documents.
No problem.
At 2014, the project was among one of three potential projects that was under consideration by the government of Alberta at the point in time you're referencing.
So would it be reasonable to say that there was no engagement with landowners prior to the decision?
Mr. Chairman, I understand that in July of 2014 there was a meeting with, excuse me, with landowners that provided an update on the current status of the proposed project and provided an opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback to the government of Alberta. At that meeting, and this is referenced in Exhibit 327 Appendix C, the government of Alberta had acknowledged that the engagement up to that point had not been satisfactory and offered an apology to the landowners involved. And at the July meeting, an opportunity was taken to update, provide information on the project itself. And I also understand that there were some follow-up items that AEP at that time, being the department responsible for the screening and selection of flood projects, had committed to certain actions to the participants of that meeting.
Is it fair to say that that was roughly 6 months after the decision was made and announced?
Mr. Chairman, if I recall the chronology, at that point in time, the government of Alberta had 3 projects that were under review. I don't recall, I don't believe this is part of our submitted evidence. The signaling that the Springbank project was being advanced as a preferred option came for the first time in a news release issued under the name of the then Premier Prentice. I believe that was end of September 2014.
Next question. And I'm going to get the document numbers incorrect here. I'm looking for the GOA response, item number 212. I've got it as document 325, but
Mr. Wagner, when you're talking about item or document, are you really saying, meaning exhibit number?
Exhibit, yes. But it would be the GOA's response with item number 212.
Mr. Chairman, it's Gavin Fitch. I think Mr. Wagner's referring to the reply submission of Alberta Transportation, which is Exhibit 325, and I think he's looking for paragraph 212. Does that sound right, Mr. Wagner?
That is, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank
So I
you.
did get the right document number.
You did.
Ah, win. First win. In this particular area, it has stated that the GOA has responded to my request for information. I have reviewed all of the documentation that I have, and I can find nothing with regards to water wells, water table concerns, sewer backup, swelling clay. In fact, I think one of the paragraphs here, the one just below it, in 213, actually kind of takes the word swelling clay out of it. I'm just wondering, when can we expect some solutions from the GOA?
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman. I'm just, excuse me, I'm just reviewing a document. Mr. Chairman, I believe if one refers to the next paragraph, paragraph 214, there were materials provided to the Wagners through legal counsel. However, as indicated again this morning, would welcome to discuss with Mr. and Mrs. Wagner any outstanding concerns that that may not be addressed as a result of our communications to date.
As I've stated, I have reviewed all of our documentation, and we don't have solutions. There's nothing being communicated. Last question. I'm struggling with something here in some of the submissions, and one is the capacity of the dam at, was it 70,000 cubes? I see a design of roughly 77,000. There was another number that was brought up that was higher than that. I think it's the top of the dam, and I can't remember exactly how much capacity that is going to the top of the dam from the 77, but it was mentioned over the last couple of days. Can I get some clarification around that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I could provide most of that clarification. I think, unfortunately, I may have to defer one item to Mr. Menninger, but
this is Mr. Wood. Report.
Yes, please, Mr. Wood. So Mr. Wagner, yes, there's a few numbers. What's important to know is the storage capacity of the dam at 77,000 dam cubes. When you heard the 70, that was the amount required to store the 2013 flood. But the storage capacity of the dam is 77,000, and that results in a elevation of 1210.75. It's what we call the full supply level, and it's what you saw in the larger blue in that map, and that coincides with the elevation of the service spillway. And what the emergency spillway. What Mr. Menninger was describing the other day was in the unlikely scenario that SR1 is full and there is a failure of the diversion gates and water is still coming into the reservoir. That's when it would pass over that emergency spillway. And what he was describing was the routing of that event. As it's coming in, there would be an increase from that spillway elevation. As you can imagine, there's some depth over that spillway as it's spilling water. And again, I would have to defer to him for that exact elevation, but that elevation sits above the emergency spillway, but below the top of the dam. And so, like I said earlier, that black line is set at the top of the dam. There's a certain amount of what we call freeboard above that elevation. I believe John had said it was 1.5 meters, but that is subject to check. And that elevation projected back to your property is what you see on that black line. So again, it's the water is not designed, the system is not designed to ever reach that elevation of that black line. And then if you know, again, it is kind of like the top of the bucket. So physically, water could never, ever even pass that black line.
So again, asking more clarification questions around that. At a 200-year flood, I think I've got a better understanding over the last week and a half of where that water line is finally, and it's about halfway up our lawn. At what capacity is the dam at a 200-year flood?
At a 200-year flood, at the design flood, which is approximately a 200. My caution is just because as time passes, flood frequency estimates change. I know we've kicked around a lot of numbers here, but the 2013 flood was estimated as a 200-year flood. So when you hear us say design flood, that's what it's set at, and that elevation is 1210.75.
Sorry, one more time.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, repeat it.
1210 point. Sorry, what's the elevation of that?
The 1210.75. Okay. And through subsequent discussions, you may hear us refer to it as full storage level, design flood. It's all the same thing. It's that elevation of that, the top of the emergency spillway. It's like the low point in the bucket is sometimes how I've referred to it as, is that you know, if a bucket's starting to fill, it first starts spilling at that low point, that elevation's right there.
And at a 77 capacity of the dam, what's the elevation level of that?
Oh, sorry, I'm realizing that I've just made some confusion. That the elevation of the spillway is that 77. So that's the 2013 flood, the design flood, plus that 10% storage. That is the design level. It is the full storage level. So if
what I'm looking for, Matt, is the difference between the elevation for 70,000 and 77,000.
I don't have that on hand, Mr. Chairman, but perhaps it's something we can get back to you with.
And to give you context, I know where the 200-year flood line is, and I don't know, I stand down there and I look into the basement. I might be off, but it's about 3 feet difference between that and our basement. So anything more than 3 feet going from 70 to 77 means that we have flooding in our basement. And I've been asking about this for a long time, and it's one of those questions. We're trying to make decisions on where we are, and we seem to be last on the list to get all this stuff.
If I may, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Wagner, I would recommend viewing the water level as being the 77, because that is how full the reservoir could get. I know we've talked about how much water it can store. So it is the 77,000 dam cubes and the elevation of 1210.75. So again, we can get back to you with an elevation that's lower, but the full storage level is 12.
But I only know where the 200, where the water is with the 200 line. So it's going to be higher than that. And is it not? The 77 as opposed to the 70?
Okay, so the 77 is the full storage level. That is where in a flood fighting situation during flood operations, if it were to fill in a very large event, like larger than the 2013 event, again, this is that elevation that includes that 10% extra volume, that's where it would go to. If the reservoir were full before it starts spilling over the emergency spillway, the operator would shut the diversion inlet and stop the diversion into the reservoir. Any elevation above, so I just want to make sure I keep giving you the same number, 1210.75 is a non-desirable scenario, not operational. So again, that's why this line projects back to the top of the dam. We keep showing that black line. While it's not operational levels in between 1210.75 and above, there is potential in an unplanned situation for water to rise up above that and fall back down to that spillway level.
Well, with due respect, that black line in some of the maps is on the other side of our house. So we're if it's the black line that we're talking about in some of the maps, it's roughly equivalent to our main floor, which means we have 8 feet of water in our basement.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject, and perhaps for the benefit of the panel, we could undertake to provide the information that Mr. Wagner is seeking, or we should be in a position to assist.
And I do believe that my brother-in-law is in exactly the same, because we're almost identical elevation levels at that level, and I suspect he's going to be very keen on that information as well.
Mr. Chairman, it's Gavin Fitch speaking. I have to say I've been listening to this and I'm just a little perplexed because as is indicated in paragraph 214 of the exhibit that we're looking at, information of exactly the sort that Mr. Wagner is asking after right now was provided to him. And so we're a little, we can't understand, like it sounds like he didn't get it, which is surprising. And I'm wondering, I think what we could do is we could produce a couple of maps that were included in the information that was provided to the Wagners through their legal counsel on October 29, 2020, which I believe shows sort of exactly where the water will be in a design flood in relation to both Mr. Wagner's residence and Mr. Brian Copperthorne's residence. Would that be helpful, Mr. Wagner?
With due respect, Gavin, and responding to paragraph 214, and I have to be very, very careful of how I respond here. I have reviewed all documentation, Gavin, and there's stuff missing and solutions have not been provided. We're trying to make decisions after 7 years, well, close to 8 years now, of having this hanging over our head, and we're really struggling here.
So
sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I make one suggestion? And if Mr. Wagner would be open to this, I could literally send him a document right now, which I think contains some of the information that he's looking for. I'm not going to represent that it has all the solutions. It just contains some of the information that I think he's looking for.
As I've stated, Gavin, I have reviewed a lot of documentation, and 214 is not accurate. It doesn't answer our questions.
So, okay, so Mr. Wagner, if there's a specific request or question that you have, maybe that would be the best way to proceed.
It's a whole.
Then if you can't be answered right now, I would ask AT to undertake to get the information, and that would be before close of hearing, of course, if it can't be today. And there would be another opportunity. This does relate to public safety. I think, what is that, section 3, 4, somewhere in there. So this will not be the last opportunity to have to ask the question or get it answered. So let's start there, if we could. If there's,
unfortunately, I think, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Chairperson, I think these are more complex issues than something that can be dealt with in a day or two. There's engineering requirements, and we've been asking for this for some time. How do we deal with this at our house? And we're still outstanding. If I can make a suggestion, that I really believe that the NRCB, we'd like some engagement from the government on our real issues on this, and postponing the decision kind of looks like expropriation to me. Is their end game so they don't have to deal with these issues? That's what it appears like. And if they get approval on this, they get rights to expropriate. And what are we left with? A house with 8 feet of water in our basement? I don't know. I don't have the answers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm paying attention to my counsel. He was leaning in to click. So it's not that I don't want to answer the question. I was just in this environment preparing to react accordingly.
Well, I offered to send Mr. Wagner some information. He doesn't seem to think it would be useful. So
Gavin, if there's new information that I'm missing, but I think I have reviewed the documentation that you have. How should I put this? I've reviewed the documentation. It's not there. There's no solutions.
Well, okay, and I'm going to drop this in a moment, Mr. Chair, because we're starting to go around in circles. But
yes,
what I will say is I never intended to represent that we provided a document that has solutions. What I intended to say, and what I think I said, was that we had provided with Mr. Wagner with information that provides some of the concrete information that he's been discussing. That is, proximity of water levels to his residence, elevations between his residence and the top water level. That information we have and we can produce.
I do recognize I do have that information.
Okay.
And I did miss that, Gavin. And I think that gives you a hint of where I'm driving at. I have reviewed that documentation. So I know that the 200 year water line is 35 meters from the corner of our house, or thereabouts, give or take a meter.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to add anything more, Mr. Chair. I don't know, Mr. Hebert, if you have anything you want to add.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Wagner, clearly Alberta Transportation has indicated that it will work with the directly impacted landowners on impacts of the project on their properties. We've had the debate about the information provided to date. I don't want to prolong or exacerbate the situation, other than to say that Mr. Wagner, Mrs. Wagner, we're prepared to continue to discuss this item with you if there's additional information that needs to be provided, if there's a discussion to be had about mitigation. We've made it pretty clear that we're open to discussing those matters with you.
Let's get on with it. I don't want this to become an expropriation item.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, our preference is to deal with these matters through the pathway of voluntary negotiations.
Thank you. I have no other questions, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. So the board staff and board panel do have a few questions. I think Mr. Kennedy, do I have it right? I think we're starting with Ms. Vance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Vance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a few questions. So when I read the submission from Stony Nakota, it appears to me that they are calling the consultation deficient. So they're raising, and I can give you an exhibit number just for reference, document manager, I don't need this. Exhibit 283, PDF page 26. This is one of the elements of their submission. So it appears that they're raising the issue of the adequacy of the consultation in this process. And document manager, could you please bring up exhibit 308? So 308, that's correct. And maybe the second page. So this is a letter from the Aboriginal Consultation Office to the NRCB, dated March 3rd of 2021. As part of this letter, the ACO, which we can understand is the Alberta Aboriginal Consultation Office. The ACO provides advice and support to Alberta ministries with statutory and regulatory responsibilities related to Crown land and natural resource management. So you can read that, that's up there. So my questions, I've got two questions related to this. Has the ACO given an indication of when it will advise whether Alberta's consultation is adequate?
Ms. Vance, they have not done so yet, partly because transportation as the proponent has to request that from the ACO at a point in time that we would believe the consultation is complete. We haven't done so yet, and we've not yet estimated what that point would be exactly. Okay, so that you don't know. Fair enough. Because you haven't asked. So you would ask the question and then they would answer you somehow after that. That would be correct, yes. Okay, so that answers my when question. And I guess the next question would be, you know, when this happens, if the board, you know, finds the project to be in the public interest and prior to the authorization from the Lieutenant Governor and Council, does the ACO, does the government anticipate that advice from the ACO being provided to the NRCB?
It's Wayne Speller, Mr. Chairman. So our understanding is the ACO provides their adequacy determination to Alberta Environment and Parks, which they consider for the tied to EIA completeness, tied to a future Water Act application, and tied to Public Lands Act applications. We're not aware of them providing it officially to NRCB as part of the process. But I also, once it's issued, I believe it's a public document, so it would be available or could be made available.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand at least the chronology of how things are expected to happen, I think. I also had a question. Thanks, document manager. I think if you have exhibit 164, look at that, you're way ahead of me. 164 PDF, page 18. So this is the potential conditions from the federal regulator, IAC, and understanding these are draft, they're potential, they're not final. But I thought I would ask the question in relation to potential condition 8.8. If you read that, and I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's wordy, but it does talk about shall develop prior to construction and in consultation with Indigenous groups a land use plan to support and prioritize Indigenous groups' practice of traditional activities, etc. within the PDA. And then it gets into some specifics. I'm just wondering if Alberta Transportation could provide me with what your understanding of prioritize in this draft potential condition?
Wayne Speller again. It might be helpful to pull up an exhibit for this, if it's possible. It's exhibit 219. It's Alberta Transportation's response to IAC about the conditions. And it's PDF, the bottom half of PDF page 4.
Okay, so this, to me, this tells me that there's a distinction between First Nations and Indigenous groups, which I understand. I'm wondering about the use of the word prioritize. What is your understanding? And understanding it goes on to talk, there's some specifics listed underneath.
So Ms. Vance, the language or the terminology relating to prioritize comes directly from our document. So our document references the prioritization of First Nations use, if that's helpful. What we did clarify, I think it's beneficial, likely for the panel and for NRCB council and staff to appreciate, is that we have provided commentary on some of the terminology and concepts used by the federal regulator as it relates to the definitions of Indigenous groups, First Nations, etc. There's a distinction between how the government of Alberta defines First Nation for the purpose of land management and the application of treaty rights relative to the views of the federal regulator. So that's what Mr. Speller has pointed us to. The concept of prioritization comes from our own documents.
So I should be able to find the answer to my question in those documents.
Let's just make sure, hang on one second. Ms. Vance, I believe our document refers to the prioritization of First Nations use. I don't recall the exact spot in Exhibit 216. It is there. It is there somewhere. If you'd want us to get you the specific reference, we can follow up if that's helpful.
Perhaps.
Excuse me, Ms. Vance. Mr. Wagner, you may want to mute your microphone, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Proceed, Ms. Vance.
Okay, I can look through 216 later. If the answer to my question is it's in 216, then that's your answer.
My apologies, I was muted. I believe there's a reference in 216. What I would also note is that among the secondary uses, it is listed amongst the first of the items there.
Okay, thank you. And I just had one more question, and this one is, I'm going from more complicated to less complicated, I hope. There's a staging area that's mentioned in relation to Indigenous groups, and I understand that staging area maybe it's even on this document here, talks about temporary campsites. So I wanted to clarify that, given, and I can't remember whose comment, it might have been yours, Mr. Hebert, earlier this afternoon, that there was nothing in your policy about camping in the PDA. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that distinction.
Yeah, so when I referred to camping, that was specifically within the project development area itself. The staging area that's referenced in Exhibit 216 is adjacent and outside of the project development area, so it is not part of the project itself.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vance. Mr. Kennedy?
I have no questions of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts?
I have no questions, thanks.
And Mr. Heaney?
Just a couple of questions. The question of grazing and fire came up, and my understanding is that grazing will be confined to, away from the dam face. So it's also my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the dam face and the immediate area adjacent to the dam will be vegetated. So my question is about fire, vegetation, or let's call it fuel accumulation in those areas, and how will it be managed?
Mr. Heaney will just identify the correct person in the panel to provide a response to that question. Just bear with us.
Well, it's Dr. Heaney, but.
Oh, my apologies, sir. Sincere apologies. Just bear with me one moment. Dr. Heaney, I'll make one reference back to Exhibit 216, that being B6, which provides at least the position at the moment as it relates to when grazing would occur and how it would go about. In terms of your specific question, I'd invite Mr. Brescia to provide a response.
Thank you. So I don't have the specifics, but there will be a dam maintenance and safety requirements with respect to vegetation on the dam. And as I said, I don't have the specifics of that program. That would be with our dam engineering folks, but it would also be the responsibility of Alberta Environment Parks to ensure those safety protocols were undertaken to manage vegetation on the dam.
Okay, next question, and if I could have, I believe it's Exhibit 327, PDF, page 8. Yeah, that'll do. So my question is just around land use and passage around this area along the river. Where is the portage supposedly going to go?
Dr. Heaney and Mr. Wood can provide a response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The portage is located down on southwest of 10, 2445, down at the river near the diversion structure. And the portage passes from, if I recall correctly, it's about 100 meters, 150 meters upstream of that structure on the south bank. So folks would exit the river on the south bank before arriving at the diversion structure, pass through the lands there on the south side of the bank and over a the auxiliary spillway, which is covered in earth. So there's a little bit of a pathway provided there to get around that diversion structure.
Okay, and then so for foot traffic on river left or the north side of the river, how does foot traffic get around the project, or will it be able to get around the project?
On river left, there has not been provision for foot traffic coming down on river left, but I should add perhaps the reason why this wasn't included is largely that the diversion inlet is there, but that is also a very steep bluff. And so the river and the Thalwag run right up against the toe of that bluff at the diversion structure. And so currently, although someone could scramble across that, it's not largely conducive to foot traffic going through there.
Okay. And just supplemental to that, but the area, let's see, it's Southwest 1424. So that area is that area in there, downslope from the dam or south of the dam, that is accessible. Coming from the east.
Coming from the east, it would be accessible from the bed and shore, which is public land. Right now, the rest of it is private land. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Sarosi?
Just a couple of short questions. So a bit of transportation, has an interim TUS study from the Stony Nakota, but it also submitted, I understand, its own archaeological work to Alberta Culture to obtain their certificate under the regulations. So I'm still not clear going forward, how will this TUS information be used for historical resource management going forward? The final TUS report.
Just one moment, Mr. Sarosi. Mr. Sarosi, Dr. Buchanan will provide a response.
Thanks.
So we would work with Stony Nakota Nations in the same way that we've worked with other Indigenous groups when they've provided the same kind of information. We would offer the opportunity to visit these sites with representatives from Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism, and Status of Women to investigate them and understand the nature of the sites and the importance of these sites to Stony Nakota Nations, identify which sites are recognized as historical resources under the Historical Resources Act, and address those accordingly, according to the terms of the Act and the direction from Alberta Culture. Sites that are not recognized under the Historical Resources Act, Alberta Transportation would work with Stony Nakota Nations to find appropriate ways to recognize, mitigate, or commemorate those sites.
Okay, thank you. Then it's a second question about the SCLC suggested a condition for a boat launch on the Elbow River, I believe, for emergency response. And I was just curious, was the intention for incidents involving the project, or have there been opportunities in the past to use these craft for other purposes? I was just curious about the some of the reasoning behind that condition.
Mr. Sarosi, it's the first time that I've heard of the request. I don't have a significant amount of detail about the context as of yet. So Alberta Transportation will be taking that item away and seeking to understand a bit further what it may be referring to. But at the moment, and I'm just scanning the room to see if there's any members of the panel that could assist in providing a response. But at the moment, we don't have anything to add based on the request made this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Is that, are those all your questions, Mr. Sorosi?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions, and I'm wondering, we made a request, and this partly is a little bit going backwards to topic one. Something came up in City of Calgary presentation that I think might be best answered by Mr. Saul. Now, is Mr. Saul available now or not?
Mr. Saul is in the room with us, Mr. Chairman.
He is?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So you did some of the work, I understand, for City of Calgary in terms of their cost-benefit analysis and economic analysis. Mr. Saul, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Can you guys all hear me? This is my first time speaking today.
Yes, no, very clearly.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Chair and Board.
We're City of Calgary, Mr. Frigo indicated that he felt it was most appropriate, and I don't know if that was based on the work that you had done or not, but most appropriate to, when they did the numbers after, and this is another part of my question, but after they had done some other damage avoidance, some other infrastructure development unrelated to SR1 or not part of SR1 per se, within the City of Calgary, that changed some of the average annual damage numbers. They reran the numbers in terms of cost of construction, today's dollars. They used, I believe, $27 million in today's dollars as an annual average damage avoidance, or the benefit. They multiplied that out by 100 years, and they didn't. They gave some reasons for not discounting. They said in their situation, under that scenario, they felt that discounting wasn't really needed or appropriate. And I guess I'm a bit confused by that. And I was wondering if that was on your advice or how, and if it was, maybe you could better explain how that works. And if it wasn't, what would be the approach you would take in conducting an analysis like that? Because I think they came up with something like a 5-to-1 sort of a benefit ratio. And I don't think it was a complete benefit cost analysis, to be fair, but we've had a lot of numbers being given to us the last few days, and also in submissions. The BCA was done 3 times, I think. And then that number comes out, and I guess the panel is looking for a little bit of clarification in terms of, does that 5-to-1 make sense to IBI, and where that might have came from?
Yes, thank you for the question and the opportunity to clarify. I think you asked Mr. Frigo about the 27.7, and so that is an annualized value that takes into account multiple events, not necessarily time. It's based on probabilities. And then in the BCAs that were submitted as part of this application, we used a 4% discount rate annually over the course of the project life. The BCAs that we conduct for flood mitigation are not, I can stress this, they're not a net economic welfare. They're a financial impact comparison. And so it's a question that the decision makers use or ask of the BCA. And so Mr. Frigo and the City of Calgary are free to use those numbers as they like, but we certainly did not recommend or provide that ratio with the undiscounted value. And
in your experience, or if you were to do that analysis, would you discount those flows or not?
The annualized benefit flows you're referring to? Well, it's a very contentious issue with BCAs, particularly when they relate to public projects such as this, rather than financial investments. So I think a lower discount rate is appropriate for public projects such as flood mitigation, lower in relation to financial instruments, for example. I believe that our benefits are very conservative, and I think that's what Mr. Frigo was alluding to with their approach. So I think the conservative benefits that we've used and employed a 4% discount rate for this application is appropriate.
Right, so 0% discount rate, as Mr. Frigo was using in his analysis, you would not necessarily agree with or conduct yourself and put in front as evidence as an example?
I would say that the discount rate, the decision maker needs to be aware of the discount rate and how they're using it. There are some who argue a 0% discount rate might be appropriate when you factor in climate change and other factors. For public projects such as this, there's often an argument that future generations are better off than current generations. And I don't know if that argument can be consistently made right now. So I think transparency is key rather than any particular discount rate. Okay. I hope that satisfies your question. I don't pretend to have a answer to the discount rate question.
Well, and I've been involved in a few of those debates in my career, so I hear what you're saying. But in terms of your analysis, the stuff that you did for Alberta transportation submissions, that was 4%,
yes,
as opposed to 0. So thank you for that.
And in fact, in the city, sorry to interrupt, but for clarity, in the City of Calgary reporting that we provided, we discounted similarly, except it was 3% instead of 4%. So the benefit cost ratios that appear in the City of Calgary reporting, and keep in mind they're citywide, so they include multiple mitigation scenarios and components of those scenarios. But the information in that report was discounted over the project life at 3%.
Okay, thank you.
And that was the information provided from IBI Group.
All right, so then they made their own adjustments, so fair enough.
Precisely.
So another question I have for you is Mr. Frigo, and the information is shared back and forth. So I think it's a fair question. If not, you can tell me that it isn't. But in terms of the average annualized damages, they were reduced to $27 million per year from, I think, 70 that was used in 2017 or 18. I believe and I think that's because the City of Calgary implemented, designed, planned, and then implemented some other flood mitigation measures within the city that benefited flood mitigation on the elbow. So if I have it right, that means that early on, the SR1 may have been providing, say, X benefit, and then later on, because some of those flood mitigation projects were put in place within the city, it gives less of a benefit because some of those damages were actually mitigated by City of Calgary projects. Does that sound correct? Do I have that right?
Yeah, that is correct. I believe Mr. Frigo gave a really indication of the progressive and holistic, or as he called it, synergistic approach to flood management with combinations of efforts and responsibilities. And we've heard that discussed several times about the bow and elbow in particular. I think he also made it clear that there was major constraints on the elbow as to what could be accomplished within the city limits. For example, there isn't space for barriers and there's no effective non-structural mitigation. But to answer your question directly, we are very careful to include all in place or approved and under construction mitigation so as to not double count the benefits. And so the benefits that we're reporting for Springbank are the additional benefits for that section of the river.
Okay, so that's going to lead to my next question is, after hearing Mr. Frigo's presentation, I was wondering then the cost benefit analysis that you conducted earlier on, were those using AAD numbers that excluded the work that Calgary did only recently and completed, I think, as of 2020, late 2020?
Yeah, and I think we've attempted to explain the hazard information that was input to our models. So that the 2015 study was based on previous hydrology, which did not consider any of those mitigations. We're fortunate for this application to be able to piggyback on the city's work. So we actually ran the hazard model. Our consultants, Golder Associates, provided us with hazard rasters that were, the model was run, including all of the mitigation.
And that was the 2019 BCA then would have included all those, or even earlier?
The 2017 and 19 ones were based on the City of Calgary study, which ran a hydraulic model for all the existing mitigation. Yeah.
Okay, that answers that
Yeah.
question. Thank you very much. And I don't know if this is a fair question for you or not. It came up today, but you're here on land costs. But did you, I heard today, and if you're not the right person, Mr. Hebert, I'd ask you to have the right panel member answer the question. But I think I heard that the $140 million land estimate for the 36 is derived for 3,600 acres of purchase. Not, and I think it was asked a couple times, not the 6,800 acres. So as I recall, there'll be a larger footprint purchased because of potentially buying blocks instead of fingers. Has been receiving a lot of discussion, and then the province would then potentially sell back land. But I've only seen the $140 million number. So if it relates to the 3,600 acres, then that number could be much larger. Do I have that correct, to purchase the entire land? And then we'll see eventually perhaps how much of the 6,800 acres could be sold? Or was that just do I have that wrong?
So, Mr. Chairman, the $140 million represents the best estimate we have to purchase the project development area. We've indicated within our land acquisition program that landowners can request that Alberta Transportation consider the purchase of all their property. But that, again, is based on individual landowner requests and preferences. And Alberta Transportation would consider those depending on the circumstances. But right now, the $140 million represents our best estimate for the 3,600 acres required for the project development area.
Right, and when you look at some of those, some of the mapping, it does appear that there would be quite well. I didn't count them, but a number of quarter sections or sections that would be split up pretty extensively. That would likely make sense to be a bigger purchase, but you just don't. That would be, as you say, an individual landowner decision. So you won't know until you make those final negotiated purchase or sale purchases.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We would like to work with the landowners in question regarding their own particular preferences. I can inform you and your fellow panel members that we continue to have those discussions with particular landowners, and the preferences and the requests vary. But certainly, our land acquisition program makes that option available to landowners, and as I said today, we'll continue to work through those on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions on specifically on land use. I don't think they'll take too long. I see that we're at 5, so I'll try to be pretty quick here because we wrap up for the day. In some of the responses to some questions asked previously in terms of, I think it was by Stony Dakota, about what guided consultation efforts, and I didn't hear that ACO had provided any guidance, and I understand though that they would have. I think they have developed with you a plan. They've approved the consultation plan, and they also assist government departments as you move through transportation or through consultations. Is that correct?
I'm just going to consult with Ms. Halson just to make sure I get the detail right. So, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was just trying to make sure I had the detail correct. The Aboriginal Consultation Office, as it pertained to the Treaty 7 nations, approved our consultation plan, but in terms of the actual approach to engagement and the direction Alberta Transportation takes, that's not advice that's provided on an ongoing basis by the ACO once a consultation plan is approved.
Okay, they don't provide any resources on the ground for you to do any of that consultation either. Okay.
No, that's the responsibility of the proponent.
And we heard a lot today about competing uses on given in the project development area post project if it were approved, and it's potentially complicated with recreational users, priority. And Ms. Vance asked some questions about priority given to access for First Nations. and then grazing. So there is a, as we've seen and read about, the First Nations Land Use Advisory Committee. And is there somehow that is going to be melded with agricultural users and recreational users so that you make all of this work together, this complicated access to 3,000 acres?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the coming together aspect is what's led by Alberta Environment and Parks when they ultimately proceed to the engagement to finalize the land use plan. So that's the moment at which stakeholders, landowners, First Nations, through the information and advice they'd be providing through the First Nations Advisory Committee, would have proposed to reconcile these varying uses. So, Mr. Chairman, you're correct. There are competing uses. Alberta Transportation submits that with the mechanisms that we've proposed as part of the draft principles, in conjunction with the engagement that AEP would undertake, being responsible for land use planning, that it'll be possible to reconcile those competing interests.
And we've also heard, and Mr. Heaney asked some questions as well around the grazing access, and for a number of reasons, sustainability of the land base, I suppose, but also been raised by landowners as well for fire smarting or reduction of fire risk. So would in your view, will grazing leases be required for that grazing, or will that be done on a contractual basis, or just as all other public land, they'll be put up for bid for landowners to bid on? How will that process work, do you know?
Mr. Chairman, as part of the draft principles, we've proposed a concept of grazing permits. So these would be short-term in nature, bearing in mind the primary use of the infrastructure as a flood reservoir. The specific process to determine how the permits would be accessible, when, how long, at what value, have not yet been determined, and would be subject to engagement, assuming the project would be approved.
As you know, or may know, some grazing leases might remain in families for a generation almost. So you don't see these as operating the same way. These would be shorter term, annual or 5-year or something along that line.
Yeah, we've not specified an exact time, but bearing in mind the primary use of the project as a flood reservoir, we feel it's appropriate that there be no form of long-term disposition over the property.
And the Public Lands Act then doesn't override that somehow, and
Mr. Chairman, I don't know specifically of an override. We could certainly undertake to confirm that detail for you. It hasn't come up in the discussions we've had to date, but
and maybe override's an improper word. I mean, will the Public Lands Act not restrict you from doing something different than grazing leases under the Public Lands Act? I guess is maybe a better way to ask the question.
I think that's a fair question. My understanding is no, but as I said, the exact mechanism to undertake the permit concept proposed is subject to finalization, assuming the project is approved.
Okay, and then the final question: the land use plan. I mean, when it's if it is eventually completed and however it's signed off, if it's consensus, I'm not sure exactly the mechanics of that. But it's not a statutory instrument then. Would this be a government policy or a government directive, or what sort of status would this land use plan eventually have that would be managing these competing uses?
So, Mr. Chairman, at the moment, it's not determined what specific instrument would be used. As part of, just bear with me a moment. I believe I know where a potential answer is, and I just want to confirm it for you. Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, I'm going by recollection, but when Alberta Transportation filed its response to the federal regulator for, I believe, a round 2 federal SIR, we listed the possible land tools that would be used in this instance. There's a table that lists the varying options, and there's context in the response itself, I believe. Right at the moment, it's not been fixed whether it be statutory, instrument, or policy. That is likely to be the subject of the engagement that would occur through AEP, and ultimately AEP would have the tools under its authority in order to promulgate whatever final plan is determined.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Hebert, and thanks to your panel. Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I think the Alberta Transportation may have an opportunity for redirect on this panel.
Did you? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's Ron Krulak. I can advise that Alberta Transportation has no redirect.
See, I guessed right twice now. Okay, thank you. And thanks, Mr. Kennedy, for the reminder late in the day. Get everybody on their way. If I have it right, tomorrow we'll start with Stony Nakota's direct. City of Calgary is not providing direct, or the Calgary Rivers Community Association or Action Group, sorry. So tomorrow morning, 8:30 start will be Stony Nakota on topic area 2. And sign on time 7:45 as it was this morning as well. So thank you everybody for participation today, and see you tomorrow morning. Sign on 7:45.